You're about to step back into the golden age, an era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the use of Christmas seals to raise funds for the fight against tuberculosis. This evening, the DuPont Cavalcade tells the story of Dr. Edward Livingston Trudeau, founder of the Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium, now Trudeau Sanatorium, at Saranac Lake, New York. Every year at this time, through the sale of Christmas seals, you too can help in the work which has been started by such men as Edward Livingston Trudeau. Dr. Trudeau worked as a pioneer, and the result of his research has proved beneficial to thousands suffering from the disease. The same spirit that inspired men like Trudeau is found today in many laboratories throughout the country where they're working to add to our daily comforts and conveniences. Their work is aptly expressed in the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra bring us Cole Porter's latest melody, In the Still of the Night, from the picture Rosalie. The DuPont cavalcade moves forward. In the lives of certain great men, we have the proof that in a losing fight there may be glory never achieved in victory. Such a man was Edward Livingston Trudeau, born in New York City in 1848, of French parentage. After graduating from the New York College of Physicians and Surgeons, he began to practice in 1871. He had been an active, vigorous youth, but during his 25th year, he began to feel ill and finally consulted Dr. Janeway, a famous New York physician. We find them in Dr. Janeway's office.
Well, Dr. Janeway?
I find it hard to tell you.
Then there is something the matter. Go ahead.
The upper 2/3 of the left lung.
Tuberculosis?
Yes.
You're sure?
Positive. I'm sorry, Trudeau.
How to break it to my wife?
I wish I could help you.
I know now how a man feels when he's sentenced to death. When the date for his execution is set.
Well, you mustn't be so morbid. Your trouble isn't necessarily fatal.
Don't, Doctor. I know. My brother died from tuberculosis.
But you're young. You've got everything to live for. There's always a chance. Rest. See if the condition clears up. Then let me look at you in 6 months.
You're very kind. But we might as well be honest. You don't think I'll be here in 6 months, do you, Doctor? Do you?
I don't know.
In 1873, there was no known cure for tuberculosis. Dr. Trudeau had been an enthusiastic hunter and fisherman and loved the woods. He and his friend Lou Livingston had spent happy vacations at Paul Smith's Hotel for Huntsmen in the Adirondacks. Here, Dr. Trudeau determined to return for the short time he believed was left to him. Livingston consented to take him on the lengthy journey, though it meant several days by train and boat and a long drive over bad roads. At last, they arrive at the camp, where Smith, Mrs. Smith, and several guides are awaiting them.
Well, Mr. Livingston, we thought you'd never get here.
Hello, Paul.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Mrs. Smith.
Hello, Mr. Livingston.
Oh, what a trip over that washboard road.
Yes, I can imagine it was. How are you, Martin?
Fine.
Oh, Fitz. Hi, Mr. Livingston.
Well, Dr. Trudeau, you don't look none too comfortable.
I'm afraid I'm pretty sick, Fred.
Well, the boys are wanting to see you, but they can wait. I'll have you upstairs in 2 jerks. Put your arms around my neck now. Hold on now.
That's it. Well, glad to see you, Doctor.
All right, stand back, you fellas, now. Dr. Trudeau ain't doing no receiving just now. Someone go ahead and open the bedroom door.
I will, Fred.
That's right,
Am I too heavy, Fred?
Why, you're no chore at all to live, Doc. What you been doing to yourself? Why, you don't weigh no more than a dried lambskin.
No, I'm only about half the man I was, but you know, Fred, there's something about these woods. Quietness. And peace up here.
Yeah, it'll help you, Doc.
I'm sure it will. Just the sight of them gives me hope.
Here you are, Fred. Just set him down easy on the bed.
Thank you, Fred.
Now, Dr. Trudeau, just as soon as we can make you comfortable, I think you should have something to eat.
Well, that'd be very nice, Mrs. Glass of milk?
A glass of milk? Oh, you're back in the mountains now, Dr. Trudeau. I've got a tray all set for you with eggs and brook trout and pancakes and coffee.
Why, that sounds wonderful, Mrs. Smith. You know, I really believe I'm beginning to feel better already.
Separation from his family was a great hardship. The next summer in the Adirondacks did Dr. Trudeau so much good, that he and his wife decided to brave a winter at Paul Smith's camp. In January, Dr. Trudeau meets the train at Malone, 40 miles from the camp, and the party starts back to Paul Smith's. Dr. and Mrs. Trudeau are in a cutter. Paul Smith and Fred Martin follow in another sleigh with the 2 children and the nurse, Mary. The snow is falling heavily, and Dr. Trudeau tries to keep his wife from worrying.
Why, this wind is terrible.
It's a blizzard, all right. Are you warm enough?
Yes, but I'm wondering about the children.
Well, Mary will see to them. They have plenty of fur robes.
They're not used to cold like this. What is the temperature, dear?
Oh, about 0.
0. Oh, those poor babies.
Well, they're all right. Paul's following us very closely. I can hear the sleigh. Oh! Wait!
What's that?
Steady, girl.
Something happened. I hear Cat crying. The baby's crying, too.
What? The sleigh is overturned. They're in a drift.
Let me out.
No, you mustn't get out into the snow, Lottie. Hold the reins. I'm going.
Oh, wait. You mustn't. Eddie.
Hey,
Eddie.
are you all right?
Come on, get up.
Anyone hurt? Get up there.
Oh, now.
All right, Chuck.
Try it again.
Don't cry, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Daddy, I'm cold. This sleigh upset the snow's all in my neck.
Oh, darling.
Lord have mercy on us. Up to our ears in ice. I knew we should never have come.
Hold the baby close to you, Mary. Keep the robe about him so the snow won't get in.
Yes, sir, I've got
no,
it.
Dad, now. Come here, darling. Daddy will get the snow off. Oh, darling, quiet.
Get up, Blackie. Get up there. No use, Paul. Snow's up to their shoulders. Never get this sleigh out of here. We'll kill your horses. Well, I know what we'll do, Fred. Get a couple of shovels from the baggage sleigh. We'll fix a place in this hollow and put them all in. Doc, the missus, and the kids. They'll keep warm there with the robe.
What becomes of me? What becomes of me?
You too, Mary.
Oh, thank you.
Then we'll unharness the horses and lead them up the hill. We can do that, Martin. And then we can pull the sleigh out of the drift ourselves.
Yeah, but Paul,
Go ahead now. There's no time to argue, Doctor.
All right.
What are you doing?
I'm getting a shovel, too. I'm going to start digging.
Now, Doctor, you're a sick man. Stop that.
Daddy.
All right, Fred.
Daddy, I'm cold. I want to go.
Oh, no. Stop crying, baby. Stop crying and watch Daddy. See? Daddy's making a snow house.
Some hours later, as night comes on, huddled together in the snow shelter, Dr. and Mrs. Trudeau try to quiet the fears of Mary and the children. Paul Smith and Fred Martin have gone for help.
Oh, why did I ever come here? Why did I ever come?
Now, Mary, be quiet.
I'm cold, Daddy.
I know, darling, I know. But we'll get to where it's warm after a while. Now, snuggle up and try to go to sleep.
I don't like this snow house.
Oh, Lottie, why did I ever let you come up here? I risked your life and the children's just because I wouldn't face the winter alone. Oh, what a coward.
Oh, no, you're not a coward.
When you're so brave.
I'm not brave. I just want you to be with me always.
Bless you. Because without you, I couldn't go on. Lottie, something curious happened to me a few weeks ago. I've been waiting to tell you about it.
Yes?
It came in a dream. Do you believe in dreams?
Well, sometimes.
I fell asleep on the fox run over the hill, and I dreamed that... It was curious.
Well, tell me.
I dreamed I started a sanatorium here in Saranac for people like me. People who have tuberculosis.
Oh.
It was a great sanatorium where everyone lived out of doors, ate and slept in the open air. And it cured them. Lottie, it cured them.
You mean as it's curing you?
Yes. There is something in it, Lottie. I don't know what, but the air up here, the peace and the quiet of the place, it is helping me. Of course, the doctors laugh.
Well, let them laugh. You are better, Eddie.
I'm going to do some experimenting, if we ever get out of this. Find out what it is that makes some people die. How to fight it.
Oh, all that shoveling, Eddie. You shouldn't have done it. Oh, why doesn't Paul come?
I don't know.
He must be lost.
Oh, don't say that, Lottie.
I've been thinking it for ages. Eddie, look.
Huh?
The wind's changed. It's shifting. The snow is blowing down into our hollow.
You're right, it is. We'll be covered. We'll have to get out.
Why, Eddie, I'm so cold I can't move. And look at Shat. Her poor little face.
Here, give it to me, darling.
No. We'll die if we go into that storm.
We'll be buried in the snow if we stay here.
There's nothing else we can do.
Oh, Lottie, can you ever forgive me for this?
Forgive you?
What you must be thinking of me.
I'm thinking, thank God we're all together.
Oh, Lottie.
Mother, I want to go home.
Never mind, dear.
I want to go where the lights are, Mother.
Now be quiet, darling. Put your head down. There aren't any lights.
There are lights. See, Mother? They're moving. They're waving around.
Eddie, there are lights. They're lanterns. Look.
What?
Great deal. They've come for us.
It's Paul. Here! Here we are, Paul! Here we are! Hello! Hello! Maybe I'm going to live to build my sanatorium after all.
At the end of the following year, Dr. Trudeau, convinced that his only chance for life was to remain in the mountains, settled at Saranac Lake, about 40 miles from Paul Smith's. He became increasingly interested in the disease which was consuming him, and at which that time was considered incurable. He again began to practice medicine a little, and started a series of experiments on the fresh air treatment for tuberculosis. His dream of a sanatorium became a definite plan. In the summer of 1882, he talks to Dr. Alfred Loomis, a specialist from New York.
Well, admit it, Dr. Loomis. When you examined me up here the first year, you never thought you'd see me alive again.
Well, you certainly proved your point, Trudeau. This climate does have a beneficial effect in cases like yours.
Doctor, if there were a sanatorium at Saranac, a place where patients could live in separate cottages, out in the open, a place where they could come for less than cost, would you send your patients there?
Of course I would, like a shot. You don't know where I can find one, do you?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm thinking of building one.
You're thinking of building a sanatorium? Why, man alive, it would cost a fortune.
Not the way I'm going to build it. I'd start in a very small way. Build part of a main building, a cottage or two.
But even that takes money.
I know, but you see, I have friends who are interested in a thing like this. I believe I could raise enough for a start.
It would be a fine thing to do, Trudeau.
And you'll send your patients here if we build a sanatorium and recommend the climate to other doctors?
I certainly will. When I consider what it's done for you, you were a dying man, and now look at you.
Come in. Oh, hello, Fitz.
Can I see you a moment, Doctor?
Surely.
How are you, Fitz?
Well, hiya, Dr. Loomis.
Well, Trudeau, if you get along with the sanatorium idea, let me know.
I have a site all picked out. The old Fox runway on the side of the mountain. I haven't figured out how I'm going to buy that yet, but it's worth thinking about, isn't it, Doctor?
It's a splendid plan. Where did you get the idea?
I dreamed about it once, and I've never been able to forget it.
I hope your dream comes true. Yeah, I must be on my way now. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Fitz.
Good night. Hey, Doctor, have you really made up your mind that you want to build this sanatorium?
I want it as much as I've ever wanted anything in my life, Fitz. Yeah, but I don't see my way clear.
Well, you got money enough for the first buildings, huh?
Yes, but I haven't any land to put them on.
Oh, well, that's coming to that. You see, some of the guides got together when we heard you was wishing for some land, and we bargained for 16 acres. Got a right good price. So if you want that land...
Oh, Fritz,
we'd be proud to have you accept it as a sort of a gift from us.
I couldn't accept it.
Oh, you can't get out of accepting it. That's what I come over to tell you. It's yours.
I don't know what to say. How to thank you.
Oh, don't bother, Doc. You're awful welcome. Of course, I do think it's a darn shame to spoil a good fox runway by building a sanatorium on it.
In the remaining 30 years of Dr. Trudeau's life, a great institution grew from the first tiny cottage, the Little Red, to a splendid modern hospital at Saranac Lake. Dr. Trudeau outlived most of the strong men who had seen his arrival, but all of his life he fought a losing battle, and he knew it. Handicapped by his disease-racked body, he bowed to the inevitable and pushed bravely ahead. His fame spread as his strength failed. In May 1910, as president of the 8th Congress of American Physicians and Surgeons, he goes to Washington to deliver an address on the value of optimism in medicine. He is so weak that he has to be helped into the lecture hall.
You'd better sit here in the anteroom and rest for a little, Dr. Trudeau.
Yes, dear. You have a few moments before it's time to speak.
I haven't as much strength as I thought I had, but I'll be all right in a moment.
Well, the chairman is motioning you to the platform. May I help you?
I think I can make it by myself, thank you. Are you going into the auditorium, Lottie?
Why, I think I shall stay here, dear. I can hear perfectly.
And be near in case of casualties. I need you near me, my dear. I can do nothing without you. Wish me luck.
Oh, my darling. He walks very feebly. We shouldn't have permitted him to come.
Oh, we couldn't have forbidden it. His heart was in it.
Yes, I know.
There is little need of my introducing the next speaker to you. We are honored to have him as our president. We are grateful to him for coming here today. The institution that
He
bears
lived
his
on
name,
borrowed time
the best
for
tribute
many
to
years,
his
Mr. Trudeau.
life,
His courage has always carried him through.
many years ago.
And what courage he has.
He would speak on the value
Courage
of
is the
optimism in
vanquished.
medicine,
The vanquished.
and surely there is
Victory
no one
in
who is
defeat.
better able to do so.
Physically, he's been forced to
Dr.
yield,
Trudeau's life
to spend years on a sick
has been an
bed.
inspiration not only
But
to
his
all our
spirit has
professions,
never yielded.
to all who know him. I present our beloved president, Dr. Edward Livingston Trudeau.
Optimism is the product of a man's heart rather than his will, of his emotions rather than his reason. It is a mixture of faith and imagination, and from it springs the vision that leads one from the season's path, urges him to effort when obstacles block the way, and carries
Hopeful
him
to the last.
finally
What is it about the
Jesus.
man? A sort
where
of
pessimism
glory.
can only see
Yes,
failure ahead.
a sort of glory.
The conquest
The glory of the vanquished.
comes not by rebellious struggle, but by acquiescence.
Dr. Trudeau died November 5th, 1915, at Saranac Lake, 42 years after a sentence of death was first pronounced upon him. Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium, now Trudeau Sanatorium, stands as the result of his courageous battle, a monument to man's victory over disease and death. DuPont salutes Dr. Edward Livingston Trudeau for his courage and his achievements in the Cavalcade of America.
Now it is appropriate that we present as our guest on this evening's DuPont Cavalcade program, Dr. Francis B. Trudeau, only surviving son of the pioneer in tuberculosis control and a directing head of Trudeau Sanatorium at Saranac Lake. Dr. Trudeau, just how much progress has been made in anti-tuberculosis work since those early days?
Science has given us vastly better control of tuberculosis. In 30 years, it has dropped from first place to seventh place as a cause of death in this country.
And how has this been done, Dr. Trudeau?
A great deal of our success is due to better public understanding. Agencies such as the National Tuberculosis Association with its Christmas seals, state health units,
public health nursing groups, and far-sighted industries have taught people that tuberculosis is curable when discovered in its early stages.
How can you make sure that the disease is found before it reaches an advanced stage?
The only certain way of detecting the disease in its earliest stages is through a medical examination. If there is any reason for suspicion, an X-ray should be taken.
Well, Dr. Trudeau, you mentioned the part industry is playing. Just how do industrial organizations contribute to the campaign against the disease?
Tuberculosis is contracted through association with those who have it. To protect their employees against spread of the disease and to help any that contract it to obtain the necessary care, certain companies have set up procedures which include physical examinations at regular intervals. We need not go far to find a good example. The DuPont Company has a very far-sighted tuberculosis control policy. Since those of your organization who go to Saranac Lake are referred to me for care and treatment, I know from experience how your plan works.
Fine. Then you're elected to tell how this company is dealing with the tuberculosis problem, Dr. Trudeau.
It is not only a humane and idealistic thing to do, but money is actually saved in the long run when a method is set up to check tuberculosis before it gains a foothold, and to care for its victims of this disease until they can return to useful occupations. The DuPont Company requires everyone to have a thorough medical examination when first employed.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, employees are urged to undergo at least one physical checkup each year, which they get at no cost to themselves. In both cases, the examination includes an X-ray of the lungs, which is the most accurate and complete means of detecting tuberculosis in its earliest stages.
Well, suppose an employee has contracted the disease since his last regular medical examination. What's the next step, Dr. Trudeau?
Well, as you know, the company has a wage disability plan, whereby employees are given full pay for a certain period while they are off the job. It makes it possible for any employee found to have tuberculosis to seek medical aid and immediately and to get the physical and mental rest he needs. Freedom from immediate money worries is mighty important, for the patient's frame of mind has a lot to do with his chances of getting well. Complete rest and proper medical attention during the first 3 months is often the most important factor in effecting a cure.
Under this plan, Dr. Trudeau, just how much of a chance does the average person have of throwing off the disease?
That depends among many things, including the patient's physical condition and his willingness to cooperate with those who are trying to help him. However, at present, of the male employees treated at Saranac Lake, more than 85% are being returned to useful jobs. And I understand that a similar record has been set by Stoneywold, a nearby sanitarium to which female employees are directed.
Well, those figures seem to indicate, Dr. Trudeau, that a large percentage of those who get tuberculosis have a chance to win their fight against it.
Exactly. Within those organizations that have similar plans, new cases are gradually declining. Such companies are giving mighty valuable help in our effort to eradicate tuberculosis.
Well, thank you, Dr. Trudeau. The DuPont Company is proud to be able to play a part in such work. And in closing, may I remind our listeners that you can help through your purchases of Christmas seal stamps, thus hastening that day when tuberculosis may be stamped out forever. The Master Navigator, the life story of Nathaniel Bowditch, mathematician and practical navigator, and what was called his Christmas miracle, will be the subject of our broadcast when next week at the same time, DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Aherne, and Ida Lupino in Wuthering Heights. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is a powerful, gripping tale, written by a girl whose life was as bleak as the somber Yorkshire moors where the story is laid. It's already stirred many millions, as it will tug at your heartstrings tonight. And it's an actual fact that you, our listeners, are producing it, for it was your letters asking for Wuthering Heights that started me in pursuit of it. May I read you one of the many letters requesting Emily Bronte's masterpiece? This letter says, I'm wondering, could you give us Wuthering Heights? If I thought my request could be granted, I should be thrilled to the skies. I think it's one of the greatest love stories that's ever been told, and leaves you with something to think about. Then our fair correspondent adds, with a twinkle in her pen, if Wuthering Heights is staged, I shall use 2 cakes of Lux toilet soap each week instead of 1. It's very gratifying to me that the products behind this theater, Lux toilet soap and Lux Flakes, are of such incomparably high standards that I have no hesitation in asking you to purchase them. And now just a word about how I came to cast tonight's play. The part of Kathy requires great talent in an actress, but above all, it demands sincerity. And that alone was enough to make Barbara Stanwyck our choice. I telephoned Barbara at our ranch to ask if she'd like to do Wuthering Heights, and found she was playing nurse in one of the stables where a blessed event had just taken place. Barbara reported that both mother and son were doing nicely, and gave me a confidential tip that the son looked like a sure winner in the Kentucky Derby of 1942. But of more immediate importance was Barbara's eagerness to do Wuthering Heights. Then we discovered that Brian Aherne had tramped over the Yorkshire moors many times, and that one of his secret ambitions was to play the part of Heathcliff. That solved a very knotty problem, for it's a role that demands rare strength and fire. For the part of Isabella, we selected Ida Lupino, one of Hollywood's rising young dramatic actresses, because she, too, has that emotional power which every character in this play seems to require. From the motion picture cast of Wuthering Heights, we have Sarita Woonton, Douglas Scott, and Rex Downing to play Cathy, Hindley, and Heathcliff as children. Now the players are on the stage, and our drama's about to begin. We raise the curtain on Act 1 of Wuthering Heights, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Cathy, Brian Aherne as Heathcliff, and Ida Lupino as Isabella. Desolate and lonely are the rolling moorlands of England, where in the winter night the snowdrifts stand like giant specters in the teeth of screaming gales. About 100 years ago, a stranger lost his way on such a night. Freezing, blinded, and stumbling, he saw at last the fitful lights of an old manor house, aged and crumbling on the hillside. He knocked desperately at the door. It was opened by a doddering old butler who stood staring at him. Then, without a word, he led the stranger into the musty living room, where, in the dim candlelight, a man and 2 women sat without moving. The man was tall and dark-skinned like a gypsy. On his face, the stamp of years of bitter suffering. At his feet, a great dog growled ominously. At last, the man turned and spoke.
Who are you, and what do you want?
My name's Lockwood. I've lost my way on the moors.
Down, Wolf, down. Strangers have no business on the moors at this time of the year. And no business here at any time.
But I couldn't find the village. A man could die out there on a night like this. I'm afraid I shall have to presume on your hospitality until morning.
Do as you please.
I beg your pardon.
I don't keep accommodations for visitors. You'll have to sleep with one of the servants.
Heathcliff, you can't. He's our guest.
Then suppose you attend to his comfort.
Ellen, show the gentleman to the guest room, please.
The guest room, mistress?
Yes, there's no other place.
Yes, mistress. This way, sir. Now, if you'll hold the lamp, sir, while I unlock the door.
Of course.
Mind you don't stumble on the carpet. It's about falling to pieces, I'm afraid.
You call this the guest chamber?
It was once.
It's a trifle depressing. May I light a fire?
No fire'll burn in that grate, sir. The chimney's been clogged for years.
Must have been a fine old house once. What's it called?
This is Wuthering Heights, sir.
And the tall chap downstairs with the piercing eyes?
That'll be Master Heathcliff, sir.
And the once lovely lady who looks at him with fear?
That's his wife, Mistress Isabella. Well, good night, sir. If you want anything, there's the bell rope. My name is Ellen.
Thank you, Ellen. Good night. Good Lord.
The window, the catch broke in the wind, sir.
Stand back, I'll close it.
Let me in. I'm lost on the moor.
Listen. I heard a voice.
Let me in. I'm lost on the moor. It's clear.
Good heavens. A hand. A cold hand grabbed my wrist.
A hand?
Didn't you hear the voice? A woman shouting she's lost on the moor.
What's going on in here?
A voice out there, a woman crying that she's lost.
Then she's come. She's come again at last. Kathy, wait for me. Wait for me.
He's not coming out there in that storm.
I'm coming, Kathy.
This is insane. Come back.
Close the window, sir.
But that man out there.
Close the window.
Am I mad? Why did he go out there? What was that voice?
You heard him call her name. It was Kathy.
Kathy? Who's she?
Kathy is a girl who died.
I don't believe in ghosts, if that's what you mean. I don't believe in phantoms sobbing in the night.
You don't believe. Perhaps if I told you her story, you'd change your mind about the dead returning.
Tell me her story.
It all began the time I came to Wuthering Heights as a servant. That was 50 years ago, in 1790. The place was different then, a sweet, well-kept estate. Mr. Earnshaw was master, a fine man who dearly loved his 2 children, Kathy and Hindley. One day Mr. Earnshaw returned from Liverpool with a foundling boy he had picked up. A dark, savage-looking gypsy lad with the most dreadful marks of beatings on his back. Mr. Earnshaw called for me the moment he arrived.
Give him a good scrubbing, Ellen, and put some of Hindley's clothes on him.
Yes, sir. Come with me, lad.
Don't touch me. Let me alone.
Goodness.
Now, son, Ellen won't hurt you. You're safe here. No one will ever beat you again, and you'll always have plenty to eat.
Papa's home. Papa's
Get
home.
out of my way. Hello, Father.
Well, Hindley. Well, Kathy.
Papa, who's that boy?
Yes. Who is he, Father?
Children, this little guest will pay us a visit for a time, as long as he wants a home here.
He's dirty. Look at him.
Kathy, don't make me ashamed of you. Hindley, he will sleep in your room.
In my room? I won't let him. He's a dirty gypsy.
That'll do, Hindley. You must learn to share things. Take charge of the lad, Ellen.
And what'll his name be, Mr. Earnshaw?
His name? Oh, I think we'll call him Heathcliff.
Yes, sir. Come, Heathcliff. That dark, brooding boy brought a subtle change to life at Wuthering Heights. The 3 children seemed to play together well enough, going scamping up over the moors on their ponies and climbing the crags together. But neither Kathy nor Hindley were open and frank anymore. And one day the children fought.
Your father gave me this pony. It's mine. Give me that pony, do you hear? Or I'll tell Father how you boasted that you'd turn us out when he died. That's a lie. I never said it.
Of course he didn't.
He did. He worms his way into everything Father does for us. He'll cheat us out of everything. You never had a father, you gypsy beggar, and you'll never get mine.
Hindley, don't hit him! No, don't! Heathcliff, look out! He has a stone!
Oh, there. Fancy that'll teach you.
Hindley, he's bleeding.
Serves him right. Gypsy scum.
Heathcliff, are you hurt?
He hit me with that stone.
Please, Heathcliff, don't look like that. Why don't you ever cry when you're hurt, like other people?
Why should I cry? I'll pay him back someday. I don't care how long I wait. If I can only pay him back.
Heathcliff, don't say those things. Come, Heathcliff. Now Hindley's gone, we can have our game at the castle again.
I don't feel like playing at the castle.
Please, you always smile and laugh when we're there. Come on, Heathcliff. We'll play our game. Don't frown so, Heathcliff. Sit here beside me on the stone, and we'll look out over the moors. This is our castle.
Castle? It's Penistone Crag, and you know it.
It's not either. This is your castle, and you're a prince in disguise.
Tell me about it. Again.
It's all true. Cross my heart. Your father was Emperor of China, and your mother, a Queen of India. You were kidnapped by wicked sailors and brought to England.
Don't make fun of me, Kathy.
I'm not making fun of you. You're a really and truly prince, and I'm your slave.
You're not my slave. You're my queen, Kathy. And you'll always be my queen. Nobody else will make you his queen. You hear?
Yes, Heathcliff. You're queen.
And that's the way they grew up, wild and free, roaming the moors together. But Hindley grew more and more jealous. Kathy was 18 and Hindley past 21 when Mr. Earnshaw died. Good man. He never saw the evil of life and had raised Heathcliff like his own son. But on the very day of his funeral...
You're not going into that room to look at my father's body.
Why? He loved me more than he did you?
He's past your wheedling now. I'm master of Wuthering Heights. If you want to stay here, we've need for a stable boy.
A stable boy?
That, or get out!
And that's what he became. Heathcliff, who had lived under this roof as one of the family, was a stable boy.
Well, give me a hand up to my saddle.
Very well.
Sir, you gypsy beggar! How many times must I tell you?
Sir?
That's better. By the time I come back in the morning, I want these stables scrubbed. Scrubbed, you understand? And if they're not, I'll thrash you till my arm drops.
Heathcliff.
Yes, Kathy?
Heathcliff, I heard him. How much longer are you going to stand for this?
I don't know what you mean.
Look at you, dirty and unkempt and in rags. Why aren't you a man? Why don't you run away?
Run away? What, from you?
You could come back rich and take me away. Why aren't you a prince like we said long ago? Why can't you rescue me, Heathcliff?
Kathy, come away with me now.
Now? Where?
Oh, anywhere.
You mean leave as we are? Live in haystacks? Steal our food? Oh, no, Heathcliff, that isn't what I want.
Oh, you just want me to go off, alone. Well, it won't do. I've stayed here since your father died, been beaten and cursed like a dog, abused and driven mad, just because I could be near you. And like a dog, I'll stay to the end. To the end.
Yet Heathcliff did run away. The curses and insults were too much even for his great love, and he disappeared. Kathy found a new world in her first introduction at Linton Manor, with Edgar Linton and his sister Isabella, both Kathy's age. Music and laughter were there, shining eyes and dancing, and it was his escape from Wuthering Heights. Edgar Linton fell madly in love with Kathy. They were constantly together. Then, one evening, Edgar brought Kathy home in the pony cart. As quickly as I could, I tried to warn him.
My
hand down from the cart, Miss Kathy?
Thank you, Edgar. Oh, Ellen, we had the most marvelous time. Judge Linton had guests from Liverpool.
Kathy, come here.
Excuse me, Edgar.
Certainly.
Something wrong, Ellen?
Heathcliff's back.
Heathcliff? When did he come?
Last night. He looked so strange. Here he is now.
Hello, Kathy.
Heathcliff. You said you'd stay away until...
Why were you gone so long?
I didn't expect to find you here.
Why were you gone so long?
Because I've met the Lintons. Because I was at their house. Because I've learned to dance and had a wonderful, delightful, fascinating time.
Are you the stable boy? Would you mind putting my horse up for an hour?
Yes, and you might wash your hands and comb your hair, Heathcliff. So I needn't be ashamed of you before a guest. And look after Mr. Linton's horse, please.
Let him look after his own horse.
Pleasant fellow. How can your brother allow such a beast of a gypsy stable boy to act like this?
Beast of a gypsy stable boy?
Of course. A roadside beggar giving himself airs of equality.
What do you know about Heathcliff?
Judging from this performance, all I need to know.
He was my friend long before you.
That blackguard?
Blackguard and all. He belongs under our roof, and you'll speak well of him or get out.
Kathy, are you out of your
Get
senses?
out, I said, or stop calling those I love names.
Those you love? That stable boy?
Yes.
Kathy, do you realize what you're saying?
I'm saying I hate you. I hate the look of that milk-white face. I hate the touch of your soft, foolish hands.
Some of that gypsy's evil soul has got into you, I think.
Yes.
Some of that beggar's dirt is on you.
Yes, now get out. Get out,
Kathy,
get out.
Kathy, please, come back.
Miss Kathy. Oh, Ellen, where is he? Where's Heathcliff? Tell me.
He's across the moors, towards Penistone Crag.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff. You've forgiven me. Oh, say you've forgiven me.
It wasn't your heart that spoke, Kathy.
No, my darling. Because my heart is yours.
Kathy. The clouds are lowering over Jimmerton Head.
Yes. Oh, see how the light is changing.
Oh, Kathy, you're such a part of all this.
Perhaps we belong to the moors, you and I. Oh, Heathcliff, make the world stop right here. Make everything stop and stand still and never move again. The moors never change. You and I never change.
The Moors and I will never change. Don't you, Kathy?
I can't. No matter what I say or do. This is I forever.
Kathy.
Oh, smell the heather, Heathcliff. Fill my arms with heather, all they can hold.
Kathy, you're not thinking of that other world
Oh,
now?
don't talk, darling, don't talk. All this might disappear. Ellen, hurry, please. My hair's not nearly done yet.
What's the matter? Supposing you're not ready when young Mr. Linton gets here. Any young man who'll come sniveling back after the way you treated him.
But I sent my apologies to him, didn't I? Of course he'll come.
Kathy, I can't believe this change in you. Just yesterday, it seems you were just a stupid, harum-scarum child with dirty hands and a willful heart.
That's my other nature, Ellen. I still have it. It used to fly around wild. But now I can coax it into a cage whenever I want to. Heathcliff! Since when are you in the habit of entering my room?
I want to talk to you. Get out, Ellen.
I will not. I take orders.
Get out.
Now that we're so happily alone, may I know to what I owe this great honor?
He's coming here again.
Who?
You know who I mean. That stupid fop, Linton.
You're unbearable. Utterly unbearable.
Why are you dressed in silk?
Because gentlefolk dress for dinner.
And why are you trying to win his puling flattery?
I'm not a child anymore. You can't talk to me that way.
I'm not talking to a child. I'm talking to Kathy. My Kathy.
Oh. I'm your Kathy.
Yes.
Am I to take orders from you, a dirty stable boy? Allow you to select what dresses I shall wear and bow humbly to your horrible, wretched tempers?
Kathy, where's your heart?
You had your chance to be something else. You left here once. Oh, why didn't you stay away? Now let me alone.
That's right. The dirty stable boy can't come near you lest he soil your dress. But who soils your heart? Who turns you into a cheap, vain, ambitious fool? Linton does. You let yourself be loved by him because you want to be a fine lady, because it pleases your stupid, greedy vanity.
Stop it! Thief or beggar is all you were born to be. Kneeling beside the road, begging for favors, not earning them, but whimpering for them with dirty hands.
I see. All I am to you now is a pair of dirty hands. Well, have them then. Oh. Have them where they belong.
How dare you? How dare you?
No. It doesn't help to strike you.
Well, Heathcliff, I'll thank you to stay out of my kitchen.
Is Kathy still with him?
Yes, she is. What's the matter with you? What are you staring at?
I want to crawl to her feet, whimper to be forgiven for loving her, for needing her more than my own life, for belonging to her more than my own soul. I want to beg for a smile. I don't care if she loves Linton or whom she loves, if only she'll look at me and say my name.
Oh, Heathcliff, you... Ellen! She's coming now. Get out, Heathcliff.
I'll wait outside the door.
No, you can't.
I want to be where I can see her and hear her.
Heathcliff.
Ellen, where are you? Oh, here you are.
Yes, Miss Kathy. Has Mr. Linton gone?
He just left. Oh, Ellen, I've some wonderful news
Well,
for
the
you.
kitchen's no place for that dress. Come inside.
No, listen. Edgar has asked me to marry him.
What did you say?
Well, I'm to give him my answer tomorrow.
Kathy, do you love him?
Of course.
Why?
Now, isn't that a silly question? Because he's handsome and pleasant to be with.
Not enough.
Well, then, because he'll be rich someday, and I'll be the finest lady in the county. Oh, Ellen, it would be heaven to escape from here.
What about Heathcliff?
Heathcliff. Ellen, you know he gets worse every day. It would degrade me to marry him. I wish he'd never come back. What was that?
I think... Oh, nothing. The wind, perhaps. Well, my darling, if Master Edgar and his beautiful home mean heaven to you, you'd better enter that heaven and take your place among the Linton angels.
The only thing is, I wonder if I belong in heaven. I dreamed once I was there, and I broke my heart with weeping to come back to earth, to the bleak moors. And I awoke, sobbing with joy, on top of Wuthering Heights. And so, you see, Ellen, I suppose I've really no more business marrying Edgar Linton than I'd have in heaven. But, oh, Ellen, what can I do?
You're thinking of Heathcliff?
Who else? He's sunk so low. He seems to take pleasure in being mean and brutal, and yet he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. Everything he's suffered, I've suffered too. The little happiness he's known, I've known. If everything else in the world died, and only Heathcliff remained, life would still be full for me. Who was that? Ellen, I heard...
Miss Kathy! Miss Kathy!
Yes, Joseph?
Heathcliff's taken Master Hindley's best horse, and he's gone.
Gone? Ellen, did he hear what I said?
Yes, Miss Kathy.
How much did he hear?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I think to where you said it would degrade you to
No.
marry him.
No, Heathcliff! Heathcliff, come back! Come back, Heathcliff!
Curtain falls on the first act of Wuthering Heights. Stormy conflict and adventure lie ahead for Kathy and Heathcliff in the second act of our play. But this is intermission time, and Mr. Ruick is going to tell you a little story that he told me at rehearsal yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this brief intermission before our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino, return in Act 2 of Wuthering Heights, I should like to say a word about the product which brings you tonight's play, Lux Toilet Soap. I just want to tell you what a lovely and intelligent lady, whom I know here in Hollywood, said to me the other day. She knows that I talk to the Lux Radio Theater audience each Monday night, and we chatted about the program for a while. Then she said something I'd like to pass on to you. She told me that she thought I ought to tell our women listeners of her own experience with Lux Toilet Soap. You'll be interested to know that the lady in question was Joan Bennett. She said, "I think you could be even more emphatic than you are about your soap. Here's what I mean. For example, some years ago, I used to buy an expensive soap. Then I found Lux toilet soap in a neighboring star's dressing room and tried it. I liked it better than the soap I'd been using. It seemed milder, gentler, and it agreed with my skin. Well, since then, I've been one of your most enthusiastic users. And here's what seems to me so marvelous. For a few pennies, literally, I get a beautifully made, subtly perfumed complexion soap that I like better than the very expensive one. Why don't you tell women what a bargain Lux soap is? It is interesting to realize that for a few pennies, any woman can buy the very same soap that the lovely screen stars use, 9 out of 10 of them, to help keep their complexions lovely. I'm sure I don't need to remind the women in our audience that taking care of your complexion, making the most of your looks, pays rich dividends in the admiration and love of those around you and in bringing you romance and keeping it. No woman ever quite outgrows the longing for romance, the need for it. No woman ever grows tired of hearing the lovely things that loveliness makes people say. There's a song you may remember that says the kind of things I mean exceptionally well.
If there is someone lovelier than you, then I am blind, a man without a mind. If there is someone lovelier than you. But no, I am not blind. My eyes have traveled everywhere in hope that I might find a creature half so fair. If there is someone lovelier than you. By all that's beautiful, such beauty can't be true.
Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wuthering Heights, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Cathy, Brian Ahern as Heathcliff, and Ida Lupino as Isabella. On that stormy winter night, a century ago, the traveler Lockwood sat in the musty guest room at Wuthering Heights, listening to the stories told him by the old servant, Ellen. Outside, the wind swept over the moors, shaking the ancient house to its foundations. The lamp on the mantelpiece flickered, casting eerie shadows.
That night, Heathcliff went away. Cathy ran far across the moors after him in the bitter cold, calling his name into the wind. Hours later in the morning, Edgar Linton found her, half frozen in her silken party dress, unconscious on the crag the children used to call the castle. For weeks after she was ill, the Lintons took her to their manor house, and I was glad. For day by day, the strange influence that Heathcliff had had upon Cathy wore off, and she was happy with Edgar.
Why can't you remain here forever, Cathy?
Oh, Edgar, you and your sister, you've been too kind to me already.
If I can make you happy by just being kind, that should be enough for me. After all, what else can I give you?
What else? You've given me a great deal else, Edgar. You've given me your own self, your strength.
My strength?
You'd understand if you really knew what my life was before. It was like the moors, endless and desolate. And I was lost in them, calling for someone in the darkness to save me, and nobody answered. I couldn't even see the trace of a path. I was so frightened, so terribly alone. And suddenly you were there, Edgar. You held out your hand and led me back to a way of living I thought I'd lost forever. What you said long ago is true. There was a curse on me. It kept me from being myself, or at least what I wanted to be. And that kept me from living in heaven. There. Do you understand now?
Cathy, my darling, let me take care of you forever. Let me guard you and love you always.
Would you? Would you love me always?
Always, Cathy.
Then let's be married, Edgar. Quickly. Quickly.
If the Linton home had seemed heaven to me before, I don't know what to call it after she became its mistress. The only one who did not seem completely happy was Edgar's sister, Isabella. A year or two after the marriage, the three of them sat in the drawing room, Edgar reading, Isabella playing the spinet, Kathy quietly doing petty point, when the door knocker sounded. When I saw who it was, I went back into the drawing room.
Yes, Ellen. What was the matter?
Mistress Kathy, Heathcliff has come back.
Heathcliff. Tell him I'm not at home, Ellen.
Not at home, darling. To whom?
It's Heathcliff.
Heathcliff? Well, does he seem the same, Ellen?
No, sir. I hardly recognize him. Fine clothes. He seems quite the gentleman.
Don't prattle, Ellen. I said I didn't wish to see him.
Oh, nonsense, Kathy. It's been a long time. Bygones must be bygones.
Oh, yes, let us see some kind of caller.
Show him in, Ellen.
Yes, sir.
Edgar, this is a mistake.
Why, Kathy, your hands are trembling.
Are they?
The past is dead, dear. Don't hesitate to smile and be nice to him, because I'll understand. It's my wife who loves me who smiles.
Thank you, Edgar. You always understand.
Mr. Heathcliff.
Come in.
Hello, Kathy.
How are you, Heathcliff? Have you met my sister Isabella?
No, I'm sorry. How do you do, Miss Linton?
We are glad to see a guest, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Heathcliff, I must say I've never seen such a complete change in a man. You seem to have prospered. You must have gone to America.
I did.
We wondered where you went.
You must have found at least a gold mine.
No, I merely remembered that my father was an emperor of China, and my mother a queen of India.
I beg your pardon?
So I claimed my inheritance. Kathy will understand. It's an old joke between us.
I see. Are you staying long in the neighborhood?
I'm staying the rest of my life.
Really?
I've just bought the horses, the cattle, and the moors belonging to the estate known as Wuthering Heights.
No!
You mean Kathy's brother Hindley sold out?
Yes. But he doesn't know it yet. I imagine it'll be a shock when Hindley discovers that his gambling and drinking debts were paid up for him by his former stable boy.
Heathcliff, you can't have done that.
That's as underhanded a piece of work as I've ever heard of. If I'd known that his holdings were being stolen by a stranger...
I remind you, Mr. Edgar Linton, that I am not a stranger. I'm merely a neighbor. So now, I'll say good night.
Wait, Heathcliff.
Well?
I want you to know that we sometimes have friends who come here as guests. Edgar and I. You're welcome to come, too. But not with the old scowl on your face or the old bitterness in your heart.
Thank you, my old friend Kathy, for the warning. I just remembered I forgot to congratulate you on your marriage. I've often thought about it, I can assure you. May I now express my delight? Good night.
Edgar, I think you behaved abominably.
What?
And you too, Kathy.
What in thunder do you mean?
You could at least have been civil. You dismissed him as if he'd been a servant.
Well, do you consider him anything else?
Yes, I find he's grown fascinating and distinguished.
Really, Isabella, I hope I misunderstand.
Well, you don't. We see all too few people. And I, for one, shan't be rude, if he ever calls again.
Edgar, I greatly dread what the future will bring.
Oh, nonsense, darling. I tell you, the past is dead.
That's all, Joseph. You'll stay on, of course.
Thank you, sir. Shall I pack Master Hindley's things?
Oh, just move him out of the master's bedroom. He'll remain under this roof.
Master Hindley, sir?
Oh, yes. He gave me a roof once when I needed it. I take it he's drinking a great deal.
Yes, sir. Though Dr. Kenneth has ordered him not to.
Well, give him all the drink he wants.
Yes, sir. A lady is waiting to see us, sir.
A lady?
From Linton Manor, sir.
Why didn't you tell me? In the future, announce visitors at once. Oh. Miss Linton.
Are you disappointed, sir?
Oh, not at all.
Well, I was passing by and my horse went lame.
I see.
Mr. Heathcliff, I want to tell you I'm furious with my brother and with Kathy. They received you most shamefully last night.
Your brother didn't send you with this apology, did he?
Oh, no. No, in fact, he's forbidden me to.
To speak to me, eh?
Well, yes.
And Kathy also forbade you?
Yes.
Then in all the moorland, you're my only friend. Hmm?
Well, I would like to be.
Thank you. Miss Linton, I enjoy frankness. You didn't come here to apologize, and your horse didn't go lame.
Why?
You came because you're lonely, because the house you live in is too heavily wooded for an outsider, and because it's no joy to ride the moors alone. Is that right?
Yes.
Then you needn't be lonely anymore, my dear.
Oh.
What, you think it's strange that I should kiss you?
Well, I don't know.
You hated it?
No.
Huh. I see you like frankness, too.
Oh, come in, Kathy. Wasn't it a lovely dance tonight? Though I think you could have been more gracious to my guest.
Isabella, may I speak to you for a moment?
Well?
You behaved disgracefully.
How, may I ask?
It was bad enough asking Heathcliff here without consulting us or preparing
You'd
us.
have forbidden me.
But to make a spectacle of yourself, to throw yourself at him the way you did.
Well, nobody else would pay attention to him. You refused to dance with him. I had to dance every dance as a result.
Oh, you fool. You vain little fool.
Really, Kathy?
I'm going to open your eyes, Isabella. He's using you. Using you to be near me. To smile at me behind your back. To stare at me until our guests fear his murderous gypsy look. To try to rouse something in my heart that's dead. And I'll not let you help him any longer.
So that's what you mean. It's you who are vain and foolish, Kathy. Heathcliff's in love with me.
It's a lie.
It's not a lie. He told me so. He's kissed me. Yes, kissed me. Held me in his arms. Told me he loves me.
Oh. I'm going to your brother.
Yes, go to Edgar. Tell him Heathcliff asked me to marry him. And that I've said yes. You hear? Yes.
You can't. He's not a man. He's something horrible and dark to live with.
I know why you say these things. Because you love him.
How dare you say that?
Yes, you do love him. You're mad with pain and jealousy at the thought of my marrying him. Because you want him to pine for you, dream of you, die for you, while you're safe as the lovely Mrs. Edgar Linton. You won't have him happy. You want to hurt him, destroy him. But I want to make him happy. And I will. You hear? I will.
Sit down, Kathy. Well, I won't say I'm not surprised to see you.
Heathcliff, is it true?
Is what true?
Did you ask Isabella to marry you? Oh, Heathcliff, you mustn't do this villainous thing. She's never harmed you.
No, but you harmed
Then
me.
punish me.
And that's what I intend to do.
Well, I don't understand.
Every moment I hold her in my arms, when I kiss her, when I promise her life and happiness, you'll be punished.
You'd marry her to do that?
Yes, to teach you the ways of pain and the hell that I'm in.
Oh, Heathcliff, you can't. If there's anything human left in you, don't make me a partner to this crime. It's mad, it's stupid.
If your heart were only stronger than your dull care for the world and its conventions, I'd live silent and content in your shadow, begging for an occasional word or thought as I used to do. But no! You had to destroy me with that weakness you call virtue. You had to keep me tormented with that cruelty you think so pious.
How have I been cruel?
You wished to be known as the finest lady in the county. You wanted your luxury and your light. And at the same time, you wanted to keep me your despairing lover. Well, now that I am returned, had you given me the smile of love, I might have been content. But you needn't think of me now as your despairing and foolish lover. You can think of me as Isabella's husband. And be glad for my happiness. As I am for yours.
So ends the second act of Wuthering Heights. In a moment, we hear Act 3, and the dramatic way in which the love of Kathy and Heathcliff seeks its own solution. But before we continue, let's listen to a man we all like here in the Lux Radio Theater.
In our brief intermission before Act 3 of Wuthering Heights, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino, I want to remind the women in our audience that keeping as attractive as you possibly can is not only a wise thing to do because it helps you to be more successful, but also because it gives so much pleasure to those who know and love you. However, to make the most of your looks, you must give regular attention to your complexion.
Isn't it true, Mr. Ruick, that to really care for your complexion, you must thoroughly cleanse your pores of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics? For there's danger in imperfect cleansing?
Yes, that's very true. Pore choking causes cosmetic skin, the dullness, little blemishes, and enlarged pores. But with regular Lux toilet soap care, you can use cosmetics all you wish, because Lux toilet soap's active lather gives your skin the very necessary protection of gentle but thorough cleansing.
I'm always impressed, Mr. Ruick, that 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. They can afford to spend any price on soap, yet almost all of them use Lux toilet soap.
It's the highest praise that toilet soap can receive, to have the world's most beautiful women so overwhelmingly prefer Lux toilet soap. And clever women everywhere by the thousands use Lux toilet soap, too, for the same reasons the screen stars do, to help keep their complexions as lovely as possible. So I hope you'll buy at least 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and begin tomorrow your regular Lux toilet soap care. I promise you that before the 3 cakes have been used, you'll thank me. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Once again, Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino in Wuthering Heights. In the crumbling house on Wuthering Heights 100 years ago, the candle burns low in the dreary guest room. There's no sound but the wind outside and the hushed voice of the old maidservant as she tells her story.
It was then that Isabella Linton came into this house as a bride. Yes, Heathcliff married her out of revenge. The same revenge that made him keep Hindley here. A staggering, broken fool, slowly drinking himself into the grave. Isabella learned the reason for her marriage to Heathcliff, but she was powerless to do anything. Then one day, Dr. Kenneth, an old friend, came to see her. He had come that morning from Linton Manor.
Isabella, go back where you belong, to Edgar's house.
Edgar disowned me, Dr. Kenneth.
I know, but he needs you now. Kathy's gravely ill.
Really?
Didn't you know? It's a matter of days now, perhaps hours.
She can't be dying.
Fever, inflammation of the lungs, this intense cold, and something else.
Something else?
I'd call it the will to die.
If Kathy dies, I might begin to live.
Isabella.
Begin to live. Ha! In this house with Heathcliff, nothing can live.
No, Hindley. Nothing but hate. Goodbye.
So you think you'll begin to live when Kathy dies? You won't.
Oh, Hindley, what is it? This house. I can feel the hate within it like a crushing weight.
Of course you can. And you. He hates you even more than he does me.
Stop it!
He loathes you. Every time you kiss him, his heart breaks with rage that it's not Kathy. Isabella, why don't you do what I've been too weak to do? Kill him.
Don't talk to me. Get away!
While there's still time to save your immortal soul.
Well, Hindley. Remarkable.
Heathcliff.
Really, Hindley, the first coherent speech I've heard from you in weeks.
Heathcliff, please don't. I tried to stop him.
Thank you, my dear wife. Your loyalty is touching.
Your curses will come home to feed on your own heart. Every agony you've given will return. Laugh now, Heathcliff. There's no laughter in hell.
Heathcliff, why do you have him here? I can't breathe with him in this house.
Oh, existence would be so much less without my boyhood friend under my roof.
Oh, Heathcliff, you poison yourself with paying him back what he gave you. Send him away, and love will come to this house. Kiss me, Heathcliff. Tell me you love me. Tell me, darling.
Why isn't there the smell of heather in your hair?
Heathcliff, let me come near you, please. You're not as black and horrible as they say. It's just you're full of pain, all twisted inside. I can make you happy, my darling. Let me, please. You'll never regret letting me try. I'll be your slave. I'll bring life to you. Life and sunshine and freshness. Put your arms around me. Look into my eyes.
Your eyes are empty, like Linton's.
They aren't empty. If you'll only look deeper, Heathcliff. Look at me. I'm pretty. I'm a woman. Let your heart see me. Just once.
It's no use. Why did God give me life? What is it but hunger and pain? A naked runner in a storm of spears.
Mistress Isabella.
Ellen.
What do you want here, Ellen?
I've come from Linton Manor to speak to Mistress Isabella.
And you'll do so in front of me.
Her brother's asking that she come home for a visit.
So he's lost some of his pride, has he? Well, there's none gone in this house.
Please, Mistress Isabella. He needs you.
Needs her? Now, what is this, Ellen? Why does he need her?
Let go of me.
Kathy's ill.
Yes.
She's dying. Tell me the truth.
Yes. She's dying.
Die? Joseph!
You're not going, Heathcliff.
Yes, Master Heathcliff.
Saddle my horse at once.
No, she belongs to Edgar.
She belongs to me.
If she's dying, let her die in his arms where she belongs. Let her die. Let her die.
Now, who speaks of hate? Get out of my way.
Heathcliff! No!
And there was a murmur from the height, a faraway and wild, heartbroken moan. The wings of Lucifer beat on the night. The soul of Lucifer wept, all alone. Shall I read some more, darling?
No, Edgar. Will you open the window?
Won't it be too cold?
Please.
Of course, darling.
Oh, now I can smell the heather. And Edgar, isn't there a south wind? And isn't the snow almost gone?
Yes, quite gone.
Oh. Edgar, will you get me something?
Anything you wish, my darling.
Some heather. There's a beautiful patch near the castle. Will you get it from there?
What castle, Kathy?
The castle on the moors, of course. Bring me some from there.
You're in a fever, dear. There's no castle on the moors.
Oh, there is. On the little hill beyond Wuthering Heights.
You mean Penistone Crag?
Yes, please go.
Why do you call it a castle?
Because I was a queen there once. Will you bring me the heather, darling?
If you'll rest while I'm gone and sleep.
You're so kind. So good.
My darling.
You made me the finest lady in the county. Oh, go now, please. Get me the heather so I can have it on my pillow.
Sleep, my dear Kathy. I'll be back with the flower you want.
Where is she? Where's Kathy?
She's not to be disturbed, sir. Master Edgar's gone for the doctor.
Get out of my way. Kathy. Oh, Kathy.
Heathcliff. Come here.
Kathy, my life. How can I bear this?
I dreamed you'd come before I died. And when you came in my dream, you scowled at me once more.
Kathy.
Oh. Does it hurt so much to see me dying?
Please, Kathy, don't hurt me.
Oh. How strong you look, Heathcliff. Oh. How many years do you think you'll live on after me?
Kathy. Oh, my life. My soul.
Oh, my darling. Don't let me go. Oh, if only I could hold you till we were both dead.
Please don't speak of death.
Will you forget me and be happy when I'm in the earth?
Never.
Will you say, this is the grave of Catherine Earnshaw. I loved her long ago and wept to lose her. But all is past.
I could as soon forget you as my own life. If you die, Kathy, if you die, there'll be no peace for me, ever.
Poor Heathcliff. I want to die. To escape.
Oh, why did you betray your heart? Kathy, you killed yourself.
Shh, my darling. Hold me. Just hold me.
No, I'll not comfort you. You deserve this.
Heathcliff, don't break my heart.
I never broke your heart, Kathy. You broke it. My tears don't love you, Kathy. They blight and damn you. You loved me. What right had you to throw my love away for the poor, fancy thing you felt for him?
I found out, Heathcliff.
Misery and death and all evil could never have parted us. You did that alone. You wandered off like a greedy child to break your own heart and mine.
I know, Heathcliff. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, Kathy, your poor, wasted hands. Oh, why didn't someone tell me? I forgive you. I forgive you for what you've done. I love you. I love my murderer.
Carry me to the window. Let me look at the moors with you once more. Oh, my darling, once more.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, how lovely the sky looks. And over there is our castle. Remember?
I'll never forget.
The castle, Heathcliff. I'll be waiting there until you come. I'll be waiting there. Goodbye, Heathcliff.
Kathy? Kathy? No!
Heathcliff, they're coming. Master Edgar. Oh, for heaven's sake, go away and... Kathy.
You're dead, Kathy. May your soul hear this before I go. May you not rest so long as I live on. I killed you, then haunt me. Be with me always. Take any form you wish. Only don't leave me when I can't find you. I can't live without my life. I can't live without my soul.
And though that was 20 years ago, I can still hear and see that wild hour, with poor Heathcliff holding the dead body of his beloved, crying out to Catherine's soul to haunt and torment him till he died.
Then the strange hand that gripped my wrist last night, the strange voice that called to me was Kathy, and Heathcliff went to follow her into the storm.
It wasn't Kathy herself, but her love. Kathy's love, stronger than time, sobbing for its unlived days. Who's there?
Dr. Kenneth, open the door.
Dr. Kenneth, what's the matter?
I was just crossing the moor on my way home.
Did you see Heathcliff?
Yes, I saw him from my carriage. He was wandering through the snow with a woman.
A woman, you say?
A young woman, she seemed, and as mad as himself. They were walking through the storm with their arms about each other. I shouted at them, but they didn't hear. I was nearly up to them when of a sudden my horse reared and plunged. And then I found him, alone, lying in the snow. Heathcliff was dead.
Dead? Was it by the castle? By the Penistone Crag?
Yes. However did you know?
Look down, my Heathcliff. This is our castle, really, now. All the wild beauty of it. For your father was an emperor of China. Your mother,
storm and passion of Wuthering Heights fade into the dimness of 100 years ago. We're back in the present with Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino at our microphone. But it seems to me that they all look just a little bit stirred by the drama they've just brought us.
It's a moving play, Phoebe. But more than that, I think it has a lesson today for every woman. It shows the necessity of holding on to one's ideals.
But Kathy gave up what she really wanted for position and security. That's a common failing among women, isn't it, Mr. DeMille?
On the contrary, Ida. I think women are less likely than men to sidetrack their ideals.
Well, whatever Kathy's faults, she was one of the most real characters I've ever come across.
Yes. If you know the story of Wuthering Heights, I imagine it'd be pretty easy to hear the voices of Kathy and Heathcliff out on those moorlands when the winds begin to howl. What about it, Brian? You've been there.
Well, that wind is one of the weirdest sounds I've ever heard. It's no place to be at night.
No place for my Irish imagination.
No for anybody's without a good big flashlight. You ask me, the safest way to cross those moors is in an aeroplane.
Yes. What have you been doing with your airplane, Brian?
Oh, very useful, CB, very useful. Last time I used it, I went up to Northern California and got myself a marriage license.
Yeah, that's right. You've taken on a co-pilot. Congratulations and happy landing.
Thanks. Perhaps my co-pilot and I can take you for a ride sometime. Or how about you taking us?
Yes, you're a pilot, too, aren't you, CB?
Yeah.
But before we fly away from here, I want to tell you how much I've enjoyed working with you again in the Lux Radio Theater, and that I'm still absolutely loyal to Lux Soap, too. It was a number of years ago that I started using it, and I've been a faithful Lux fan ever since. It does a swell job for my skin.
Well, I agree with Barbara. Lux Soap is a wonderful beauty care. And I know we're all looking forward to the Lux Radio Theater next week, Mr. DeMille.
I see by the rehearsal schedule backstage that you're going to have Ginger Rogers, George Brent, and Edith Fellows next Monday night, CB.
If you'd read a little further, Barbara, you'd have seen the name of the play, too. She Married Her Boss. A story about a girl who thought the boss's home should be run as efficiently as his office.
Ginger Rogers, George Brent, and Edith Fellows in She Married Her Boss. Well, I'll be waiting for that. And good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. I wish I had you 3 in a picture. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater stars Ginger Rogers and George Brent with Edith Fellows in She Married Her Boss. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Roy asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Also heard in tonight's play were Thomas Freeburn Smith as Edgar Linton, Kemble Cooper as Hindley, Marga Ann Dighton as Ellen. Barbara Stanwyck's current film is the Columbia picture Golden Boy. Brian Ahern will be seen next on the screen in the RKO production Vigil in the Night. Ida Lupino's latest picture is Paramount Studios' The Light That Failed. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for The Rains Came. Here is important news for those of you who live in communities not operating on daylight saving time. If you live in a community which does not operate on daylight saving time, you will hear this program beginning next Monday night, 1 hour later than heretofore. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to announce that there's a very great treat in store for you. Tomorrow evening, over the Columbia Network, a full hour of top-notch entertainment. First, Edward G. Robinson, dynamic star of stage, screen, and radio, returns to the air, starring again in a new series of the dramatic expose Big Town with lovely Ona Munson. Immediately thereafter, the Tuesday night party, starring Walter O'Keefe, with special guest star Sophie Tucker and Bobby Dolan's orchestra. A half hour of thrills, excitement, and dramatic action, followed by a half hour of laughs, song, and music. See your local paper for the exact time and station. Melville Roy speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
That's me, Father Time. Hi, audience. Well, here I am again with 1,500 smackers for one of our couples. And if any of them say the secret word, the duck won't come down and pay him $100. The word tonight is tree. Oh, boy, he's in full swing again now. Okay, Duck. The frost is on the pumpkin. Head south, will you? Mr. Fenneman, take him with you.
We have a couple of people who aren't married, Groucho.
Are you related to this duck?
No, I don't believe so.
There is a resemblance.
I was going to say we have a couple of people who aren't married, Groucho. They're Miss Zale Perry and Mr. Bill Rudder. They've never met each other until just now. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Zale Perry and Bill Rudder, eh? And, well, we'll have to go at this thing alphabetically. I'll begin with Zale. What kind of a name is Zale?
Zale's a nickname, Groucho.
Oh, it's not like Red Zales on the Sunset, huh? Are you related to Tony Zale, the prize fighter?
No, I'm not. It's a nickname for Rosalia.
For Azalea?
Yes.
Oh.
And it was slowly shortened to Azalea, Zalia, and then finally Zale, and that stuck with me.
Well, it's a lovely name and most unique. How old are you, Azalea?
I'm 21.
21. Well, that's a unique thing, too. We don't often have any girls at your age around here. They're usually around 100 by the time I get them. Let's see, you're Bill Rudder, eh?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone ever take you for Phil Silvers?
Oh, yes, they do, Groucho. I'm known as the poor man, Phil Silver. See, I don't have his money.
Oh. Well, who does, you know? Huh?
I don't know.
What is your line of work, Bill?
Oh, I've had many jobs, Groucho. I've worked as a grocery delivery man. I've delivered circulars.
Do you have a job now, Bill?
I have a part-time job now, delivering telephone directories.
Oh, classified or just the other kind?
Mostly the other kind.
Well, do you find this is better than the classified?
Yeah. I think so.
Why is that?
Well, it covers more territory.
Well, that's a pretty baffling answer. Now, is that all you do? Just deliver the classified telephone?
Oh no, I'm a singer too.
Do you sing while you're delivering these books?
No.
Well, have you had any experience as a singer?
Yes, I have. I've sung. I had a little bit of experience as a singer. I've sung with Wally Stouffer's orchestra and Ken Harris's orchestra, and I sung in a nightclub in Lowell, Massachusetts. And,
they have a nightclub in Lowell, Massachusetts?
Yes, they do.
When does it operate? In the daytime? Now, Zale, do you have any hobbies? For example, what do you like to do on weekends?
On weekends, I skin dive, Groucho.
You dive in your skin?
Skin diving is a sport that has just been introduced. And to skin dive...
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
To skin dive, Groucho, it's just going beneath the surface, not more than 30 feet, with either an aqualung or just holding your breath and swimming around along with the fish. Two, we spear them and also take many movies.
How far down can you dive with this rig?
With the aqualung, I dove to 209 feet.
Well, I admire you, Zale. It must take a lot of courage to go down that deep. I get panicky when the barber puts my head in the sink for a shampoo. Isn't that getting in pretty deep for a young girl like you?
Yes, it is, Groucho. It's the women's world record.
Well, congratulations. Let me shake your hand, Zale. Zale.
Zale.
I've always wanted to meet the girl who's sunk lower than any other woman in the world. You know, last October, we had a woman on our show who's been higher than any other woman in the world. Did you know that?
No, I
Her name is Mrs. Dianforth, I think, some name like that. She climbed some mountain in China. Now, if we could only get a woman who's never done anything, we could close for the season right now. Well, it's been a devastating experience talking to you two. Now let's see how much money you can win. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Now, we start you off with $100. You try to increase your bankroll by answering 4 questions. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you selected capitals of foreign countries. What are you going to start?
$100.
$100. Well, you are the one, Zale. Huh? All right. What is the capital of Ethiopia?
Addis Ababa.
Addis Ababa's right. Addis Ababa.
Off to a good start. You have $200.
Hey, you really are a courageous one, you two. Now you have how much?
$200.
$200. Now what are you going to do?
90. Fine, 90.
Okay, 90. What is the capital of Venezuela?
Caracas.
Caracas is right, huh?
You now have $290.
80's fine.
Okay. What is the capital of Romania?
Bucharest.
Bucharest is right.
I have $370.
Now, what are you going to do this time? Here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
Yeah, that's fine.
$70. What is the capital of Panama?
Panama.
Oh, brother, this fellow is sharp. Panama City. Well, we give it to you.
And you wind up with $440.
Thank you very much.
Before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Gwen Anderson. Her partner is Mr. Patrick Cunningham. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Gwen Anderson. Well, you're a fine-looking gal. How old are you, Gwen?
29.
29. Mm-hmm. Well, you look pretty good for 29. Even look good for 39. You have a husband, eh?
Oh, yes.
What sort of work does your husband do?
Well, he's an electronic technician at Hughes.
You have a job?
Yes, I'm a crane operator, Groucho.
You're a what?
I'm a crane operator.
Crane? You mean with birds in the zoo?
No. I run an electric overhead bridge crane.
And you operate on these cranes?
Well, we pick up...
Steam shovel, you mean?
No, it's not a steam shovel. It's a crane. And we pick up different shapes and...
Crane in Jewish is horseradish. Did you know that?
Well, it isn't at Harvey Aluminum.
Well, you say this isn't a steam shovel?
No, it's a crane.
Well, what is the difference between a crane and a steam shovel?
Well, a steam shovel runs on the ground and scoops stuff out from the ground, and the crane runs up in the air, picks stuff up on top of the ground.
Well, do you ever get butterfingers and drop a ton or two on somebody's foot?
Well, I've never dropped anything with the man-saver, but I've dropped stuff with the bells. However, sometimes you pick up something more than you want.
No, I've done that frequently. It's always ended disastrously for me. Well, now, let's see. Who are you again? You're Gwen Anderson, huh?
No, I'm Pat Cunningham.
You're Pat Cunningham. Well, who's Glen Anderson?
I think this young lady...
Oh, you're Gwen Anderson. Oh, it's Gwen Anderson. I thought I was talking to him all the time. Boy, you certainly can get confused up here. Well, you're a handsome and patient young man, and if you ever like a ride on a crane, I'm sure we can arrange it. How old are you, Pat?
I'm 28 years old. Yes.
28. Are you married?
Not yet, no.
Now, what sort of work do you do, Pat?
Well, Groucho, I own and operate a sporting goods store, and I'm a bullfighter.
You're a bullfighter?
Yes.
In the store, you have a bull?
Not in the store, no.
Is this true?
Yes, sir. I've been fighting bulls for 2 years. I started over in Spain last year.
Well, that's a fairly normal job for a young man at 28, especially if he has no desire to be 29. Well, how did you happen to become a bullfighter? Did you get tired standing in line at the butcher shop?
No, I went down to Tijuana, and I met some people down there, aficionados, and I met some matadors down there, and I got interested in it from there. I didn't decide just like that. It took me a while, and...
Well, what happened then? You rushed out and kicked the first billboard with Ozzie the cow on it, huh?
No, I went over to Spain, and Seville, that's where I went.
You went in the civil service?
Well,
Well, I've been to bullfights in Mexico City. I never understood why they cut off the bull's ear. Could you explain that?
Yeah, it's an award that they give. For example, if the bullfighter is done well.
This is after the coup de grace, of course, huh?
Yeah. Well, see, it depends a lot on the kill, too. I mean, if he kills on the first thrust and has a pretty good faena, that's with the muleta and with the cape or capote, they'll probably give him an ear. And it progresses. If he does exceptionally well, they give him 2 ears. And if he does sensational, they give him 2 ears and a tail. And if he almost commits suicide, they throw in the hoof. They give him the ears, the tail, and the hoof.
Now that's life. You knock yourself out and wind up with a couple of ears, the tail, and the hoof. And 2 guys named Armour and Swift, who had nothing to do with it, get the stakes. Well, you're a charming couple, and it's been an experience talking to you two. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is tree.
You selected sports, and this, you ought to be easy. Good for you. You have a sporting goods store. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, one answer between you on everything. Now, what do you want to start with?
Start at 50.
50. In golf, when a player finishes a hole and 1 under par, what do you call that score?
That's a birdie.
That's right. A birdie is right.
You now have $150.
Now then, what are you going to go for?
60.
60. The fastest recorded time for a certain track event is 3 minutes, 58 seconds. What is the event?
The mile.
The mile run with Bannister.
You now have $210.
Now then, $210, what are you going to go for?
We'll go for the door right now. 70?
70.
All right. 70. What famous racetrack is located in the Miami area?
Santa something. Wait a minute. Peron Vilmar?
No, Hialeah.
You lost half your $210. You now have $105.
Okay, now don't get discouraged.
80.
We'll take the 80.
$80. In what sport is Olympic champion Pat McCormick famous?
Well, that's a girl bullfighter, but this is diving.
Swimming and diving is correct.
And you wind up with $185. Something pretty unusual for you now. Usually, as you remember, we have just 2 people on a team. But these people sort of go together, all 4 of them. So we think it'd be a shame to split them up. So will Herman and Harmon and Leela and Lola Lovelace please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Say the secret word, and divide $100 out. It's a common, something, you, see, every day. George, you're kidding. There's no such people as these. Would somebody mind tell me what's going on here? Speak up, somebody.
We're 2 pairs of twins. Twins married to twins.
Could you identify yourselves and tell me who you're married to? Why don't you, on the end, you start.
I'm Herman.
You're Herman?
I'm married to Leela.
Where's Leela?
I'm Leela, married to Herman.
And I'm Lola, married to Herman.
I'm Harmon, married to Lola.
Yeah, I sure thought you were Leela. Huh? Well, I'm Groucho, and I'm leaving. Simon, where are you from? St. Paul and Minneapolis, the Twin Cities?
No, Carthage, Missouri.
Carthage?
Carthage, Missouri. Harmon and I were raised there.
Oh. Lola? Now, where were you? Which one is Lola?
I'm Lola.
You're Lola.
And Leila
You sure
and
you're
I-
not Herman, huh?
No, I'm really Lola.
How old is your sister, Leila?
She's 59.
And you?
I'm 59.
How old are you, Herman?
I'm 59. I'm Herman over here.
Now, you may be Herman over there, but he's Herman over here.
I'm 59.
How long have you been married, Leila?
We've been married 35 years, and we had a double ceremony.
I bet the judge had a double scotch right after. Lola, you and your sister look exactly alike to me. Is there any birthmark or vaccination to distinguish you?
Yes, I have a vaccination scar, and she doesn't.
She doesn't?
She doesn't.
Is Herman aware of this?
But I don't know whether Herman is, but Harmon's aware of it.
Herman, is that how you tell them apart?
I'm Herman over here.
You may be Herman over there, but he's Herman over here. If you want to be Herman, you'll have to come over here. Everybody on this side is Herman. So what do you do for a living, Harmon?
I'm a veterinarian. I work for the government.
Oh, veterinarian. You never ate meat in your whole life?
I said veterinarian, not vegetarian.
Oh. I don't hear very well. My glasses need fixing. Well, what is your job, Harmon?
I'm Herman. And I'm a veterinarian, too. I work for the government.
We're all doomed, I think. Leila, did you both live in the same town?
Yes, we do, in Modesto, California, in the same house.
Same house?
In the same house.
It's a good thing there's a vaccination there. Well, could you tell us something about the way you live, Leila?
We?
No, I didn't mean you. I meant this one.
Lola, I'm Lola.
Weren't you Hyman a little while ago?
I think I'm still Lola.
I think I'm Leila. I know I'm loony. I don't know about
We live as one family.
Is one family?
Yes, we do. We have just one bank account. We all write checks on it. We have just one family car.
Oh, I think it's admirable that you can all live together in perfect harmony. However, if you ever did have a battle, it'd be confusing, wouldn't it? Nobody know who was slugging who. You know, they always say that variety is the spice of life, in addition to being a theatrical weekly. Now, Hyman, or Harmon, don't you ever get sick of looking at Hyman after all these years of being so close? I'll be honest now.
I'm Herman.
I don't care who you are. Don't you get sick of looking at him?
No, I think the Harmon's a very nice looking fellow.
How about you? Did you get sick of looking at your brother?
Oh, no, never.
Well, what about when you shave? You don't need a mirror. You just stand in front of each other. Well, you're a couple of pretty cute-looking gals.
We thank you.
Pretty cute-looking guys, too.
Thank you.
And now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. Do you all know how to play this game?
Yes.
I don't think it'd be fair to our other couples if all four of you had a crack at the answers. Why don't you elect two of you to represent all of you, and the other two can remain as the ambassadors or plenipotentiaries. One girl and one boy, or?
No. I think
We're going to see if, well, we found out who the brains are in this family.
They just passed off.
Okay, you two are elected. Now, don't let them push you around at home anymore. You notice that they're relying on you. They don't know the answers. Think of the arguments there'll be in the next 20 years. All right, let's see how much money you can make.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple is still leading with $440.
You select for the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. And your partners, so one answer between you. All right, what do you want to start with? 10, 20, 30, all the way up to 100. The bigger the money, the harder the question.
He wants to go $100.
$100? Well, all right. What is the name of the gluttonous seabird used by the Chinese to catch fish? This is for $100. Talk it over. What is the name of the gluttonous seabird used by the Chinese to catch fish?
Pelican.
No, it's not a pelican. It's a cormorant. Cormorant.
I know what they are.
You lost half your 100, you still have $50.
All right, don't get discouraged. Now, what are you going to go for?
Let's take 80.
80. What is the name of the aquatic bird of northern parts of the United States that has a weird laughing cry?
Is that the Goonie bird? Goonie?
Goonie bird?
Goonie.
Goonie bird, they say. This isn't what I got. I have loon.
Loon?
Well, you lost half your 50. You now have $25.
Well, keep plugging away now, kids. All right, what are you going to go for? 70?
Oh,
60?
yes, so. 70 will be all right.
All right, what is another name for the spotted coach dog?
Dalmatian?
Dalmatian is right.
You now have $95.
Well, what are you going to go for?
90.
90? What is the name of the South American animal whose protection is a bony plate of armor? Some of them have migrated as far north as the United States.
The armadillo.
Armadillo is right.
And you wind up with $185.
Thank you, Grandad.
Groucho.
Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Scotland Yard is the famous criminal investigation agency of England. For $1,500, what is the famous criminal investigation agency of France? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
30-day police.
Sorte is right. We're going diving tomorrow, well, you win $1,500. So how much in the quiz, George?
$440 in the quiz.
That gives them a total of how much, George?
$1,940.
Oh, no. George, you're as sharp as a mushroom. Huh? What do you do with all that swag? You're going to split almost $2,000.
Well, with my share, I would like to go to Paris and meet the first men fish, Costello and Dumas, and enjoy with them the Mediterranean. Too, if there's any left, I'd like to dive in the tropical waters.
You mean with $1,000 you're going around looking for fish?
That's right, Groucho.
Men aren't good enough for you, huh? What about you? What are you going to look for?
Oh, Groucho, I've been trying so hard to get into show business, and I've been trying to get an agent, and I just haven't been able to get one, so I've decided I'm going to take some of that money and open up my own record company, put my voice in record, and try to exploit myself.
Well, I hate to see a fellow throw his money away like that.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a study of the future as it may be unless we are extremely careful. It depicts a society in which man has replaced nature by science, morality by drugs, individuality by total conformity. It is a hideous prospect, yet we seem determined to follow this path of self-destruction. But Brave New World need not be our future. The choice, after all, is always in our own hands.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, part 2 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. And we are proud to once again have Mr. Huxley as our narrator. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley. In the garden outside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, it was playtime. Naked in the warm June sunshine, 600 or 700 little boys and girls were running with shrill yells over the lawns, or playing games, or squatting silently in 2s and 3s among the flowering shrubs. And strolling across the smooth turf came the director of hatcheries and conditioning, followed eagerly by a group of new students.
And here we have playtime for our little tots. Notice the games, all carefully constructed to use as many mechanical devices as possible. In olden times, children used to play simple games using only a ball and a bat. Oh, madness. Nothing was added to increase consumption. Then came our Ford. He taught us the principle of mass production in the assembly line many centuries ago and changed all that.
Good morning, Director.
Sir, what an unexpected pleasure. Boys, this is the resident controller for Western Europe. This is his Ford ship, Mustafa Mond.
Boys?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I was just showing the students the children, sir.
Lovely children. Busy as bees at their unrestricted play.
Controller, if you have the time, I wonder if you might tell the students something about the bad old days.
I might. Where are you taking them?
To the Hatchery and Conditioning Center to see the manufacturing of the babies.
Very well, I'll walk along with you. Yes, in the old days, children lived in a place called home. A rabbit hole with suffocating intimacies. Maniacally, the mother... please don't be shocked at that word. The mother brooded over her children. Her children. Our Ford, or our Freud, as for some inscrutable reason he chose to call himself whenever he spoke of psychological matters, our Freud was the first to reveal the appalling dangers of family life. Unpleasant as they may seem, students, these are facts. People used to be viviparous, gave birth to their children. What were the consequences? A world dominated by mothers and fathers was a world full of every kind of perversion, from sadism to chastity. There were also husbands, wives, and lovers.
Now everyone belongs to everyone else. Thank Ford for progress.
Yes, thank Ford. Actually, we still preserve a few outmoded ethics of pre-stable societies in our savage reservations. Did you ever visit a reservation, Director?
Yes, I once went to look at the savages in New Mexico. Well, that must have been 25 years ago. Mother's, father's marriage. Oh, very repulsive.
Yes. Well, here we are. I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Controller, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And now, boys, if you'll follow me inside the hatchery. And here we are, a hive of activity. Alphas superintending, betas doing the skilled work, gammas in green, busy at routine jobs, and deltas in khaki, incapable of doing anything except sweeping the floor. Every member of society perfectly content to belong to his predestined caste. Except for a few criminal exceptions, which reminds me, one of those criminal exceptions is meeting us here at 11. An Alpha Plus, no less. Mr. Bernard Marx.
What has he done, sir?
What has he done? He refuses to participate in mechanical sports. He is lax. Here he comes now.
Good morning, Director.
Mr. Marx. You and Lenina Crown returned from the Savage Reservation last night, I understand.
Yes, sir. We visited some of the places you told me about last week, Director. In fact, we
Silence. Your attention, please. Everyone step this way. If I have interrupted your labors, it is because a painful duty constrains me. This man who stands before you, this Alpha Plus, the highest level of society, has grossly betrayed the trust imposed in him by his heretical views on sports and Soma, by his scandalous refusal to be promiscuous. He has proved himself an enemy of society, a subverter, ladies and gentlemen, of all order and stability, a conspirator against civilization itself. For this reason, I am ordering his immediate transference to a subcenter of the lowest order. In Iceland, he will have small opportunity to lead others astray by his unfordly example. Bernard Marx, can you show any reason why I should not now execute the judgment passed upon you?
Yes, I can.
What did you say?
You told me you visited the Savage Reservation 25 years ago, Director, with a young Beta Minus, I believe. You told me she was lost during a storm and that you returned without her. I thought perhaps you'd like to see her again. Linda?
Thomas! Thomas! Oh, Thomas, it's me. Don't you remember? You're Linda. Oh, I knew I'd recognize you, Thomas. You look just the same. No one ages here. Thomas, look at me. I'm Linda. Remember? Hug me. Hold me.
What is the meaning of this? Who is this hag?
Thomas. Oh, Thomas, it's Linda. Linda, you're Beta Minus. John, look, it's him. It's your father.
Father! What's the meaning of this disgusting joke? Who is this savage and this dreadful woman? Take them away!
It isn't a joke. It's absolutely true. I'm his mother, and you're the father.
Father, it's me, John. I'm your son.
And now who is guilty of antisocial behavior, Director?
No.
A father as director of hatcheries. It was out of the question. The controller asked for his resignation, and all upper caste London was wild to see the savage and his mother. Bernard Marx became a hero, and even Lenina Crown had her share of reflected glory.
Good morning, Lenina.
Oh, good morning, Fanny.
Well, you certainly seem pleased with yourself.
Yes, I am pleased. Bernard called up half an hour ago. He has to go to a party at the controller's, and he asked me if I'd take the savage to the Feelies this evening.
Oh, lucky girl. What's he like, Lenina? I've heard he's terribly good-looking.
Oh, he is, but so very odd.
In what way?
Well, the day Bernard and I left the reservation, the savage came into my room. I'd taken a soma, so I didn't notice him until suddenly I awakened, and there he was bending over me.
What happened?
Well, naturally, I assumed something was going to happen, but instead of that, he just ran out of the room.
Well, how odd. What a terribly ungentlemanly thing to do. Doesn't he like you?
Oh, I'm sure he does, so I can't make it out. And, please don't tell this to anyone, Fanny. It upsets me because I like him. I mean, I really like him.
Lenina.
I know it's immoral, but I just can't help myself. I do like him.
The days passed. Success went fizzily to Bernard's head. His diffidence turned to bumptiousness. His nonconformity was forgotten, and he became completely orthodox. The resident world controller appointed him official escort for the savage and asked him to make regular reports on the young man's reactions to civilization. This Bernard did assiduously.
Today I sent the Savage to the Feelies with Lenina Crown. The feature was 3 weeks in a helicopter. Instead of holding the knobs on the chair arms, thus enabling him to experience the sensations of the lovers on the screen, the Savage refused to participate. Lenina tells me he called the film vulgar and indecent. The Savage refuses to take Soma and seems most distressed because the woman, Linda, his Mother, remains permanently on summer holiday. In spite of her senility and the extreme repulsiveness of her appearance, the Savage frequently goes to see her and appears much attached to her. What do you mean you refuse to come down to dinner?
Bernard, I'm sick. I've eaten civilization and I'm sick.
Do you realize that I've invited the most important people in London tonight? The Ford Chief Justice is here. The arch community songster of Canterbury has flown in just to meet you.
You've changed, Bernard. You used to feel the way I do about things. I talked to Helmholtz Watson. He says you've changed, too.
I haven't. Listen, if you don't come downstairs for my dinner party, I'll be the laughingstock of London.
I'll come. Just let me read this to you first. One day, many years ago, I found this book in my mother's room. One of the Indians had found it in a cave. It must be hundreds of years old.
It's called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Oh, I've heard of him. We don't allow it. Smut.
But he says all the things I feel about Lenina. Listen to this. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? Oh, sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week.
Marriage? Oh, Ford, no.
Bernard.
Oh, marriage, that's too good, really.
Bernard, stop it.
And mother. Oh, sweet my mother. Oh, he's positively vulgar.
You stop
Wait
it.
till I tell Helmholtz about this.
Stop it or I'll hit you.
Oh, come, now, where's your sense of humor?
Bernard.
Can't you see how funny it is?
Get out. I said leave me alone.
I'm leaving, John. I'm leaving.
How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
The next morning, a pneumatic young girl, crisply clad in a beta-minus viscose linen suit, stood outside the door of the Savage's apartment and somewhat nervously rang the buzzer.
What? Lenina?
You don't seem very glad to see me, John.
Not glad. Oh, if you only knew.
May I come in, then?
May I kiss your hand, Lenina?
My hand?
Admired, Lenina. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest in the world. I wanted to do something first to show I was worthy of you.
What are you talking about?
Lenina, tell me something. I'll do anything you tell me, anything at all. I'd sweep the floor if you wanted.
But we've got vacuum cleaners here. It isn't necessary.
No, of course it isn't necessary. But some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone. I'd like to undergo something noble, just to show you how much I love you, Lenina.
Do you mean it, John?
Yes, but I hadn't meant to say it, not until I... Listen, Lenina, on the reservation, people get married.
Get what?
For always. They make a promise to live together for always.
What a disgusting idea. Answer me this question, John. Do you really like me or don't you?
I love you more than anything in the world.
Well, then, why on earth didn't you say so? Come here to me, John. Hug me.
Oh, but Lenina...
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Lenina, what are you doing? No, get away from me. Don't come near me.
Hug me, honey.
You strumpet.
A gran is better than a dad.
Get out.
But don't you want
Get
me?
out of my sight!
John!
Before I kill you.
Well, he's mad. He's gone mad.
O thou weed, who art so lovely fair and smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee. Impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Savage. Who's ill? Linda. My mother dying. Yes, I'll come at once.
Welcome to the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying. You've come to see someone in the galloping senility ward?
Yes. My mother.
Oh, how vulgar.
You know who I mean. Linda.
Oh, yes. Room 43, bed 16. She'll be dying any minute now. This way, please.
Is there any hope?
Well, of course not. Or else she wouldn't have been sent here. Through these doors.
What are these children doing here?
Death conditioning, of course. It starts at 18 months. Every tot spends 2 mornings a week in a hospital for the dying. All the best toys are kept here, and they get chocolate ice cream on death days. They learn to take dying as a matter of course. This way. Oh, here we are. Well, I must go. I've got my batch of children coming. Time for their chocolate ice cream.
Linda? Linda, it's John. Your eyes are open, but you don't know me, do you? It's John, your son. Linda? Linda, don't you know me?
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Linda. Linda?
Oh.
Mother.
The menial staff of the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying consisted of 162 deltas, 84 red-headed female twins, and 78 identical mongoloid male twins. At 6, when their working day was over, the 2 groups assembled in the vestibule of the hospital and were served their daily soma ration. It was into this crowd that the savage walked, so overcome with his grief and his remorse that he did not realize he was shouldering his way into the gathering throng.
All right, here it is, soma distribution. In good order, please. Oh, hurry up there. Stand in line for your soma.
Linda died because of this.
Oh, now don't grab. There's enough for everybody. 1 gram for an evening's delight, 2 for a trip to the gorgeous East, and 4 for a weekend in paradise.
How beauteous mankind is. How brave new world that has such people in it. Stop! Stop!
Ford is a savage.
Listen, I beg you, lend me your ears. Don't take that horrible stuff. It's poison.
Mr. Savage, please. The people are waiting.
You're slaves, all of you. Don't you want to be men? Don't you want freedom?
Freedom? Ford Almighty, call the police.
From somewhere behind the milling, angry crowd, Bernard Marx saw the savage. He and his friend Helmholtz Watson had been searching for John. Now they hurried forward.
Helmholtz, he's mad. They'll lynch him. Oh, Ford, help us.
Ford, help those who help themselves, Bernard. Come on.
Where are you going? Come back.
It's a fight, a real fight. I've been waiting all my life for this. Man at last.
I'll make you free whether you want to be or not. Give me those soma boxes.
Sir, Mr. Savage, no. Stop it.
Helmholtz, join me.
Yes.
Throw the poison pills away.
By all means, throw them away.
Stop it.
Freedom! Be men and be free!
Over here, officers, this way. Give them the
Throw them away.
spray.
Freedom!
Stand up as men. Win your freedom.
Summer spray.
Win.
John.
Your
John.
freedom.
Take him to the resident controller's office. All right. All right, it's all over. We're all happy now. We're so happy we all love each other, don't we? Oh, yes, we all love each other. Line up for your soma.
So you don't much like civilization, Mr. Savage?
No, I don't.
John, you're talking to the resident controller.
We don't need your comments, Mr. Marx.
I think civilization is horrible.
And yet people are happy. They get what they want, and they never want what they can't get. They're well off, they're safe, they're never ill, they're not afraid of death, they're blissfully ignorant of passion and old age, they're plagued with no mother or father, they've got no wives or children to feel strongly about. They're so conditioned that they practically can't help behaving as they ought to behave. And you ask them to chuck this all away for liberty? My good boy.
All the same, it seems quite horrible to me.
Of course it does. Actual happiness always looks pretty squalid in comparison with the overcompensations for misery. And being contented has none of the glamour of a good fight against misfortune. Happiness is never grand.
They call this happiness. Working at an embryo assembly line, manufacturing babies.
Science, my boy. Besides, they like it. Well, Mr. Marx, the time has come. You are being sent to an island.
To an island? Oh, please, sir. Don't send me to Iceland. I promise I'll do what I should. I'll conform to the rules.
One would think he was going to have his throat cut, whereas if he had the smallest sense, he'd understand his punishment is really a reward. He'll be sent to an island where he'll meet the most interesting set of men and women in the world. All the people who weren't satisfied with orthodoxy. Everyone, in a word, who's anyone.
Then why didn't you go to an island yourself?
Because, finally, I preferred this. Sometimes I regret it. Happiness is a hard master, particularly other people's happiness. Well, gentlemen, there are many islands available. Which climate do you choose, Mr. Watson?
Well, I should like a thoroughly bad climate. I think I'd write better if I had to contend with difficulties.
How about the Falkland Islands?
That would be fine.
Good. You may leave now. You too, Mr. Marx.
Goodbye, Helmholtz. Goodbye, Bernard.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, John.
One more question.
Of course.
Where is God in this scheme of yours?
It's a subject that has always had a great interest for me. You've never read this, of course, the Holy Bible, New and Old Testaments. I've got quite a few revolting old books like that here.
But if you know about God, why don't you tell the people?
Well, this book is old. It's about God hundreds of years ago, not God now.
But God doesn't change.
Men do, though. No, my friend, call it the fault of civilization. God isn't compatible with machinery and scientific medicine and universal happiness.
But when you're alone, it's natural to believe in God. When you're quite alone in the night, thinking about death.
But people are never alone now. We make them hate solitude, and we arrange their lives so that it's almost impossible for them ever to have it. No solitude, no God.
Is that why there's no self-denial here? No God, no reason for it?
Of course. Industry and prosperity are only possible when there is no self-denial. If there were, the wheels would stop turning.
But God's the reason for everything noble and fine and heroic.
My dear young friend, civilization has absolutely no need for nobility or heroism. You're conditioned so that you can't help doing what you ought to do. And what you ought to do is, on the whole, so pleasant. So many of the natural impulses are allowed free play that there really aren't any temptations to resist. Anybody can be virtuous now. No temptations, no inconveniences.
But I like the inconveniences.
We don't. We prefer to do things comfortably.
But I don't want comfort. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin.
In fact, you're claiming the right to be unhappy.
All right. I'm claiming the right to be unhappy.
Not to mention the right to grow old and ugly and impotent. The right to have cancer. The right to have too little to eat. The right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow. The right to be tortured by unspeakable pains of every kind.
I claim them all.
You're welcome.
Bernard and Helmholtz left for their islands, but the savage was not allowed to go with them. The controller wished to continue the experiment. 3 weeks later, the savage ran away. After some days of wandering, he took refuge in an abandoned lighthouse. But his desire for solitude was not to be fulfilled. His hiding place was discovered. There were articles in the papers. Sightseers came by the thousands. One Sunday, Lenina Crown came for a picnic with 3 of her latest boyfriends. The day after her visit, 2 young reporters came to call, hoping for an exclusive interview. The door of the lighthouse was ajar. They pushed it open and walked into a shuttered twilight. Through an archway on the further side of the room, they could see the bottom of the staircase that led up to the higher floors. Just under the crown of the arch dangled a pair of feet. They called. No one answered. They saw him. At last the savage had found solitude. He was alone, quite alone.
Thus concludes Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. We wish to thank Mr. Huxley for appearing on these broadcasts as our narrator. And we would also like to thank you, our listeners, for your enthusiastic response to this new series. This is William Conrad inviting you to join us again next week when we present George Stewart's dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm. The following week, listen as Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviews William Shakespeare. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Parley Bear, Doris Singleton, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, present the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Leet Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, tonight's guest, Miss Marlena Dietrich, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, Costello.
Oh, Abbott.
Will you stop that noise? What are you doing here in the studio dressed in your bathing suit?
Well, I spent all day trying to get my car out of the swimming pool.
What was it doing there?
Don't you read the papers, Abbott? The government says you have to pool your car.
No, you dummy. They mean share the ride. You have to pick up people.
Oh, I did that yesterday. I picked up Helen, Mary, Rosie, and Josie.
But your car holds more than that.
Yeah, but now they only allow you 4 gallons a week. They only allow you now because you can't get it.
Well, never mind that, Costello. Where have you been all week? What have you been doing?
Oh, boy, have I been having fun with Connie Haynes.
No kidding.
Last Saturday, I took her to a football game. What a game! What excitement!
Any passes?
No, her mother was with us. And another thing, Abbott, there was a man sitting next to us with a 6-month-old baby. All afternoon, the kid was crying. He was so hungry.
Well, didn't the father bring a bottle?
Yeah, but the kid wanted milk. Finally, to shut the kid up, I give him a penny.
Well, did that keep him quiet?
Yeah, but he kept waving the penny in front of my binoculars. It ruined the game.
How did it ruin the game?
All afternoon, Lincoln was playing in the backfield.
No. Well, forget the football game.
Much better this afternoon, huh?
Yes, a lot better. We've got other things to worry about. You know, our announcer, Ken Niles, is complaining because he didn't have enough to do last week. Isn't that right, Ken?
Yes, it is. After all, I could give the program a lift. I'm a shot in the arm.
You said it. You're a dope.
Now, don't be silly, Costello. Niles is very popular.
Why, sure. Right after the broadcast last week, a lot of women chased me up Hollywood Boulevard, and one of them caught me and threw her arms around my neck.
I saw that.
You did?
Yeah. Why did you snatch her pocketbook?
Now, cut it out, Costello. Now, I talked to Ken's wife, and she says he should have more lines. She says he's got talent. She says he's terrific. She says he's colossal.
She says this. She says that. I don't care what his wife says.
Well, I do. My wife is a wonderful person. She's as necessary to me as an umbrella in a rainstorm.
I'll take the umbrella. It's easier to shut up.
No. Now, why don't you be reasonable, Costello? Mrs. Niles is a very sweet girl.
Yes, she is. You know, she's a great deal like Sonia Henny.
You mean you have to keep her on ice?
Now, please.
Are you folks hearing us?
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. Now, that isn't fair, Costello. Now, let's get together here. Give Ken a chance to show what he can do.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Thanks, Bud. I'd like to read a little tidbit that I just happened to bring along.
Oh, this is going to murder you.
One night as I sat rocking on my chamber floor, came a knocking, gentle knocking on my chamber door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. There, how'd you like that?
Don't look now, but the raven just laid an egg.
Hello, everybody, and hello, my fat little sugar man.
Oh, this voice of this kid is temporaneous.
Shh, quiet.
Hello, Connie.
Mr. Costello, honey, I'd like you and Mr. Abbott to meet someone. This is my Aunt Ruby.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Aunt Ruby. How do you like California?
Connie doesn't have enough to do.
Wait a minute. After all,
I listened to the program last week, and there should be more music. Connie ought to sing 4 or 5 songs. There's nothing but talk on the program. And who wants to hear a lot of talk? Talk.
Hold your hat. Here comes another raid.
After all, Mr. Costello, I taught Connie to sing. Why, even I sang in New York, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Chicago.
What about St. Louis?
They beat the Yanks. Ha ha. I really struck you out that time.
You struck me out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just the old bat that can do it.
Now, wait a minute. Now, just a second, Costello. You can't talk like that to Connie's Aunt Ruby. Maybe she's right. Maybe this program needs more singing.
Exactly. Everyone loves singing. Something like this. All through the night, there's a little brown bird singing. Oh, well, of course. You know I just had my tonsils taken out.
Have them put back in.
Costello, what right have you got to criticize? What do you know about singing?
Now, look, Abbott, if I hadn't come from such a large family, I'd have been a great singer.
What did the large family have to do with it?
I could never get in the bathroom.
Oh, no. Come on, Costello, make up your mind. Are you going to give Niles and Connie more to do or not?
Why should I? If I give them more to do, the first thing you know, even the sound man will want more to do.
And why shouldn't I?
What did I have on last week's program? Nothing. Not even a door slam. I understand doors. I know doors inside and out. I talk to doors, and they talk to me.
What do you hear from the knob?
Ah, well may you laugh. Little do you know how important every little sound is to me. Even the sound of a moth chewing on an overcoat. Like this.
What's that funny sound?
That's the moth spitting out the buttons.
Don't you think sounds are fascinating? Here is a sample of my day. When work is through, I walk home at night in the rain. I open the door. I go in and shut the door. Then I walk upstairs in the rain.
It's raining in the house?
Yes, we're waiting for a government ceiling.
He must have a better rider than us, huh?
Yeah, I imagine so.
I jump into bed and sleep. It's morning.
What a night!
I've got to catch the train. I kiss my wife before I go to the office. My wife kisses me. I kiss her, and she kisses me.
Wait a minute. What about the office? With a wife like that, why should he go to the office?
Lou Costello.
Yes, sir. For me?
Yeah. How's your spelling this week?
I can spell anything.
Okay. Spell crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah, crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah.
No. Crumpets. Crumpets.
Oh, wait a minute. You left out the T.
Today, I gotta have crumpets without tea.
Well, why?
I lost my sugar ration card.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, Lou.
Ration card.
Yeah. But anyway.
Ration
or ration. Look, around here, you can't forget any T's.
Why not?
Well, because with us, it's important. In fact, with any cigarette smoker, T ought to be one of the most important letters in the alphabet.
Is that right?
Why, sure. T stands for taste and throat. That's anybody's own personal proving ground for cigarettes. The T-zone. Now, of course, most people have tried Camels. But have you tried them lately, since you've been smoking more? Give Camels the T-zone test now. Ask your taste about Camel's flavor. You'll find it wears well, doesn't go flat. Ask your throat about Camel's mildness. It's the best judge you can find. Thousands of smokers who are making their own T-zone test advise Camels suit them to a T. Just remember that you're the one who's doing your smoking. For steady pleasure, try Camels. You'll find they're slow-burning, cooler smoking, richer tasting, milder, better. Because Camels are expertly and matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos. So take a tip from your T-zone. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow.
On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham. When he grew up, this tiny babe, folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham. In 1860, he became 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gent. That is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham, Abraham, Abraham.
Stevens Orchestra with a Camel Quintet. doing
Abbott.
Abraham from the Holiday Inn. And now,
Abbott.
ladies and gentlemen, oh, quiet.
Abbott.
What's the matter?
Hey, look. Look what I got. Look at all the money.
Wait a minute, Costello. Where did you get that roll of bills?
I went outside for a minute. Just when I reached the corner, a guy ran out of the bank with a bag full of money, and he gave me some.
He gave it to you?
Mm-hmm.
What did he look like?
I couldn't tell. He had such a bad cold, he had a handkerchief tied across his nose.
Well, you dumb cluck, that was a mask. The man was a bank robber.
Oh, I don't think so, Abbott. He was the president. He offered to sell me the bank for a squawk.
Sell you the bank for a squawk?
Yeah, he said, one squawk out of you and I'll give you the business.
Of all the dumbbells, why didn't you go into the bank and investigate?
I did go in. And what a way to run a business. I walked in and a couple of clerks were playing hide and seek.
That's ridiculous.
Honest. One guy was hiding in the closet. The other guy was under the counter. There was nobody around to play with him. Then there was another guy.
What other guy?
He was trying to do tricks.
Trying to do tricks?
Yeah, he was laying on the floor trying to escape from a lot of ropes.
And you thought he was playing a game?
Fine time to play games. Huh?
Yeah.
Especially when he had a toothache.
He didn't have a toothache.
No, then why did he have a plaster across his mouth?
The man had a gag in his mouth.
If he did, he never got a chance to tell it.
Listen, you should have taken the plaster off his mouth.
I did. And right away, the guy started worrying about his rationing card.
Worrying about his rationing card?
Yeah, he started yelling, they took the sugar. They took the sugar.
Oh, no, Costello. The man was yelling because he was stuck up.
Stuck up?
Sure.
A fine time to get a swelled head.
No.
Somebody might have robbed the place.
He did rob the place. Look, was there anybody with him?
Just a woman.
A woman? Why didn't you mention her before?
She didn't appeal to me.
Oh. Did you pinch her?
No.
Then you should have held her.
If I'd have held her, I'd have pinched her.
You idiot.
A little bit.
Do you realize that by keeping the money and letting the crooks get away, you've made yourself an accomplice? Ken Niles, turn on the radio. Maybe we'll get a police report. Hurry up.
Okay, Bud.
Okay.
Hey, you hear that, Abbott?
What's that?
There's a message.
Well, what does it say?
Attention all citizens. The Fifth National Bank has just been held up by Black Pete and his gang of desperate bandits. When last seen, the gang was headed for their hideout at Deadpan Gulch. Also at large is their accomplice, described as 5 feet tall, 5 feet wide, that is all.
That's me, Mr. 5x5.
Costello, you know the police are after you. Now, you've got to capture that gang to clear yourself. Now, you can't do it alone, so call a posse. That's the thing.
Okay. Here, pushy.
No.
Here, pushy.
No, Lou, please. Deadpan Gulch is in the heart of the cattle country. It's the home of the Western bandits and cattle rustlers.
Then I'm just a guy, Abbott. I became a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers.
Oh, how could you become a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers?
I sat on a branding iron.
But did that cause you to catch the rustlers?
Catch them? I passed them.
But this is going to be a long trip. Now, you'll have to get an outfit. What are you going to wear?
I'll wear a 10-gallon hat, a tan shirt, a leather belt, and a bloodhound.
What pants?
The bloodhound.
No, all right. Never mind the outfit. And another thing you'll need is a horse. Have you got a horse?
Have I got a horse?
Yes.
I got a horse, and he's my pal.
Well, that's swell.
I eat with my horse.
That's wonderful.
I drink with my horse. I even sleep with my horse.
You sleep with your horse?
I got it. It's his blanket.
Now tell me, can you ride a horse?
Sure I can ride a horse. One time, Abbott, I rode 2 horses at once, standing up. I had my right foot on one horse, my left foot on the other horse. All of a sudden, we came to a fork in the road. Each horse went in a different direction.
That was a laugh.
Yeah, I thought I'd split.
Well, never mind. The first thing you have to do is find the bandit's trail. When you do, you leap into the saddle and away you go. Your face is stern, your grip is sure, your clutch is firm.
How's my transmission?
All right, listen, please keep quiet. Then you ride. You ride out across the prairie. You ride for hours and hours on end.
That sounds logical.
Don't interrupt, please. You ride and you ride until your trousers are worn thin. Finally, there you are.
I knew I'd come through.
Yeah. Well, Costello, what are you going to do? Are you going out after the bandits? Are you going to clear your name?
I'm going to clear my name, Abbott.
Attaboy.
I'll do it.
I knew it was in you.
I'm going to get it out of me right now.
Come on.
I'll get them bandits. But just tell me one thing. If I get killed, what's going to happen to that little fellow that depends on me? The poor little fellow won't get anything to eat anymore. That poor little fellow won't even have a roof over his head. If anything happens, Abbott, it'll kill him. The poor little fellow.
Costello, who is the poor little fellow?
Me?
And here's Johnny Haynes with the Campbell Quintet to sing a new tune of the Old West, Cow Cow Boogie.
Out on the plains down near Santa Fe, I met a cowboy riding the range one day, and as he jogged along, I heard him singing a most peculiar cowboy song. It was a ditty he learned in the city. Come-a-ta-ya-ya-ay, come-a-ta-yip-tilly-ay, get along. Get hip, little doggies, get along. Better be on your way, get along. Get hip, little doggies, and he trucks them on down the old fairway, singing his cow-cow boogie in the strangest way. Come-a-ta-ya-ya-ay, come-a-ta-yip-tilly-ay, singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked-out Western accent with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call a swing half-breed, singing his cow-cow boogie in the strangest way. Come-a-ta-ya-ya-ay, come-a-ta-yip-tilly-ay,
Singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked-out Western accent
with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call swing half-breed, singing his cow-cow boogie in the strangest way. Come-a-ta-ya-ya-ay, come-a-ta-ya-ya-ay, come-a-ta-yip-tilly-ay, come-a-ta-yip-tilly-ay. It's the cow-cow boogie, the cowboy's boogie song.
And now back to the adventures of our heroes, Abbott and Costello, as we find them hot on the trail of the bank bandit Black Pete. Leading a posse of men, they track the villain to the lawless town of Deadpan Gulch. Here they are, riding up the main street of the town.
Like a spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, 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 jingle.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
One of my spurs got stuck.
Costello, what do you think you're doing? Why are you riding underneath your horse?
Well, my horse isn't feeling well, Abbott, and the doctor told me to watch his stomach.
Well, here we are, men. We'll probably find Black Pete in the Red Dog Cafe across the street. Stop your horses.
Okay.
Whoa!
Whoa, Nellie! Whoa, whoa, boy. Whoa. Attaboy. Take it easy, Nellie. Sit down now. Whoa, Nellie. All right, men. Everybody into the bar for a drink. Now. Just a man. You horses stay outside.
All right, let's go in. And listen, Costello. When we go through this door, have your gun ready. If anybody moves, shoot.
If anybody shoots, I'll move.
Okay, the preacher. Oh, speaking of my glory and my fame.
Hey, Abbott, listen to that. What a pair of pipes. Wish I was a plumber.
And tell them my son.
Costello, don't you recognize her?
Tell them my cry.
She's the toast of Deadpan Gulch.
Really? Of the same.
Oh, Marlena Dietrich.
Lou, look at that lovely face. That face has made a fortune.
Yeah, it runs into a nice figure.
Hello, boys.
Hello, boys. How big are men where you come from?
Welcome to the Red Dog Cafe. Did you like my song? What do you think of my range?
Your range is lovely. In fact, I like your whole kitchen.
Oh, you flatter me. You're probably tired after your long trip. How about a drink?
Okay. I'll have a Crosby cocktail.
What's that?
One drink and then bing.
With your personality, I would suggest straight corn.
What a fresh kid.
Just a minute, Marlena. You see, neither one of us is a drinking man. Do you have anything a little milder?
Try a drink of this very mild wine.
Now, that sounds better. I'll try it.
Costello, just a minute. What's the matter?
I don't understand. That wine is made here by the Hoppy Indians.
Hoppy Indians? One of the Indians is still hopping in it.
Costello, that's silly. Come on. Let's go over and watch the boys play roulette.
Yes. Or perhaps you both would rather play a game with me. Poker, faro, blackjack.
I'd rather play post office.
But that's a kid's game.
Not the way I play it.
You know, little fat man, I could go for someone like you.
You could?
Yes. Do you know someone?
Sure. What a fresh kid, Abbott!
Now, look. Keep quiet, Costello. Don't talk like that to Marlena. She may know where Black Pete is. Try to win her confidence. Turn on the charm, you know.
I'll turn on the charm. Okay, watch me. Marlena, my love, I adore you.
You do?
Yeah. Marlena, will you let me be your slave? Will you let me do something for you that I have never done for any other woman?
What's that?
Will you let me press your slacks?
Costello, will you stop that? You just don't know how to handle these Western girls.
Oh, yes, I do, Abbott. Marlena, one time I was in love with a bow-legged cowgirl. She was too bow-legged to round up the cattle.
What do you mean?
Well, she had a terrible time getting her calves together.
What are you talking about, Costello? You've never even been in love with a girl.
Yes, I was. I can see her now. She always wore cotton stockings.
Cotton stockings? What happened to her?
Nothing. But of all the girls I got tattooed on my chest...
On your chest?
Marlena, I love you the best.
The best?
Better than the rest.
The rest?
In the West.
The West?
On my chest.
On your chest?
There's an echo in the joint.
Well, there's no question about it, Costello. Marlena Dietrich just can't be bothered with a man like you.
Marlena, is that true?
Oh, Lou, if you only had the eyes of Clark Gable.
Yes.
The nose of Tyrone Power.
Yes, yes.
The chin of Gary Cooper.
Yes.
The face.
The face of who?
That's all, if you only had a face.
You know, the kids get nervous.
Look here, Costello. We're wasting time. Did you forget why we came to Deadpan Gulch? We've got to find Black Pete's hideout.
Black Pete, he's the most dangerous character in these parts.
Oh, he don't bother me.
But he's very tough. He eats little men like you every morning when he gets up.
That's me, the breakfast of champions.
But, Lou, why don't you give up this mad search? It can only lead to your death.
I think you got something there, kid. Hey, Abbott, I am scared. Ain't you scared?
No, I'm not scared.
Then why are you biting my nails? But no matter what happens, I'm going after Black Pete, Marlena. And if I die, I want you to take this shirt of mine as a keepsake.
But suppose you don't die.
Then wash it and have it back by Monday. And no starch in the collar, either.
Listen, Costello, cut out the foolishness. Now we line up everybody in the room until we find our man.
That's right, Abbott. Everybody line up and empty out your pockets.
Why are you making them empty their pockets?
I lost my yo-yo.
Now, wait a minute, boys. It's not necessary to look any further. I am Black Pete.
You are? What a fresh kid.
What a stale plot.
I think you got something there. Marlena, I still don't believe all this is true.
It is true. I took the money from the bank, but I did not steal it. It was my own money. It was my pin money.
$100,000 pin money?
I have very expensive pins. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. I have all the money right here in my stocking. Look.
Abbott, what a cute bank. What a place to make a deposit. Oh, Marlena, if I give you all my money from the bank, will you put it in your other stocking?
Certainly.
Costello, don't be an idiot. Your money is safer in the bank. Why do you want to put it in her stocking?
Because that's where it's going to draw the most interest.
Before we hear from Abbott and Costello again, do you want to find out how hitting ground feels to a paratrooper? Well, just hop off the top of a truck going 15 miles an hour. But don't try that until you're as husky as an All-American halfback and as nimble as a circus tumbler. Even then, you'd have to learn plenty to qualify for the shoot troops, fighters as tough as any in the world. And whether your job is to dangle in midair from silk cords or whether you're making the chutes, you want to get the most out of your off-duty moments. Take Helen Lynch, for instance. She works at the Pioneer Parachute Company, making some of the chutes used by our paratroopers. Like so many of us, Miss Lynch is smoking more these days, and she sticks to Camels. She said, quote,
"Package after package, Camels never tire my taste or wear out their welcome. They have such a rich, full flavor, and they're so easy on my throat."
Unquote. Camel is first in the service. Actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens show that with men in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, Camel is the favorite. Why is that? Well, just ask your own throat and taste. Camels have a full, rich flavor, the kind that wears well, doesn't go flat. Camels are milder, too, and cooler smoking because they're slow burning. The big reason behind this Camel goodness is costlier tobaccos, blended in the years-old Camel tradition of quality tobacco blending. If you're smoking more these days, try Camels. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. Send the carton to that fellow in the service. And now a word about next week's program. You'll hear more music from Leith Stevens and the orchestra, more songs by Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, and a gripping, dramatic story of life in the squared circle with our guest star, John Garfield. Now, here is a short preview of next week's program. Thousands of people are assembled in Madison Square Garden. All eyes are focused on the two fighters in the center of the ring, Killer Garfield and Cupid Costello. There is a terrific exchange of blows. The crowd is on its feet. Costello is on his face.
Costello, get up. Get up. Get up off your knees and quit playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth!
Be sure to tune in next Thursday night at the same time for another big comedy show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, with John Garfield as our guest, brought to you with the compliments of Camel Cigarettes. Camel presents 3 great radio shows each week. Abbott and Costello on Thursday nights. On Friday night, it's the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Herb Schreiner, Xavier Cugat, and Our Town. And Monday nights, Blondie. Marlena Dietrich, who appeared with us tonight, has just completed a new Universal picture, Pittsburgh, with John Wayne and Randolph Scott. And here's the latest news about the Camel Caravans, those swell traveling shows that entertain our boys in the Army camps. 15 Army and Navy training stations will be visited this week, including Camp Gordon, Georgia, Camp Pendleton, California, and Camp Croft, South Carolina. This is Ken Niles speaking for the makers of Camel Cigarettes, and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Ever see a pipe wearing a muzzle? No, sir, and you never will, because that won't keep it from biting. Thing to do is get Prince Albert, the brand that's no-bite treated for real smoking comfort. Another thing, PA's crimp cut, and that means it packs firm and easy and gives you cool, one-match burning. You'll find around 50 mild, rich-tasting pipefuls in every handy pocket package of Prince Albert. Try PA for Pipe Appeal. You'll agree it's the national joy smoke. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Mother,
Is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. An ancient Greek philosopher named Anonymous once gave out with the following, which we quote: "There's nothing gives you a lift like a gift. There's nothing cures a rift like a gift. And Duchess or peasant, you can make her more pleasant with a present." Cute, huh? On the other hand, the ancient Trojans had a warning which said, "Beware the Greeks bearing gifts." Makes it sort of confusing, doesn't it? And if that isn't confusing enough, a half hour spent with Jim Anderson and his family will get you as mixed up as a wrestler's torso, only more so, like this.
Margaret! Honey, I'm home.
Mom's out, Dad.
Oh, hello, Bud. Where'd she go?
I don't know. I think she went to a PTA meeting or something.
That's nice. Where are the girls?
Oh, they're around someplace. Say, Dad.
We're upstairs, Father. Hi, Daddy.
Hello, kitten.
Father, Mother says not to worry about dinner.
Thank you, Betty.
She's going to open it as soon as she gets home.
Oh, fine.
Say, Dad, you know what I did today? I cleaned out the garage.
No.
I sure did. And you know what else I did? I burned all the waste paper, and I carried out the cans, and
All right, Bud. Where is it?
What?
Where's the sale?
What sale?
On gasoline scooters.
I didn't say there was a sale.
I know, but where is it?
At the bicycle shop.
Well, what else is new?
Mr. Tudweiler says he'll give you a wonderful deal.
I'll bet he will.
And he's got one that's hardly even been used. Practically.
Almost.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what we'll do, Bud. Let's forget about it right now. And then after dinner...
Yes?
After dinner, we'll forget about it some more. Is this all the mail?
Holy cow, Dad. I'm 15 years old.
I guess this is all the mail.
And how would you feel if you were 15 years old?
Wait a minute, Bud. What's this?
What?
This box. Where did it come from?
I don't know. It was... Oh, Kathy said it was on the porch. It's for you.
Thank you very much. Maybe if you pay a little more attention to... Oh, no.
What's the matter, Dad?
Get back. It's liable to explode.
It's what?
Get back.
What is it?
I don't know. I think it's a necktie.
A necktie?
Yep. It's a necktie, all right.
How can a necktie explode?
Well, I hate to do this to you, but look at it.
Hey, that's beautiful.
Of all the... It's what?
Is that ever keen? A hand-painted tiger.
In a purple jungle.
Boy, what I'd give for a tie like that.
Bud, are you serious?
Oh, sure. Gosh, I never saw anything like that in my whole life.
I don't think that anyone ever did.
You mean you don't like it?
That's one way of putting it.
Then what'd you buy it for?
Buy it? I wouldn't buy a thing like this if... Wasn't there a card or something with it?
I don't know. Kathy brought it in.
Kathy!
You want me, Daddy?
Yes, will you please come down here for a minute?
Okay.
There must have been a card or a note or something.
Do you like my hair this way, Daddy? Betty fixed it.
It looks fine. Kitten, wasn't there a note with this box?
I don't think so.
You mean it came just like this?
Oh, no. It had wrapping paper on it.
I see. Well, where is it?
Where's what?
The wrapping paper. I'd like to know where it came from.
Oh!
Well?
I don't know.
You don't know what?
Where it is.
Boy, what a knothead.
Never mind, Bud. You keep out of this.
Yes, sir.
Kathy, in the first place, you had no right to open a package that wasn't meant for you.
But I needed the paper to design doll dresses.
Well, we won't worry about it now. What happened to the paper?
I made doll dresses out of it.
Well, go get them.
Betty threw them away.
Good grief.
I didn't do it, Daddy. Betty said I was getting the room all messed up.
I don't know. Betty,
Yes, Father?
where did you throw Kathy's doll dresses?
What?
Where did you throw... Will you please come down here?
Okay.
If I've told you once, I've told you 100 times. Don't open things that don't belong to you.
But I didn't open it. I just took the paper off it.
That's the same thing, isn't it, Bud?
You told me to keep out of it.
Bud.
Hi, Father. What's all the shooting for?
Betty, where did you throw the wrapping paper?
What wrapping paper?
The paper I was making doll dresses out of.
Why does Father want doll dresses?
I don't want doll dresses. I want the paper.
It was wrapped around the tie.
What tie?
This tie. Betty, stop being ridiculous.
Well, how would you like it if somebody waved a tiger in front of your nose?
Where is the paper?
I put it in the wastebasket in the kitchen.
Well, now we're getting someplace. Bud.
I burned it.
You what?
I burned the paper. Remember, I told you I did all that stuff?
Why do these things happen to me?
I'll get it.
The first time in 10 years he's done anything without being threatened, and he had to pick today.
We didn't know it was important, Father.
Of course not. Nothing that belongs to me is ever important.
Well, that sounds natural.
Mommy!
I'll take the packages, Mom.
Thank you, dear.
Margaret, do you know what these children have done?
Not yet, dear, but I'm sure it was perfectly horrible. Take the packages into the kitchen, Bud, like a good boy.
Okay, Mom.
Now, what's the latest tragedy?
I didn't do it on purpose, Mommy.
She never does anything on purpose. She took the paper off this box, and now I don't know where it came from.
Where what came from?
This.
Oh, dear.
Isn't it awful, Mother?
Well, it's certainly different. Who sent it?
Margaret, that's what I've been trying to tell you. I don't know. Kathy threw the wrappings away.
I didn't, Daddy. Betty did.
I didn't burn them.
That's right. Blame the whole thing on me.
Well, it isn't very important, is it, dear?
Of course it is. Somebody sent me a present, and now I can't even thank them.
For that?
Betty, it's the spirit behind the gift that counts. And if somebody thinks enough of me to send me a present, isn't that a miserable-looking thing?
Jim, don't you have any idea who could have sent it?
Not the slightest.
Maybe it was Mr. Swanson.
Who's Mr. Swanson?
He's the janitor at our school. He's colorblind.
Why would Mr. Swanson send Father a tie?
I don't know.
If I could only think of somebody who had a reason...
Have you had a fight with anybody lately?
Daddy, really?
Maybe they're trying to get even.
Maybe you made a bet with somebody.
And you lost.
Betty, if you don't stop that, you may go to your room.
I'm trying to help.
Maybe... No, that's ridiculous.
What is, dear?
Last winter, Austin Sherman was stuck in the snow, and I pulled him out. But he wouldn't wait this long, would he?
I hardly think so.
That's what I figured. Jim Hathaway...
Why would Jim give you a tie?
Well, I let him borrow the lawnmower. Oh, that's silly.
Yes, dear, it certainly is.
Margaret, people don't just leave packages on your porch without a reason.
They leave babies.
Betty.
Maybe somebody was trying to get rid of it.
Golly, a hot necktie.
Say, how about Gribble? He's always trading neckties or sending them to people. Maybe... No, he'd never send a thing like this.
I don't know what everybody's kicking about. I think it's pretty.
You would.
Well, I do.
Jim, that's it.
What is?
I know exactly how you can find out.
How?
Well, there are probably only 2 people in the world who'd be caught dead wearing that tie, Bud and whoever sent it to you.
But what's wrong with it?
Never mind, Bud. Go ahead, honey.
So, you wear the tie until somebody admires it, and he's the one.
Wear it? This?
You don't want to insult anyone, do you?
But it might take weeks.
Can you think of a better way?
I suppose not.
Why don't we just bury it?
Kathy, do you see what you've done?
Yes, Daddy.
I've got to walk around with this menagerie on my neck.
I've got to look at it.
I'll wear it.
No, dear. This is your father's little problem.
Just because... Kathy, I hope this has taught you a lesson.
Oh, yes, Daddy, it has. Next time I'll save the paper and make dresses out of the tie.
Margaret, I'm home.
We're in the kitchen, dear.
Neckties. You walk around for years and nobody even knows if you've got a neck.
All of a sudden, everybody in the world has to look at neckties. Bunch of wise guys.
Hiya, Dad.
Hi, Daddy.
Hello.
Hello, dear. Well, let's not look so glum.
Hello, honey.
That's more like it. We'll have dinner. Why, Jim, where's your tie?
Right here?
I mean, that isn't the one you wore this morning.
No, the menagerie's gone.
Holy cow.
Jim, you didn't.
Oh, no, I took it. Hour after hour, I took it. But I hung on to Tiger Lil.
Then what happened?
I found somebody who liked it.
There, you see?
Mother, you're a genius. Hooray for our side.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not get all excited. I still don't know who sent it.
But, Jim, you said...
I said somebody liked it. Mr. Gribble.
But if he liked it...
He liked it so much he offered to swap ties with me.
Father, he didn't.
He certainly did. Naturally, I couldn't refuse him. You know how touchy he is.
And now it's gone.
That's right, and I'll never find out who sent it.
Oh, dear.
Probably a client who'll never talk to me again.
Daddy, I'm awfully sorry.
I know, kitten. It was just one of those things.
Well...
Margaret! Yoo-hoo!
Good grief. Lend-lease Annie.
It's Miss Woody.
I know, dear. Come on in, Dorothy.
Don't say anything to her about the necktie or she'll spread it all over town.
Jim, please.
I'll only be a second, so everybody keep right on doing what you're doing. Hello.
Hello,
Miss
Dorothy.
Woody. Margaret, you know how I hate to do this, but could you let me have half a cup of sugar?
Of course. Betty.
I brought the cup.
That was thoughtful.
Go ahead, Betty. Get Mrs. Woody a cup of sugar.
She said half a cup.
Well, a good half a cup. Margaret, I'm so upset I could spit.
Now what's wrong?
Oh, that Gorman's department store. Imagine, tell me they delivered it.
Delivered what?
Was Sam's birthday present, and I picked it out so carefully, too. All hand-painted and everything.
Hand-painted?
Yes, and I said to them, don't tell me it was delivered. I know when a thing's delivered. And they said, maybe one of the neighbors snitched it. Can you imagine that?
Dorothy.
And I said, I've known my neighbors longer than you have, and I'd trust them with a lot more than a $25 present.
$25?
That's what I told them.
Here's your sugar, Miss Woody.
The nerve of them telling me it was delivered. Thanks, Betty.
You're welcome.
Well, I gotta go. Thanks for the sugar, Margaret. That makes it 2 cups and an egg.
Good night, Dorothy.
The nerve of them telling me it was delivered.
Jim, do you suppose...
$25?
It isn't our fault, is it, Daddy? Kathy, when are you going to do anything right? But it was on our porch.
$25?
You see, I said it was pretty.
Well, now, is that hand-painted tie a beauty or a monstrosity? Who's right, Father or Bud? The answer seems to be that it's simply a matter of opinion. On some matters, though, you'll find practically unanimous agreement. For example, I think you'll agree with me that the enjoyment of truly good coffee is one of the most satisfying pleasures of everyday life. That's why it seems a shame to settle for less than coffee with the most in flavor, the wonderful good to the last drop flavor of Maxwell House coffee, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Now, only Maxwell House has that superb flavor, and there's a good reason why. You see, there are all kinds and grades of coffee beans growing all over the world, but Maxwell House insists on the choice, extra flavor coffees, the kind that are grown on mile-high plateaus in Latin America. Of these, the Maxwell House people select fancy Manizales coffees for fragrant mellowness, superb Medellins for extra richness, and choice Bucaramangas coffees for fine, full body. Then these choice vintage coffees are blended in just the right proportions to produce that one and only good to the last drop flavor. No other coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee is made like Maxwell House. So do this. Pour yourself 1 cup of our Maxwell House coffee. Enjoy that true taste of contentment. I'm sure you'll say, that man was so right. Maxwell House is the one, the only coffee that's always good. to the last drop.
On Saturday in the city of Springfield, retail stores like Gorman's open for business at 9 o'clock. At 9:01, therefore, we find our friend Jim Anderson on the phone. He's talking to a clerk in the haberdashery department. And you can bet they aren't discussing the hunting season in northern Somaliland. Or are they?
No, I said tiger. 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 On a tie. No, a tiger on a tie. Look, will you please give me the manager of the department? Oh, you are. Well, don't you know what kind of neckties you have? It's sort of a sick purple with a large tiger in the middle. Hand-painted. I don't want seahorses. I want an orange tiger with green stripes. Well, it's got to have some color stripes, doesn't it? This one happened to be green. Look, I don't care where you wouldn't wear it. I just want... No, all I want is a purple tie with... But all I want is... But... Thank you very much. Now what am I going to do?
Are they going to send it out, dear?
The man said they never had a tie with a hand-painted tiger.
Oh, dear, I'll bet it was a special order.
Leave it to Dorothy. She couldn't pick out a simple thing to have delivered to the wrong place. She has to have special orders.
Did you get the tie, Daddy?
No, I didn't get the tie, Daddy.
Jim, please.
Well, why does she have to sound so happy about it?
I didn't do anything today.
Well, it's still early.
Did they have one, Father?
Oh.
Betty, why don't you and Kathy finish the breakfast dishes?
We did.
What did we do now?
Nothing, Betty. It's just that I'm a little upset this morning. You'll have to be patient with me.
He's getting old.
Now, see here.
Jim, let's concentrate on the tie.
But what right does she have to... You know, maybe I am getting old. I don't seem to be able to take these things like I used to.
You never could.
But, honey, other people have children and homes and neighbors, and they don't get mixed up in things like this.
I know, dear.
Nobody else in the whole world gets mixed up with orange tigers and Dorothy Woody.
Maybe we're just lucky.
Oh, sure.
Father, have you thought of asking Mr. Gribble to give the tie back?
I've thought of everything up to and including mayhem.
Who's she?
She is what I'm liable to commit if you do anything like this again.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well,
What?
how about asking Mr. Gribble?
I can't.
Dear, maybe if you explain to
But,
him...
honey, he made such a fuss over the tie. I had to take it off right in the middle of the restaurant.
I know, but maybe if you explain...
It wouldn't do the least bit of good. That old skinflint can smell a bargain 3 miles away. He knew what he was doing.
Well...
Dad!
Now what?
Dad! Hey, Dad!
Bud, what is it?
Dad, I saw him.
All right, Bud, take it easy. You saw who?
Mr. Davis, I saw him. He was mowing the lawn.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Jumping creepers, you'd think something happened.
But he's right there with the tie.
What?
Wait a minute, please. Bud, what are you talking about?
Mr. Davis, he's got the tie. I saw him.
Are you sure?
Now, let's keep calm. Let's not get excited. Bud, are you sure it's our tie?
Sure, I'm sure, because I remember the tiger was cockeyed.
Bud!
Well...
I want to go see.
No, Kathy, wait.
What?
This is going to take a little diplomacy, and you'd better stay here, all of you.
Jim, won't it be easier if you just tell Ed the truth?
And have him hold it over me the rest of my life? Don't worry, honey. I'm an old hand at this horse trading business. I'll do all right.
Can't I go with you, Dad? I found the tie.
Bud, please, I'll handle it better if I'm alone.
Holy cow.
I don't know, dear. I still think...
Margaret, will you please stop worrying? We're practically in.
All right, Jim. I just hope you know what you're doing.
Good luck, Father. So long, Daddy.
I'll only be a few minutes. Yes, sir. Everything's going to be all right. Yes, indeed. Hello there, Ed. Ed.
What? You say something, Jim?
I said hello.
Oh, hello.
Hold it a second, will you, Ed? I want to talk to you.
Jim, I've got to get the lawn mowed or I can't play golf, so will you please make it snappy?
All right. I guess this will be about the last time we'll be cutting the grass this year, won't it?
Just about.
Yes, sir. Just about the last time.
Is that all you wanted to tell me?
Oh, no. Well, you see,
Look, you figure it out and I'll catch you the next time around.
No, wait a minute. Say, that's quite a tie.
Yeah, that's a dove, isn't it? Hey, you got a cigarette?
You bet.
Here you are, pal. Thanks.
Keep them all.
Oh, I just want...
Go ahead, keep them. I've got a whole carton inside.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. That's quite a tie.
What's on your mind, Jim?
Why, nothing. Ed, I just haven't seen you all week, and I thought maybe we ought to have a little chat, that's all.
Oh, nothing in particular, though?
No, nothing in particular.
Fine, I'll see you later.
Ed, wait a second. About that tie...
Well, what about it?
How'd you like to swap?
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no?
Just what I said. I don't want to swap.
Now, look, Ed, you have to. It's the code.
Who said so?
I said so. If somebody offers to trade ties, well, how can you say no?
Well, it's easy.
Ed, will you please listen to me?
What for? You aren't saying anything.
Look, Ed, we've been friends and neighbors for a long time, and...
I don't want to swap neckties. Now, will you please let me cut the grass?
Why don't you want to swap neckties?
Because I like this one.
But it doesn't suit your personality. You're too kind to wear a tiger.
Jim, I know what you're up to, and it won't work.
Why, Ed, you sound as though you don't trust me.
You know I got this tie in a swap with Gribble, and I'm not trading it for any two-bit necktie you've got on.
2-bit? This is the tie I got. It's a very expensive tie.
Okay, you keep it, and I'll keep this one.
But, you know, Ed, you drive a very hard bargain. I'll give you this tie and $2.
I don't want a bargain. I just want to keep the tie I've got.
How about $5?
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Will you take $7.50?
I don't want... How about 10?
It's a deal.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
It's a deal. You said you'd take 10.
Well, okay. As soon as I...
Now, here's mine. Now, let me have yours.
Well, what's the big rush?
We made a deal, and... Come on, Ed. Please hurry.
Okay. Here.
Thanks, Ed. I'll see you later.
And don't forget, you owe me $10.
You bet, pal.
What a character.
$25 for a cockeyed tiger. So help me, some people ought to have their brains examined. I got it!
Jim, how wonderful!
Did you tell me who was
Betty, leave it alone. You'll tear it.
Jim, you can't give it back like that.
Why not?
Look at it. It's all wrinkled.
Well, naturally, everybody in town's been wearing it.
Father, I think it's got a spot on it.
With this tie, how can you tell?
It does have a spot, Jim. See?
Where?
Right there.
Oh, who'll notice a little thing like that?
Maybe we can get it out, Mother.
Well, we'll try. Let's go into the kitchen.
I think it'd look better if you got the tiger out, too.
What do you know about ties? I was the one who knew it was valuable.
Honey, do you suppose you can get some of the wrinkles out?
I think so, dear. Bud, will you get the ironing board out for me like a good boy?
You bet.
I'll help you, Bud.
Never mind. I can do it alone.
Margaret!
Oh, my gosh.
Jim, put the tie away.
Where?
Anywhere. Margaret, wait till you see what I got. It's the most beautiful... What's the matter with you?
Why, nothing.
We're just standing here. Aren't we, kids?
Sure,
Daddy.
You look so pale. Well, what do you think of this?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a hand-painted pipe rack. I got it for Sam's birthday. Isn't it gorgeous?
Pipe rack?
But you said...
And believe me, I gave that Gormans a piece of my mind. They swore it was delivered and it was on the truck all the time. Imagine.
Oh, Jim.
Wait a minute. Dorothy, look. What about this necktie?
Oh, did you get one of those, too?
What do you mean, two?
They've been throwing those on porches all over the neighborhood.
Father.
Throwing them on $25 neckties?
Oh, no, it's that new mail order house on Spring Street. If you don't like the tie, you send it back. Or you can keep it and send them $1.29. It's all written on the wrapper. But I told Sam
no.
if he kept that...
When you buy coffee, above all, you're looking for flavor. Isn't that so? Rich, tempting, full-bodied flavor. And that's the reason more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand at any price. For it's wonderful, good to the last drop flavor. That's why I say start serving our Maxwell House to your family. Watch their happy response to that truly satisfying taste of contentment in every fragrant, steaming cup of our coffee. Then just count all the cups of really good coffee you get from each pound. You'll know Maxwell House is your best coffee buy. This weekend, then, for the most in flavor, in value, look for the big white cup and drop on the familiar blue tin. Take home Maxwell House, the one coffee that's always good to the last drop.
It's breakfast time again in the White Frame House on Maple Street. And a very unusual breakfast it is. Everything's peaceful and calm, and there isn't a single problem in sight. Like this.
You'd better hurry, Kathy, or we'll be late for church.
Oh, I'll be finished in a minute, Mommy.
Do you suppose there'll be time for me to have another cup of coffee?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. There you are, dear.
Thank you. May I have the cream and sugar, please?
Go ahead, tie expert. Pass the cream and sugar to Father.
Dad, make her stop picking on me.
Tie expert.
Betty, leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Nobody ever leaves me alone. Why should they leave him alone?
You drink your milk.
Yes, Daddy.
Jim, you know, I've been thinking. Today is Sam Woody's birthday.
Congratulations.
Well, what I mean is, we've known Sam a long time, and I just wondered if we shouldn't get him some little thing.
I've already taken care of it, dear.
Jim, you didn't...
Father, did you give him the tiger?
Well, Mr. Gribble liked it, and Mr. Davis liked it, and it cost me $11.29.
Oh, Jim.
Was he happy, Daddy?
What'd he say?
Well, it was very strange. He said, Jim, you shouldn't have done it. And you know, I had a feeling he meant it.
Wow, look at that shape.
Huh? Where?
That mold of fruit-rich Jell-O.
Terrific. So colorful and shimmery.
Tastes even better. Here, have some.
Fruit-rich is right.
All 6 Jell-O flavors remind me of the orchard and the berry patch. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All easy to fix and thrifty to buy. That's Jell-O for red letter desserts.
Ladies and gentlemen, nearly 4 million young drivers are now members of the Robert Young Good Drivers Club. By signing a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter agreement with their parents, they have pledged themselves to observe 8 basic safety rules. If you've not already sent for your copy of the agreement form and club card, we invite you to join in this important campaign to improve our nation's safety record. Write to Robert Young in care of this NBC station. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Jean Vanderpyle as Margaret, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Marie Blake, Barney Phillips, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James.
Join Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, tonight on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. I'm sure you've all noticed how everybody has pitched in since last December 7th, working harder than ever before. No, it didn't take us Americans long to see we had to work to win. Yes, and hard work burns up lots of energy. Energy that has to be replaced by the food we eat. So I'm sure you'll want to know about a wholesome energy food that your family is sure to like. That food is delicious Parquet margarine, the economical spread for bread made by Kraft. And it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, Parquet is a reliable year-round source of important vitamin A. Yes, Parquet margarine is mighty good for you, and you'll find it's mighty good tasting, too. Parquet is the margarine that tastes so deliciously good you'll really want to serve it. So tomorrow, ask your dealer for a pound or two of Parquet, Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. And now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who stands this morning on the threshold of a new career. He comes down to breakfast with a spring in his step and a light in his eye. For this is the day of his inauguration as Water Commissioner of Summerfield.
Ready now. Here he comes. And don't forget to bow. Good morning, Commissioner.
Oh, good morning, slaves. Marjorie, Leroy. Good morning, one and all.
Leroy, pull out the commissioner's chair for him.
Sure. Right this way, Commissioner.
Thank you, my boy.
Won't you sit down?
No tricks now.
No, sir.
Well, there we are. What's this in front of my place? A nosegay?
For your buttonhole.
Oh, that was sweet of you, my dear. Or did Leroy pick these posies?
Are you kidding?
You better start right in, Uncle Mort. Bertie's making waffles.
Waffles?
Yes, sir. Coming right up.
Oh, Bertie, you're psychic.
Yes, I think I must be. The things that go on.
What things, Bertie?
Well, I dreamt a dream last night, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I sure wish you'd explain it.
What was it, Bertie?
Well, I dreamt there was a globe of the world, and then I saw Mr. Wilkie running around it like mad.
Well, you've been reading the newspapers. Go on.
And then I saw Miss Roosevelt, and she was running around the world, too.
Yeah? What is it you don't understand, Bertie?
Who is trying to catch who?
Oh, Bertie. You going to let the international situation ruin those waffles?
Oh, my goodness.
I spent a very interesting and profitable evening myself last night, children.
How?
Well, to prepare for my new post as water commissioner, I took the encyclopedia to bed with me. And do you know, I found some things in there I never even knew before.
Oh, you probably just forgot them, Unc.
What were you looking up, Uncle Mort?
Water. Do you know, Marjorie, that 3/4 of the Earth's surface is covered with water?
Really? I think you better drink your orange juice, Uncle Mort. The waffles are waiting.
Yes, sir. 3/4 of the Earth's surface, water. What do you think of that?
Too much water.
There's no such thing as too much water. Water is very important. Did you ever stop to think, young man, where Columbus would have been without water?
I don't know. Home in bed, I guess.
He'd have been high and dry, and you and I wouldn't be here today.
You won't get to the office today if you don't stop talking and eat, Commissioner.
Oh, you're right, my dear. Bertie, if those waffles are ready, I am.
Coming right up, Miss Gildersleeve.
Water, yes, water is very important. People don't appreciate water.
Here you are, Miss Gildersleeve.
Bertie, do you know what James Watt couldn't have invented the steam engine without?
No, sir.
Water.
Is that a fact?
Absolutely.
It's lucky they gave him some.
You know what I think, Commissioner? I think you got water on the brain.
Yes, all right, you can laugh, young man, but water is one of the most important things in the world. Now, you take Robert Fulton, invented the steamboat, 1807. Couldn't have done it without water. DeWitt Clinton, Erie Canal, 1825, water. Ponce de Leon, the Fountain of Youth, water. Balboa, the Pacific, water. The Monitor and the Merrimack, water. Bertie, bring me some more water.
Yes. Uncle Mort, I don't want to change the subject.
Yeah?
But can we have a weenie roast today?
Who's we?
Me and Piggy and the gang. We're going on a hike.
Well, I guess so, if it's all right with Bertie.
Gee, thanks, Unc.
You picked kind of a hot day for a hike, though, didn't you?
Well, we didn't know it was going to be so hot.
You'd never think it was the middle of October, would you?
Well, we usually get one late hot spell, my dear. And by the way, speaking of heat, do you know how many days a camel can go without water?
And speaking of water, Uncle Mort, do you know what time it is?
Oh, my goodness, I gotta be going. I can't be late the first day on the job.
Don't forget your flowers, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Here, let me put them in your buttonhole.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
Oh, and your tie's crooked.
It is?
There. And what about your handkerchief?
Right in my pocket.
Oh, it should stick out a little.
Oh.
Now, you look more like a water commissioner.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
Well, you're all set, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, Unc.
Thank you.
What is it? Have you forgotten something?
No, I was just wondering.
Wondering what?
What on earth does a water commissioner do?
Goodbye, Uncle Mort.
Goodbye, Marjorie.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Good morning, Mrs. Ransom.
Are you leaving so early?
As a matter of fact, I'm not early. I'm late.
Well, I won't keep you then. I just came over to wish you success.
Oh, thank you.
And to bring you flour for your buttonhole. Oh, but I see you've already got one. I guess some other gal...
There's always room for one more. Flour, I mean.
Oh, well, I brought you a bachelor's button because you're such a dyed-in-the-wool bachelor.
Well, I may be dyed in the wool, but I'm not dead yet. Yeah, I gotta go, Leela. I've gotta go.
Oh, wait a minute, Throckmorton. Let me put this flour in your buttonhole.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Leela,
Yes, Throckmorton.
did you know that a cubic foot of water weighs 62.5 pounds?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. I'm in a hurry. Gotta get down to the office. I'd like some cigars.
I guess we can fix you up, Mr. Gildersleeve. You want the usual, I suppose.
Yes, the perfectos. I'll take 3. How have you been?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Gildersleeve...
Not so good, eh? Well, I'll tell you what to do. You want to drink more water?
More water?
Yes, everybody ought to drink more water. Half the troubles of this world would be eliminated, Peavy, if people drank more water.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
It's true. You could take all those medicines you've got there and pour them down the sewer for all the good they'll do. Water, that's the thing. You ought to drink 10 or 12 glasses of it every day.
Well, no, that's a lot of water.
Best thing in the world for you. I'll tell you something, Peavy. Do you know that the human body is 90% water?
Is that a fact?
Absolutely. 90% water.
Well, then I don't see why we should drink any more.
I haven't got time to argue with you, Peavy. Those are the facts. You can take them or leave them. How much is that? 30 cents?
And one is 31. Have you got a penny?
That darn penny. No, I haven't.
I don't want to leave you with the impression that I have anything against water, Mr. Gildersleeve. I usually take some with every meal. So does Mrs. Peavy.
It's all right, all right. Give me my change. I'm late now.
You understand. It's just that I believe in moderation.
Peavy, you'll die of moderation.
Well, now, I wouldn't...
Goodbye, Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Pardon me. Could you tell me where the office of the water department is?
Right down the hall. You see where that fellow's painting the name on the door?
Oh, yes. Much obliged. Oh, and it's my name, too. Name on the door and everything. Water Department, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Talking to me, son?
No. I was just admiring your work.
Oh, well, it ain't art, maybe, but it's a living, sort of.
Yes, just one thing. I'm afraid you've made a slight error.
Maybe you could do it better.
Oh, no. I have no fault to find with your technique. It's the spelling. There's another E in Gildersleeve.
Well, don't tell me. This is the way she gave it to me.
But I happen
This is the way she gave it to me. I've got it on a piece of paper.
I got it on a piece of paper, too. My birth certificate.
I don't know about that, son. This is the way she spelled it. If you got any complaints, you'll have to take it up with her.
Her? Who's her?
Oh, old hatchet face inside. Boy, I've met some bossy dames in my time. Even married one. But that old battle axe takes the marbles.
We'll soon see who's running this department. Can I get through here?
Don't smear it now.
Miss, madam.
I'll be with you in just a moment.
Oh, excuse me.
You'll find an application form there on the counter. Just fill it out.
But I don't want to...
I'm sorry, that's the rule. No service without an application.
You don't understand. My name is...
Name on the first line, please. Last name first, then first name and middle initial.
Look, is this the water department?
That's right. There'll be a deposit of $2, which will be deducted from your first month's bill.
My dear woman, do you see this door? Oh!
Now you went and spoiled it.
Sorry. You see that name? Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve? That's me.
Won't you come in, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Thank you.
If you'll follow me, I'll show you to your office.
Well, nice little layout here. Small, but cozy.
I beg your pardon?
I said it was cozy.
Oh.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Miss Fitch.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Fitch?
I've been 33 years with the water department and never missed a day.
That's a shame. I think you ought to get a day off.
May I assure you of my every cooperation? If there's anything you want, please ring for me. I've cleared out the desk. You'll find a coat closet wash basin in there. The phone works on a buzzer. I go to lunch at 12:30.
Oh, Miss Fitch, just a moment.
Yes?
Who's the old geezer in the picture there?
He was Summerfield's first water commissioner.
Oh. Funny-looking old coot, wasn't he?
He happened to be my father.
You. I'm sorry. The picture probably didn't do him justice.
Well, it wasn't all that it might have been.
Miss Fitch,
Yes?
don't leave me alone in here.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm new here. I don't know the first thing about this. What do I do?
Do?
Yes, now that I'm commissioner, shouldn't I be doing something?
Mr. Clanahan never did. He always left things to me.
I always suspected Clanahan of that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. If my services are not satisfactory, I shall be glad to tender my resignation.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. You're perfectly satisfactory, Miss Fitch. You're wonderful. It's just that, well, if I'm commissioner, I think I ought to be doing something. Going over the bills or something.
Well, it's never been handled that way. But if you insist, I've been getting up a list of the delinquents.
Delinquents? You mean people who haven't paid their bills?
Yes.
Oh, let's have a look at that. That ought to be fun.
I'll bring it in.
Thank you.
Where is he? Where's Gildersleeve?
Just a moment, please. Did you wish to see someone?
Yes, and there he is. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Judge. How did you get in?
I walked in. Gildersleeve, I want an explanation.
Judge, you've come to the right place. What do you want explained? We explain anything.
I want to know why my water was turned off.
Oh, well, we'll have to look into this. Water turned off, eh?
You know darn well it was turned off.
I'll have to take this up with our Miss Fitch. I'll ring for her. Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
All right, stand up.
I don't want to stand up. You don't have to put on this act with me, Throckmorton. I know what's back of this. It's spite, pure and simple.
Now, Judge, there isn't an ounce of spite in my whole nature, and you know it.
Yeah, you're just like every other small-time politician. The minute you get a little authority, you start making a petty nuisance of yourself. I'll tell you what's wrong with you, Gildersleeve. You're drunk with power.
Did you want me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, Miss Fitch. Have you that list of people who haven't paid their bills?
Yes, right here.
You're sure you're not just a teensy bit delinquent, Judge?
Are you accusing me of not paying my bills, Gildersleeve? There's such a thing as libel, remember?
I'm not accusing you of anything, Judge. Let's look at the record.
Of course, there might have been some mistake.
Not with our Miss Fitch.
I mean, it might have slipped my mind.
Oh, starting to crawl, eh? Let's see. E, F, G. Oh, here are the H's. And lo, Judge Hooker's name led all the rest, with $11.86. Is that right, Miss Fitch?
That's right, Mr. Gildersleeve. And Mr. Clanahan's last instructions were to stop service on all unpaid bills.
Oh, Clanahan. That explains it.
No, Judge. The $11.86 explains it.
Well, get somebody over there and have the water turned on right away, will you?
Glad to, Judge, the minute you pay up.
As a matter of fact, Gildy, I haven't got the cash on me. It's Saturday. The bank's closed. Tell you what I'll do. I'll put a check in the mail Monday.
Good. We'll be glad to resume service as soon as we receive it.
You mean you're going to let me go without water all weekend?
Sorry, Judge. It's got to be on the line.
But you know my credit's good, Gildy. It was an oversight.
I'm sorry, Judge, but this is a public office, and I propose to discharge it without fear or favor, especially where you're concerned.
All right, Gildy. I won't forget this. The man is drunk with power.
The old goat. I guess that'll teach him a lesson.
Did you mean what you said, Mr. Gildersleeve, about no favors for anyone?
Of course I meant it, absolutely. If they don't pay up, shut off their water. Why?
Because, well, have you looked at that list under the G's?
Under the G's? Under the G's. Oh, my goodness, Gildersleeve.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. If your food budget has a way of getting out of line these days, don't despair. If you're resourceful, you'll find a good many foods that save you money, yet meet your requirements of flavor and nourishment, too. One of these economy foods, surely, is wholesome Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. Using Parquet margarine is one economy your family is sure to approve. They'll really go for Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor when you serve it as a spread for bread or rolls. They'll appreciate the extra flavor Parquet adds to baked and pan-fried foods. Besides, Parquet margarine is an economical source of important food elements. It's a wholesome, nourishing energy food, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yes, you can economize wisely when you use Parquet margarine. So why not give it a try in your household? Tomorrow, sure, ask your food dealer for Parquet. Parkay. Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft. And now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. After a light lunch at the Idle Hour tea shop, he returns to the town hall ready to pitch in for a good afternoon's work.
Well, don't you take Saturday afternoons off, Miss Fitch?
Not when there's work to be done.
That's the spirit I like to see. By George, I think you and I are going to get along.
I'm glad you think so.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking during lunch, Miss Fitch, there's a lot of changes that ought to be made around here.
They seem to have been started already.
What do you mean?
There are some people in your office.
People?
Women.
Women?
2 of them.
2?
They walked right in. They said they knew you.
Well, I can't imagine. I don't know any women, do I?
How about putting the desk over here? Well, how about kitty corner facing the door?
What is this?
Let's try it. Oh, Uncle Mort, help us move the desk, will you? Yes, you're so strong. We could hardly budge it.
Well, wait a minute. What's going on here?
We're going to fix up your office for you, Uncle Mort. We've got it all planned. Yes, it needs a woman's touch, Throckmorton. It really does. Now, you take that portrait there. That's simply got to go. I mean, it's too ridiculous.
It's quiet. It's her father out there. No, my dear, if that portrait goes, I go. I'm not kidding. She'd throw me right out.
And sit behind the desk, Uncle Mort, so we can see how you look in the corner.
Look, I've got work to do
Oh,
here.
it won't take a minute, Throckmorton. Come on now. That's a good boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he looks wonderful in the corner. Don't you, Marjorie? Yes. Yes, he does. I think we ought to let him stay there. And now climb up on the desk, will you, Throckmorton, and hold this material up beside the window.
Now, really, I've got work.
Oh, now, it won't take but a jiffy. Marjorie and I shopped for this chintz all over town, didn't we, honey? That's right. Oh, I think it's just the smartest thing. Now, climb up. That's right. And hold it up high.
Is this high enough? Yes, Miss Fitch.
Mr. Powers of the Indicator Vindicator to see you.
Oh, my goodness. He probably wants to interview me. Let me get down off of here. Let me down off of here.
Let me give you a hand, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Mr. Powers.
Doing a little fancy work?
Yeah. Up to Daisy. Mr. Powers, you know Marjorie, my niece.
Yes, indeed, yes.
And Mrs. Ransom.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Ransom?
How do you do? Oh, I think newspapers are so fascinating, Mr. Powers. I've been intending to subscribe to your publication right along.
Well, always glad to welcome a new subscriber.
Yes.
Oh, but somehow every time the boy comes round, seems like I haven't got my handbag with me.
So.
Well, I'm sorry you have to be going, ladies.
Yes, we really must. Oh, must we?
Miss Fitch will show you out, won't you?
Gladly.
Goodbye, Uncle Mort. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's a great girl, that niece of yours, Mr. Gildersleeve. She's got a lot of stuff on the ball.
Yeah, she's a fine girl, Marjorie.
Who's the,
she's a friend of the family.
Oh, I see. A friend of the family.
Yes, a neighbor of ours.
Neighbor.
Right next door.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what I dropped around for, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Cigar?
No, thanks.
You don't mind if I...
Oh, of course not. Go ahead. Here's a match.
Thank you. I suppose you want an interview.
Well,
Well, you've heard the old saying, Mr. Powers. A new broom sweeps clean. I propose to get rid of all the deadwood and inefficiency here and run this department without fear or favor for anybody.
That's fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm glad to hear that. But I came over here with something else in mind.
Oh, what's that?
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Gildersleeve, that the reservoir of this town offers a beautiful opportunity for sabotage?
Sabotage? By George, I never thought of that.
The state highway goes right by there, you know.
Why, it'd be the easiest thing in the world to heave a dead cat out of a car or something.
You bet it would. Yes, sir. I've been trying to get something done about guarding it.
You know, only the other day a man passed me on the street with a very suspicious face. It was about 5:30. I was coming home to dinner. And I don't know. He just looks suspicious, that's all.
Is that so? Well, I finally got Charlie Gates interested.
Charlie Gates?
The chief of police.
Oh.
He's coming out to the reservoir with him this afternoon to look over the ground, and I thought if you weren't too busy, maybe you'd like to come along.
I'll get my hat and be right with you. Miss Fitch, if anybody asks for me, I'll be out at the reservoir.
Very well.
On second thought, if anybody asks, don't tell them. It's a military secret. You see how easy it would be, Chief? Up around the next bend here, the road isn't 20 feet from the reservoir.
I know that. You don't have to tell me that. Just a question of man. I haven't got the force to do it.
Well, maybe we ought to call for volunteers then. You know, like fire watchers.
Yeah, water watchers.
Wait a minute. Stop the car.
Huh?
Why, what's up?
There's somebody down there right now.
What? Well, he's right. 4 or 5 of them, right down by the water.
In the reservoir? Where? I can't see them.
Hey, where are you? Don't move. I got you surrounded.
Don't get him, Chief. I'll stay here and guard the car.
They're running for it. You'll never catch them.
Huh?
Uh-oh. One of them jumped in the water.
Drag him out of there, Chief. Drag him out.
He's got him.
Can you imagine that? Polluting the reservoir. He ought to get 10 years for that.
He certainly should.
I'm going to see that there's a penalty for this if there isn't one already.
Say, it's only a kid.
Huh?
And he's naked. Why, they're all kids. I bet they've been swimming.
Swimming?
Let go of me! Let go! You can't do this to me! I have to lose this reservoir!
Leroy!
Hey, I'll tell this big lug to lay off me.
Get your clothes on, young man.
Uncle Mort, you think they'll put me in jail? Will they? How will they?
You're in jail, young man. This is the police station. This is what is known as the clink.
I know, but will they lock me up?
I can't say. The chief himself doesn't know yet. He's gone to look up the law. But you deserve to be locked up.
Oh, gee, it wasn't my fault, Unc. They dared me to, the other kids. They said I was scared.
That's no excuse, and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
People drink that water. Do you realize that? Do you?
Yeah?
Well, why'd you do it then?
Guess I just didn't think.
I guess you didn't. You ought to know better than to go into the water at this time of the year anyway. It's a wonder you didn't freeze.
I did. That's why they dared me.
Well, dare or no dare, young man, this is a very serious offense. It's terrible. I just don't see how you could do such a thing to me. My first day in office, too. What'll people think? My own nephew. What'll the newspaper say?
I'm sorry, Unc. I don't know why I did it. I guess I'm just no good.
Oh, now, Leroy.
They ought to lock me up. They ought to... Hey, Unc, they can't give me the chair.
No, Leroy, it's not a capital offense. But it's pretty bad. Particularly in wartime.
You mean they might stand me up and...
Now, calm down, young man, calm down.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to hold him for the juvenile court, Mr. Gildersleeve. The penalty for that seems to be $25 fine, 30 days in jail, or both.
Both?
That's ridiculous. After all, it was nothing but a boyish prank.
Yeah, that's all it was, a boyish prank.
Quiet, Leroy, quiet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't make the laws here. I just carry them out.
Of course, you're quite right, Gates. Well, when does the juvenile court open?
Well, as a matter of fact, we haven't any juvenile court. Judge Hooker hears the juvenile cases, and he doesn't sit till Monday.
Judge Hooker? Well, yeah, I know him well.
Sure. We know him well.
Quiet, Leroy. Judge Hooker is one of my best friends, Chief. I'll get him right down here. May I use your telephone?
Right there on the desk.
Thank you. Judge Hooker, the old goat. I'll get this thing straightened out right away.
Yeah.
Hello, Judge. This is Gildy, your little chum. How you been? How's your golf game? Say, I'll bet you're shooting down those low 70s now, you old son of a gun. Judge, by the way, before I forget, we're in a little trouble down here. I wonder if you could run down for a minute. At the police station. No, it's nothing at all, just a little boyish prank. But, Judge, have a heart. You wouldn't let him hold him here all weekend. No, it's Leroy, not me. Thanks, Judge. You'll go. I object. The court is prejudiced.
Quiet.
Turning off the court's water has nothing whatever to do with this case.
Nothing has been said about turning off the court's water.
No, but I know what you're thinking. And let me say this, Judge. I propose to conduct my office without fear or favor. I ask no favors, and I give none.
Hey, young, take it easy.
Be quiet. I shall be pleased to have the court's water turned on. Again, as soon as the court pays the $11.86 it owes, and not before.
Is the gentleman quite through?
Quite.
I should like to point out in the first place that the court is not on trial here. Young man, you plead guilty, do you not?
Yes, Judge. I mean, Your Honor.
The evidence is quite clear. In this case, as in so many others that come before this court, the fault lies not at the door of this innocent minor, but with those entrusted with his upbringing.
Why, you...
Quiet. It is hardly to be expected that a child of his tender years, brought up in such a deplorable environment, could escape entirely unscathed.
Oh, you old goat. That's libel.
Quiet.
Yes.
You circumstances, young man. I fine you $25 in costs.
What?
However, I will suspend the sentence on the fine.
Well, that's big of you, Judge.
But not on the costs.
Costs? What's that?
My time and inconvenience in coming down here.
What does that amount to?
Exactly $11.86. Take it and turn on my water.
Oh! Dear Diary, I'm going to have to do something about Leroy. I've noticed that he's been getting awfully fresh lately. But today he broke the law. I wonder if maybe Judge Hooker was right. Perhaps I haven't spent enough time with the boy. Perhaps I ought to get to know him better. There's only one thing. If I knew him any better, could I stand him at all? Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Chilly autumn weather calls for hearty meals even if you haven't all the time in the world to prepare them. That's why it's mighty handy to have a package or two of Pabstet around. Yes, Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. You see, it's no trick at all to whip up rarebits, soufflés, all kind of cooked cheese dishes if you use Pabstet, because it melts so smoothly and blends right in with other foods. You like making sandwiches and snacks with Pabstet, too, because it slices and spreads so easily. Altogether, you'll find countless ways to use Pabstet for tasty, time-saving meals. Nourishing meals, too, because Pabstet is a reliable source of food energy. Milk protein, the milk minerals, calcium and phosphorus, and important vitamin A. So keep Pabstet on hand. Your food dealer has it in the distinctive round, flat package. Yes, tomorrow ask for Pabstet, Pabst-ETT, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Returns from the elections are beginning to come in. NBC will interrupt for any outstanding election developments.
We would like to thank the Democratic and Republican parties for relinquishing their time that this program could be heard.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
From Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star, Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 903, Rod.
903, Red.
Yeah.
Red, can't you let me in on it? Surely someone besides you knows what it means.
903 means?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Rod, there's only one other guy. Kilroy.
Well, you know that beautiful girl that came in last week and said 903?
Yeah?
Well, I've been kind of showing her around, thinking she might give me a clue, like a picture.
Yeah, she's pretty as a picture, too, you know. Yeah. She's in focus all over, too.
Say, by the way...
You're laughing this week, I see.
Yes. I read the small print in my contract.
Yeah. A good straight man could run away with this show.
How you get along with your camera hobby?
Well, I think I'm beginning to click now. I'm just getting on to my 4x5 speed graphic.
But what does that 4x5 mean?
That means 4 out of 5 of my pictures come out blank.
Was it hard to work a speed graphic?
No, it's very simple. First you consult your light meter, then you check the distance finder, then you set your lens opening and then the shutter speed, and then click.
And you've got a picture?
No, you forgot to put the film in.
Well, do you have your own dark room?
Yeah, we forgot to pay the light bill last month.
Oh, she did come back again. That 903 girl we met last week.
Oh?
Oh, Mr. Skelton, I don't mean to bother you.
When you do.
Well, I was wondering, Mr. Skelton, you're interested in photography.
Yeah.
Could I pose for you sometime?
Well, I really don't know.
Well, could you take my picture in a bathing suit?
Well, yes, but it's rather chilly for me to be running around in the bathing suit.
Well, you think it over, and when you want to call me, I'm in the book.
Well, can't be too choosy where we live these days.
Oh, goodbye now. I'll be seeing you, Mr. O'Connor. 903. 903.
Well, it looks like she's got your number.
Yeah, and I'm not even in the book.
Well, now, folks, we have a surprise for Red. Here's Mr. Coy Watson of the Los Angeles Press Photographers Association.
Oh, here to buy me off?
No, we finally decided to accept you as one of our members. Now that you've learned to operate your camera correctly, we want you to be one of us, Red.
Raleigh?
And we've listened to your show and decided that you should really be a member.
The boys like me, huh?
Yes, we figured you'll be needing a job any time at the rate you're going now.
You think he's kidding? Now, this is not my business. You know that my mother doesn't know that I'm on the radio or in pictures? That's a fact. She's never seen me. Break her heart if she knew I was in show business. She thinks I'm a bookie, you know.
But seriously, Red, the boys of the Los Angeles Press Photographers Association recognize you, as do thousands of others, as one of the greatest showmen in the country. And as we also know, having worked with you in past years, that you are one of the most cooperative stars in Hollywood. But above this, we consider you a regular guy and a real fellow. And it was with these thoughts in mind that we, the news photographers representing the Los Angeles newspapers, national news syndicates, and the National Motion Picture News Reels, voted to make you an honorary member of this association. And so, in behalf of our 97 active members, I, the president of this group, take sincere pleasure in presenting to you your gold membership card in the Los Angeles Press Photographers Association.
Well, thank you very much.
It's all right, Red, but don't forget to draw the slide.
Yeah.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly.
Scientific tests of America's 6 leading brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors have proved conclusively. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than Rollies. So smokers enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rollies. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly cigarettes.
And now, 903, Anita.
903, Red.
And Anita's going to sing tonight, A Garden in the Rain.
Was just a garden in the rain, close to a little leafy lane. A touch of color neath skies of gray. The raindrops kiss the flower beds, the blossoms raise their thirsty heads. A perfume, thank you, they seem to say. Surely here was charm beyond compare to view. Maybe it was just that I was there with you. 'Twas just a garden in the rain, but then the sun came out again and sent us happily on our way. Surely here was charm beyond compare to view. Maybe it was just that I was there with you. 'Twas just a garden in the rain, but then the sun came out again and sent us happily on our way.
Tonight, of course, is Skelton's Scrapbook of Satire. The story is, in the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is about photography. Our characters are fictional. If you can picture such people living, you'll find that they're out of focus and should be overexposed. Character 27 is entitled, You Want to See a Picture? I doubt if there's a father alive who hasn't proudly forced a stranger to look at the photograph of his wife or children. And Willie Lump Lump is our victim.
Service, service. Yes, sir. What are you going to have?
Do you serve tea here?
Oh, yes, we do.
I knew I was in the wrong place.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Lump Lump. Well, well, what are you going to eat today?
Food for a change. And hurry it up, will you?
Oh, but you haven't ordered yet.
Well, I'm in a hurry. I'll order while I'm eating.
Hey, got any meat? I like some meat. You got any?
Yes, sir. We got chicken, roasted, toasted, fried, stewed, and I like things.
Chicken. I've eaten so much chicken the last 2 years, I'm getting a foul mind. I'll have a cup of tea. You mind if I sit here, buddy?
Not at all.
All right. I'm just having a cup of tea, you know. I usually drink canned heat. Coffee keeps me awake. You know?
My name is Lon Thompson. I didn't catch your name.
I didn't throw it. It's Wooly Lump.
Lump. How do you spell that?
With 2 lumps, Nat.
Here's your tea.
Yeah.
So, is there anything else I can do for you?
Yeah, hold my nose while I drink it.
Brother, you have what is generally known as bats in the belfry.
Yeah, and what's more, they ring a chime every hour on the hour.
Now, by the way, how is your wife?
You trying to start an argument?
How long have you been married?
I don't know. I lost track of it.
Well, how old were you when you got married?
We were both 29. I'm 32 now, and my wife's 26. Anyway, I'm celebrating my wooden wedding anniversary.
Wooden wedding, eh? Yeah. That's 5 years.
No, I've only been married 2, but she's a blockhead, you know. Boy, can she nag. Noon, morning, and night. Nag.
Yeah, I guess I'm lucky. My wife's an angel.
Oh, I'm sorry. How long's she been dead?
Well, I didn't mean it that way. I meant that she's kind.
Oh, I see.
We have 3 kids. Have you been blessed?
Yeah, we ain't got any.
Well, maybe you'd be happier if you had a youngster.
Yeah?
You can watch them grow up and follow your footsteps.
Oh, they couldn't follow my footsteps. I hardly made it here myself.
Don't happen to have a picture of your wife on you, do you?
Yeah, in my mind. That's why I got this shocked expression on it.
I mean, don't you have a photograph?
No, can't get a picture developed. They're afraid to stay in a dark room with a face like that.
You'd be lots happier if you carried a picture. Would you care to see the pictures of my wife and kids?
No, I wouldn't.
What did you say?
I said, no, I don't want to see them.
Just a second, wise guy. I'm a proud father, and it's been the custom since the beginning of photography for a man to carry pictures of his kids.
That's why I never liked the Indians either. They didn't stop with carrying pictures. They carried the kids, too.
It'll only take a second to show them.
I don't want to see them, Bub. If you don't mind, Bub, I don't want to see him. I came in here for a cup of tea and nothing else. You know? Look, all the time I was in the Army, all I did was look at pictures. Going across the ocean, in Italy, every 5 minutes. Some guy said, want to see a picture of my wife? Yeah, that's it. Want to see a picture of my kids? Yeah, that's it. The cutest kids I ever saw were the ugliest things I ever Now I'm free. I don't have to look at them things anymore, and I don't want to see yours. If you don't mind, I'll just have my tea.
Now, look, wise guy.
Here, let go of my lapel, will you?
You're going to look at my family pictures, or I'll take you out to my truck and wind you around the crankshaft.
Yeah, well, come on. Just let go of my suit, will you? Hey, Bob Hope just got an award for being the best-dressed sportsman, you know. You know what he was wearing at the time?
What?
One of Bing Crosby's shirts. You a truck driver?
Yes.
Oh, well, why didn't you say that? Here, you don't happen, by any chance, to have a picture of your beautiful wife and kids with you, do you?
Would you really like to see them? Would you really? Would you? Really?
Well, let's not get sickening about it.
Gosh, I ain't showed them for so long, I almost forgot what they look like.
Yeah, I'll bet it's been all 10 minutes since you had them.
Let's see what I do with them. Oh, here they are.
Maybe you lost.
Here in my wallet, I've got some pictures of my kids. Here.
Oh, well, let's see. Hey, this kid looks like Abraham Lincoln.
Give me back that $5 bill.
He had too many wrinkles for a youngster.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly.
That lovely star of the shocking Miss Pilgrims, Betty Grable, says, quote,
I've read the reports, and medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. That's why I've switched to Raleigh's for smoking pleasure.
Right, Betty Grable. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So, friends, enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rollie. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rollie cigarettes.
David Forrester now introduces a new number by Gil Baumgart, one of our outstanding young composers. It's called Frustration.
Entitled Amateur Photographers. Children are always interested in pictures, and a great pastime for them would be let them have a camera of their own.
Junior, where are you?
Here.
Are you in the kitchen near the cookie jar?
No, I'm in the living room.
Junior, how would you like to do something for
Well,
me?
I'm not kind of weak from lack of sleep. You know, I didn't take my nap today.
Well, I wanted to send you on an errand to the drugstore.
You mean where they got them ice cream cones?
Yes.
Chocolate sodas?
Yes.
Pineapple float?
Yes.
Well, I'm still a little weak, but I think I could hobble down there.
Well, I'm not going to give you money for any of those things, Junior. They're bad for your stomach.
Well, I won't swallow them, see. I'll just taste them and then spit them out, you know.
But I only want you to get the film I left there to be developed.
Oh, you mean the ones Gramp took?
Yes, I'm dying to see how they came out.
Yeah, they'll be blurred like they always is, you know. Poor old Gramp, he just can't get nothing in focus, can he, huh?
That's because he's nearsighted.
Beer-sighted is the
Oh, and while you're at the drugstore, ask the man to reload this box camera for me.
Okay.
And here's $1.25.
Okay, kiddo. Okay, kiddo.
All right, now you take that and repeat what you're supposed to do at the drugstore.
Well, get your pictures, reload the camera, and pick up a few gumdrops.
I didn't say anything about gumdrops.
I know, but you will when I get home.
Do you want to take your dog with
No,
you?
he got fleas. I don't want to take. He embarrasses me to death. He scratches right out in the open.
Well, if he has so many fleas, why don't you give him a bath?
Never, boy. I wouldn't give him anything I wouldn't take myself, boy. Now, come on, Chippy. You can go.
Junior, be careful crossing the street. A car might hit you.
Yeah, and the new ones don't have bumpers either.
No, they don't. And you don't want to cave the front of a car in.
No. Boy, they sure does love me, don't they, huh? Okay, bye, kiddo.
Bye, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry, little boy.
That's okay. I'm not hurt. You just knocked me down with you.
My, aren't you sweet? Well, goodbye, and remember 903. 903.
I got a feeling that stuff like that's going to make me lose interest in me tricycle. Well, back to the funny stuff. Oh, nobody looking. I think I'll spin some of these stools around at the counter here.
Junior, stop it. Stop spinning these empty stools around.
Well, they're too heavy with the people in them there. I can't spin them, you know. Hey, my grandma wants them pictures she left here to be developed, and she wants you to reload the box camera here.
Well, that's simple. Let me have the camera, son.
Look, don't call me son if you don't mean it, because my grandma's awful quick on the uptake, you know.
Why, Junior, I'd love to have a little boy like you.
You've been drinking them prescriptions again, ain't you?
Well, here's your camera all loaded. Now you better get home.
Okay, I want to learn how to take pictures.
I haven't the time to teach you.
Hey, you got time to sweep up the store?
No, I haven't.
Then you better show me how to take pictures.
I said beat it.
Oh, you yelled at me.
I did not.
Is that going to tell me, Grandpa, when you do? You don't show me how to take pictures.
All right. To take pictures with this camera, now you just look through this little window on the top.
Let's see. Move your big fat head, will you?
And when you see what you want, push down on this little lever.
Yeah?
And just turn this little knob until you come to another number.
Well, here I am, 3 years old, and I didn't know that. Well, live and learn, I always said.
Yes, at the rate you're learning, you won't live long.
Yeah.
Now, that all comes to $1.25.
Here's $1. Take it out of that.
$1's not enough. Can't take it out of that.
Well, give it back to me. I don't force money on anybody, you know.
Your grandmother must have given you more money. Another quarter, perhaps?
No, she didn't. No.
Then what have you got your fist doubled up like that for?
That's to hit you in the nose if you try to take this quarter out of my other hand.
Oh, so you do have another quarter.
Oh, all right. Take it there. No means nothing to me. Me poor little piggy bank. I'll go to bed without eating supper tonight.
Well, I'm sorry, Junior. Here's a peppermint to console you.
I don't want one.
You don't?
No, I want 2.
Here's your camera. Goodbye.
Come on, Skippy. Come on, boy. Come on. My, what a nice day. Everybody looks so happy. Widow does they know I was roaming the streets loose. Look at that big car pulling up, brand new one. Boy, that's really new, too. What's the matter, puppy? You never growl unless there's something wrong. Don't you like that car, or are you just growling like everybody else because you ain't got it, right? Here, I'm going to take a picture of the car and show it to Grandma here. Ooh, look at them in. Look at them getting out of big suitcases. There's one standing here all by himself. I think I'll mosey over and see what's cooking around here. Hello, mister.
Okay, kid, keep moving. We're doing a little job on the inside.
Oh, shut up. You nothing but a big bag of wind, you is.
So's your grandmother.
How'd you know? Hey, you know, my dog don't like you, he don't.
That's tough. Now get going, kid. Head for home before you get hurt.
Well, I can get hurt there just as fast, you know. Hey, why didn't you go into the bank with your buddies?
They won't let me go with them.
Why?
I don't use ponds.
You couldn't have used that guy either. Now, you know, I don't like your looks. I've never seen somebody so ornery looking in my life. Since I looked in the mirror last, I never seen nobody that way.
Get moving, kid. When my friends come out of that bank, there's liable to be some fireworks.
Fireworks?
Yes.
Well, then, you wouldn't mind having a little punk like me around then.
I'm warning you for the last time.
Oh, you got a water pistol, too. I can see it under your coat. Squirt me with it. Go on. Squirt me in the face with a water pistol.
On your way.
Here, don't. Yeah, and I dog will carry the ribbons. You see how he's frowning at you? He protects me. Well, come on, get from under the car and protect me.
I'm going to count to 3, and if you ain't out of sight...
I'm going to take your picture first.
Hey, you can't take my picture. Come here with that camera.
Hey, come out, good. I'll give you a gun. Run, Duffy. Faster, faster.
Junior, is that you?
I don't know. I've been running so fast I was way beyond myself.
Well, you're as white as a sheet.
You mean I'm tattletale gray?
What happened?
Well, I was walking past the bank and some men jumped out of a great big car and they went inside. And they had guns, old cannons, they had dirty looks, and a bunch of bank robbers they were.
How do you know they were bank robbers?
They all look like Humphrey Bogart.
Now, who could that be?
I don't know, but 8 to 5, whoever it is, they're looking for me. Don't open the door. Don't open the door.
Junior, stop that. It's silly.
They're coming to get me, Grandma.
Good heavens.
They're going to take me for a ride.
Junior, get out of that bird cage. They'd have to take me, too.
No, well, maybe there ain't enough room, you know.
Hi, it's Officer John Dicker.
We just received word that Junior was a witness to a bank holdup.
Yeah, I ain't talking till I see me mouthpiece.
One of our men a block away said he saw the boy take a picture of one of the bandits escaping. Now, the insurance company will pay $10,000 for the pictures if they identify the bandit.
$10,000? Goodness, that'd keep me in bubble gum for the rest of my life, wouldn't it? I'll go get the camera.
Junior, come here.
Now, hit it under the porch. There you is, you little money-making rascal, you. Boy, I'm going to see if the pictures are in focus. Look at the pictures. Let's see. Red and black on one side and yellow stuff in the middle. What is that? Me eyes must be getting bad. I don't remember taking anything like that. Well, you can save your money. Here's the film. I took it out of the camera and it's all blank.
Oh, Junior, it has to be developed first.
Now she tells me.
I'm awfully sorry this happened.
Well, you stay here. I'm going to go catch them crooks and get me bubblegum money.
Oh, you're too little.
No, I'm not. I'll take some rocks with me, and I'll put lumps on their head so big that when the ambulance comes, the bumps will ride, and they'll have to walk behind. They will. And I'll sneak up to their hideout, and they'll riddle me to bits with a shoot gun and the shotgun, and then they're going to keep right on walking through it. And then they'll mow me down with machine gun fire, and there I will be dead. A hero against crime. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I scared me.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
We'll all be back next week at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester, and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Belton, P.G. Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. So next Tuesday then.
Red Skelton saying, bye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Wally.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Listen to the People Are Funny program with Art Linkletter next Friday, and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. 903. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Complex presents a shining half hour with Rico Martelli's orchestra, Kathleen Wells, Ronnie and Van, and starring those nutty nomads, those two traveling, truth-tripping troubadours, Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Martelli opens the show with a musical weather report in March winds and April showers, with our Russian rhythm boys, Dustoff and Brightsky, singing the chorus. Meandering down the macadam in that jittering jalopy, but Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
We'd better be stopping for gas, McGee. According to the gauge, we've been running on a dry tank for 21 miles.
That ain't nothing.
Nothing?
Nope. I mind the time I run a motorcycle from Cape Town, Africa to Mongabula, a distance of some 612 miles on a pint of coconut milk. You see, what I done was...
Never you mind now. You needn't be practicing your dime novels on me, Fibber McGee. Pull in that station there.
I was just gonna... Better get them brakes.
All right, folks. Gas?
Ask him if he'll let you milk a coconut, McGee.
Oh, shucks. Sure we want some gas, young feller.
All right, how much? Fill her up?
Well, no. How far is it to Argosville?
83 miles.
And how far from there to Milltown?
Oh, I'd say about 110. That makes, 83 and 110. Oh, about 200 altogether.
That's just about what I figured. Give me 2 gallons. Wait a minute. How much is it?
Well, the red gas is 18 and a half cents. The blue gas is 17, and the white gas is 50.
Is that the whitest gas you got?
Mix up a gallon of blue and a gallon of red, mister. Purple's me favorite color.
All right. All right. Say, I hear there's a circus over in Milltown.
You don't mean to be telling
that's
me.
why we're going there. I used to own the big elephant they got in the circus there. Name's Myrtle. Myrtle, the gentle giant of the jungle. Real sweet elephant, Myrtle was.
Sure. She must have read the poem.
What poem?
Why should the spirit of Myrtle be proud? Remember?
Quit interrupting, Molly. This young feller asked me to tell him about Myrtle, didn't he?
No.
Well, sir, I brought Myrtle over to this country in 1916. He was just a kid then. Only 116 years old.
Is that so?
Yep. That's why I want to go see her again. See if that busted leg is healed up okay.
Busted leg? Well, I never heard of an elephant breaking its leg.
First case I ever heard of myself. You see, it was like this here. We was into Wheeling, West Virginia one chilly day with a carnival.
Kind of chilly carnival, you might say.
Well, sir, the first day we had a street parade.
A parade?
Sure. McGee parade, Myrtle wouldn't step on him.
Say, whose elephant was this? Yes, sir. We had bands, calliope, animal cages, and 47 clowns.
Including yourself.
No. I was the elephant tender, known into the profession as a bull boss.
No argument.
Now, listen, Molly, if you're
Well,
going to...
what happened then, sir?
Well, sir, as I was saying, I always rid onto Myrtle's head on account of because she was kind of nervous and scary. Particular was she scared of mosquitoes and moose.
Moose?
Hi.
Mouses. All elephants is scared of mouses. Well, sir, there we was, a-hooping it down the main street there, and right into the main part of town, Myrtle stopped dead into her tracks. She'd have threw me if I hadn't been such a good elephant jockey. Threw the whole parade into a ruckus. Lions was roaring and folks was shouting, and Myrtle, reading the signs, knew they was going to be rioting.
I never knew elephants could understand it.
Understand what?
Reading and rioting.
Well, sir, most everybody ran into a movie theater till I could get Myrtle under control.
Well, was there any damage done?
Only to the truth, mister.
Oh, not much. A candy store was wrecked when Myrtle went through the window. Funny thing, too. On her way through, she had 4 pounds of chocolate caramels, and we had to drill her trunk out next day with a 3-inch reamer. But there wasn't much damage done. Fruit stand dumped over, and 3 automobiles standing there, and 2 of them got scratched up, but the t'other one had Johnson's auto wax onto it. I kind of slipped that one in there, didn't I? But Myrtle's leg was the main thing.
Well, how was her leg injured?
You mean how'd she come to bust it?
Yeah.
Well, you see, on her way out of the rear of the candy store, she had to go through a pool room.
And that's how she got behind the 8-ball, I suppose.
As I was saying, as she was going through this here pool room, she seen them billiard balls on the table there and give them a kind of a curiosity sniff, just in passing. And, brother, will you believe me? In them innocent little ivory billiard balls laying there, she recognizes her cousin Elmer, which had been kidnapped in 1678.
You don't say.
I do say. Well, sir, in revenge for Elmer, she give the table a boot with her leg and snap. Busted the leg right at the cow.
You mean the calf, McGee?
No, the cow. It was too big for a calf. So that's why we're going over to see Myrtle, boy. How much owe you?
36 cents. Thank you. But listen, sir. You didn't explain what confused Myrtle in the first place.
Confused? Shucks. She wasn't confused, boy. Myrtle was just bubbling over with happiness, that's all.
Or why, McGee?
Well, sir, as the parade was going down the street, all the folks leaning out of their windows and waves their hands. And with all them palms fluttering overhead, Myrtle thought she was home into her own little jungle again. Be seeing you, sir.
Martelli and his men playing Blue Rooms. And if we may digress a moment from Blue Rooms, pink pachyderms, and white lies, let us tell you that it will be a red-letter day in the life of your car when you give it a shiny coat of Johnson's... Well, Fibber, back again, I see. I thought you were driving over to see an elephant.
I was, young feller, but I detoured off on the trunk line.
I get it.
I come over to give you a hand with the commercial announcement. Go ex Harlow.
Harlow Wilcox, and I can handle the commercial announcement all right myself.
That's what you think. Folks, Johnson's Auto Wax will give you a nice, shiny sheen onto your chassis that'll shine like the sun when the shine shone. I mean, when the sun shines on the teeny shine of the shiny... Folks, Johnson's Auto Wax will give...
Stick to your fibbing. You'll have to excuse McGee, Mr. Wilcox. He's been eating alphabet soup in a Greek restaurant. McGee, why do you always have to butt in on the...
Well, it may have been alphabet soup to Fibber, but it will be duck soup for you to have a gleaming, protective finish on your car this summer. No matter how dull and dirty your old car looks now, Johnson's Auto Wax will make it shine like new again. No fooling. Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner work magic on any car finish. The cleaner is absolutely safe to use, quickly takes off all the old film and dirt without the slightest injury to the car finish, changes a dull, faded paint job to a bright, sparkling luster right before your eyes. And here's something very important. Johnson's Auto Wax saves the car from the damaging effects of the hot sun. The wax polish forms a tough shield of protection, so the ultraviolet sun rays cannot get at the finish to destroy its beauty. And now is the time to wax polish your car. You can do the job yourself or have it done for you at a nearby service station. Johnson's Auto Wax is for sale at hardware stores, auto accessory stores, and service stations. When you purchase the wax and cleaner, your dealer will give you free a can of black auto enamel for covering up rust spots and blemishes on the fenders or chassis of your car. But you'll hear more about this free offer at the end of the program. And now, we'll take advantage of the fact that Fibber McGee is not in sight to present that smiling little songstress, Miss Kathleen Wells. Kathleen is going to sing Every Day.
Love, sweet song, dear, sounds a little wrong, dear, when you sing it in a kidding way. Though I'm mighty frivolous and flighty, honest, I'm not fooling when I say every day I'll fall in love all over again with you. I'll never let our love grow old. I'll always keep it new. Every day I'll let you know that my Valentine is you. We'll live the sweetest story told, like honeymooners do. I'll do to prove to you that romance never will die. It may be a word or a sigh, a kiss that I'll bring, and as the years go by, every day our love grow old, I'll always keep it
How a little music makes the time fly. We really don't know how we do it, but here are Fibber and Molly McGee tomorrow morning, all ready to leave the tourist camp for the day's driving.
Fibber McGee, where have you been?
Who, me?
Well, who do you think? Henry VIII?
VIII what?
Don't be trying to change the subject. I want to know where you've been all morning. Do you think we'll get any place lying around the tourist camp all day?
Lying around. Shucks, I was just telling some folks over there how me and Mike McGillicuddy built that there dirigible submarine and sent
Just
it off.
what I says, lying around the tourist camp. I got you there, McGee. Now, where have you really been?
Just over to the hot dog stand there to get me a hot dog.
Oh, a hot dog, is it?
Yeah.
You got a pretty big appetite for hot dogs all of a sudden, seems to me.
Well, they're real good hot dogs, Molly. Big and shiny, like they've been all polished up with Johnson.
And never you mind the advertising.
Okay. But say, Molly, there's a real pretty gal behind the counter over there. Sweetest big violet eyes.
Oh, a girl, is it? And with big violet eyes.
Yep. It's too bad she squints. Well, I'm ready to start any time you are.
Well, that's lovely. You're ready any time I am.
Yep.
And I've been ready all morning. Did you check the tires, McGee?
Betcha. I kicked every one of them.
How about that one on the off-hind side there? Looks a little lumpy to me. If you put that new inner tube in wrong like you done...
Now, Molly. Don't you tell me how to put in inner tubes. Wasn't I the fastest and best tire changer at the racetrack at Indianapolis on to the 4th of July?
They don't race on the 4th. It's on Memorial Day.
Of course. That's why they call it Memorial Day. In memory of me breaking the record changing tires for Speed Mixed Bud. Why, I mind the time...
Never you mind now. I want to know about our tires. What makes it so lumpy? Look at it.
Well, you know, Molly, we come over one of the highest mountains in these parts yesterday.
And so what?
Why, Molly, you know mountain air is bumpy, don't you? Remember, I pumped up that there tire right onto the top peak there.
And who told you that mountain air was bumpy? Air is air, and hot air is McGee.
It's a well-known fact, Molly. As I was flying an airplane once over the Sangahukus Mountains, the radio operator says to me, he says, pilot, he says...
Pilot?
Assistant pilot, he says...
Assistant pilot?
Stow away, he says. Have you noticed how bumpy this here mountain air is, he says? And I says to him,
Fibber McGee, I don't ride a mile from this spot till I know for sure that tire's all right. So don't be wasting air that might be needed.
Okay, I'll look at it. You wouldn't care for a hot dog, would you, first?
No, I wouldn't. And suppose you keep your face out of the hot dogs long enough to face some cold facts.
Shucks, I'd kind of go for a hot dog myself right now.
Go on with you. If you had 3 more of them things today, you wouldn't be able to set the car for wagging your tail. Now get busy, McGee.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask. What was it you wanted me to do? Get some oil?
No, forgetful. Check up on that bad tire.
You don't mean that bad tire. You mean the worst of the bad tires.
Don't be stalling for time.
Okay. This here one is... Hey, you mean this one? Why, shucks. It's as solid as the rock of Gibraltar.
Gibraltar, ignorant. The G is soft, like that tire's going to be when we're 10 miles out on the road.
Don't you worry about that tire, Molly. Baby, when I change his tires, they stay changed. Why, I mind the time when I...
There you are, McGee. Can't you just smell the fresh mountain air coming out of that tire?
Well, shucks, Molly. How'd I know? I'll change it again. Hey, Molly, where you going? Where you going?
You stay there and get busy. I'm going to get yourself a hot...
Oh, hey, Molly, wait a minute. Come here.
What is it now?
Shucks, Molly, I'm sorry. I didn't think that tire...
Listen to me, McGee. The idea of a man your age
What you mean, a man my age? Why, shucks. I can jump up and crack my heels together, can't I?
Sure, but there's no use having both ends cracked at once, McGee.
Well, anyway, nobody's no older than what he feels. What's the good of counting all of your birthdays when the future has so much appeal? Why, it's the same on your first as it is on your 91st birthday. Take
You're
it away,
right,
Molly.
McGee. You're just as old as you look and just as young as you feel.
Betcha. Oh, my heart is full of romance when the grass is growing green. I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet 16.
Whoop, whoop-de-doo, when you think that you're Clark Gable, that fella on the screen.
I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet 16. 16. I want to dance. I want to sing. I know it's winter, but it feels like spring. I'm not too old to have my fling. The world don't owe me a gosh darn thing.
Why, McGee, you're the life of every party.
You betcha.
You're a jolly jelly bean.
I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet with a hey nutty nutty and a razzmatazz when I'm on a kiddie party. I'm the youngest on the scene. I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet 16.
Ha-cha-cha-cha, though my friends are fat and 40, still I keep my shape so lean. I may be over 60,
but I feel like sweet 6. Weedy, 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 weedy. I have no aches. I have no pain. I'm not rheumatic when it feels like rain. I've got romance in every vein. I spend all my evenings in Lover's Lane.
You don't need overhauling, McGee. You're a darn good old machine.
I may be, but I feel like sweet 16. Skiditten, skidatten, skidatten, datten, do.
And that was that, with a Hey Nonny Molly and a Fibber McGee, from which we go into a number by Martelli and the trio, in which the losers are all winners. Lost my rhythm, lost my music, lost my man. Take it, Rico.
Give me a fan flare, will you please, Rico? There's mutiny in that there band, Marchese. Listen, folks, me and Molly has got room into the back seat of our car for 3 of you folks that's listening in. All you got to do to apply for the ride is... Hey there, clean old wax car. Who are you pushing around?
Harlow Wilcox to you, and I'll take this announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, you probably wouldn't even apply for that ride, remembering the state of Fibber's tires. But you can have all the fun and none of the trouble by riding along with us every Tuesday night at this same hour. But Fibber wasn't fibbing in one particular. We are making you a free offer, and a lot more sensible one than his. We're offering you free a 40-cent can of black auto enamel with every purchase of Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. It's a very high-grade black enamel, which will successfully cover up all the disfiguring rusty spots on the chassis or fenders of your car. A brush comes right with the can of enamel, so you'll find it very easy to apply. Ask for Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner at your hardware store, service station, or auto accessory store. The combination costs only 98 cents, and you get the 40-cent can of touch-up enamel free. Remember, Johnson's Auto Wax will keep your car young and beautiful, protect it from the ultraviolet rays of the sun, and greatly increase its trade-in value. Rendezvous with Johnson's Auto Wax and Fibber McGee next Tuesday night at this same hour. Your announcer is Harlow Wilcox. I hope. Good night.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's. What do you eat? Mate to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, Duffy, you know what we got coming here tonight? Susan Hayward and Frank Buck. Huh? Well, Hayward knocks him dead and Buck brings him back alive. Huh? What does Susan Hayward look like? Well, Duffy, remember the first letter Mrs. Duffy wrote you? Yeah, before she hooked you. Remember it was a letter describing herself to you? Well, Susan actually looks like that. Frank Buck, well, he looks more like Mrs. Duffy. Hey, Duffy, if I got married, say to this Hayward dame, would you give me a raise? A raise? A raise! Would you lower my salary? Now you can hear me, huh? Look, I make $15 a week. Say with overtime, tips, and bonuses, it comes to $15 a quarter. How can I support a wife and family on that dough? Huh? Send one of the kids out to work. What kids? I ain't even held a hand yet. Oh, why argue with you? Good. Listen to this, Miss Duffy. A poem to nature by Anonymous, Archie. Oh, Mother Nature, how could anybody hate you?
What are you talking about?
Nature, Miss Duffy. You know, you ain't lived till you've slept out in the open with the earth for a pillow and a blue sky for a blanket.
Archie, have you been locked out of your room again?
Certainly not. I just happen to be a guy with red hemoglobins in his blood. A guy that likes to get away from civilization once in a while.
Why?
Because it brings out the real me. That's why. Besides, I read in this movie magazine that Susan Haywood goes for the back to nature type of guy, you know?
Well, and Susan Haywood's in for a big thrill tonight.
Oh, thanks.
When Frank Buck gets here. Now there, Archie, is a real outdoor man.
Oh, yeah? I bet you I've been out of as many doors as he has. Miss Duffy, you just watch that Haywood melt. One look at me and she'll sweep me right off her feet.
Oh, them movie stars. Archie, if you men only knew how much mascara them movie stars use. How much rouge, lipstick, eyeshadow, face powder, eyebrow pencil, vanishing cream, cold cream, night cream, day cream, chin cream, neck cream, perfume and toilet water.
How do you know they use all that?
'Cause I use them too, and I'm a natural beauty. Archie, did you ever see a movie star when they got up in the morning?
No, but someday I hope to. And it so happens, Miss Duffy, that you're prejudiced. Them dames is just as beautiful in the morning as they are the rest of the day.
How would you know?
'Cause I read an article by a Beverly Hills milkman. Tell me about Hollywood stars.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Hey, Art, did Frank Buck get here yet?
No, but when he does, I think you better stay under cover. He might throw a net over you.
So I'm anxious to meet him, Art. You know, I'm starting a little zoo of my own in my backyard. So far, I got a cat, a dog, and a fox.
A fox, huh, Finnegan? What kind of a fox? Silver?
No, terrier.
Finnegan, Frank Buck is only interested in wild game, carnivorous animals. Kind they show at carnivals. It's nothing to a guy like that to go into a jungle, walk up to a lion, look the lion in the eye, grab him by the legs, tickle him under the chin.
Oh, boy, that's fun.
Fun?
Yeah, especially if you do it to a dame.
Finnegan.
Hello there, Archie boy.
Well, Officer Clancy. Hey, Clancy, I seen you marching in the parade last week. You look mighty sharp.
Well, my feet felt mighty flat.
Well, why didn't you try to get mounted duty?
What? And ride a horse for 8 hours? No, Archie, no. This way I can at least go home and soak me feet.
I see what you mean, Clancy. Why don't you stick around? You know, Frank Buck is coming down here tonight.
Frank Buck? And who might he be?
The big game hunter, the guy that brings them animals back alive.
Brings them back where alive?
Here.
What for?
To look at them.
Who wants to look at them?
Who wants to look at them? Everybody.
Not me.
Well, he brings them back anyway.
Who asked him to?
Nobody asked him to.
Then if you ask me, he's the jerk to be doing it.
Look, Clancy. That is how he makes his living.
Bringing animals over here?
Yeah.
And what happens when he gets them over here?
People look at them.
Not me.
You mean to say that if you saw a hippopotamus, you wouldn't look at it?
And how would I know it was a hippopotamus?
Because there's a sign that says hippopotamus.
If I could spell a word like hippopotamus, I'd be out taking the sergeant's exam.
Clancy, you are nothing but a thick-headed dope.
You're thicker than I am, and that's saying a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
What else is new?
Well, not a thing. I think I'll be running along now. So long, Archie.
So long, Clancy. We will now hear that beautiful ballad, I Just Kissed Your Picture Goodnight, sung by Clark Dennis, our tenor, who's happy to sing for a $5.
I just kissed your picture goodnight. And now, dear, I'll turn down the light. Your picture 'neath my pillow like a charm, it seems, for you steal through my pillow into my dreams. You know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture good night. Your picture 'neath my pillow works like a charm, it seems, for you steal through my pillow into my dreams. You know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture good night.
Pardon me, is your name Archie?
No, I'm Finnegan, but I know who you are.
Oh.
Susan Haywood.
Finnegan, please. Got your tenses mixed. That's Frank Buck. Well, Mr. Buck, welcome to the interior of Darkest Duffy's. By the way, how do you like the joint?
Archie, I've never seen a nicer menagerie.
Well, I try to be a good manager. Mr. Buck, how's things in the big game? Pretty good?
Well, the orders keep coming in.
Orders? What do you mean orders?
Well, that's how I work, Archie. Zoos and circuses tell me what kind of animals they want, and I go out and bring them back.
You mean a guy writes you a letter and says, "Dear Mr. Buck, please send 1 dozen hyenas assorted. 6 laughing and 6 crying." Mean something like that?
Well, it's something like that, Archie.
Pardon me, Mr. Buck.
Yes?
How much would a tiger cost me?
What do you want with a tiger?
In our house, we got very big mice.
Well, Finnegan, a tiger would cost you about $2,000.
Oh, that sounds reasonable. What size tiger would I get for that?
Oh, a tiger about 10 feet long.
How high?
About 4 feet.
No good. Couldn't get in them little mouse holes.
Finnegan. Oh, Mr. Buck, have you met Miss Duffy?
Miss Duffy, I greet you with the words of the African Mambas tribe, Apamachum Manabuli.
Likewise, I'm sure. Mr. Buck, I'd like to ask you a question.
What?
Did you ever capture an animal known as a Persian-dyed muskrat?
A Persian-dyed muskrat? I never heard of it.
I knew it. That Vera Fogarty. Trying to tell me her fur coat is genuine and mine ain't.
Well, what kind of a coat is yours?
South American wild plush.
Did you ever catch a wild plush, Mr. Buck?
Not yet.
Well, I know, of course he didn't. The man who sold me the coat said they're very hard to catch. You see, they got such short hairs, there's nothing to grab hold of, you know?
Them plushes is even harder to catch than a wild mohair.
Gee, Mr. Buck, you must have a thrill in life.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, don't be modest. You've locked George with death plenty of times, I bet. I bet you don't think no more of struggling with a lion or a tiger than I do with a fella. Mr. Buck, tell me, what was your most thrilling experience?
Well, there was a wild tapir that was tough.
A wild what?
A wild tapir. A beast I considered fairly harmless. I found him with a badly cut back. I tried to put some ointment on him, the bruise. But suddenly the tapir whirled, charged me, and buried his head in my stomach, knocked me flat on my back. I realized the danger and yelled for my native boy. Fortunately, he came running in the nick of time and beat the infuriated beast off. Boy, that was a close call.
Imagine Vera Fogarty saying hers was a genuine Persian dyed musk. What was you saying about the tapir, Mr. Buck?
Oh, Miss Duffy.
Hey, Art, look who just came in. The tomato from Hollywood.
Finnegan, please. Tomato. In Hollywood, they are known as tomatoes. Mr. Buck, why don't you go over to the table and tell Miss Duffy the rest of that story about the paper?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Buck, you're very interesting. I'll never go to the zoo again without thinking of you.
Hey, Art. Hey, look, Arch. Why did you brush off Mr. Buck?
Why did I brush him off? Finnegan, how many big game hunters do you think Miss Haywood wants to meet? Good evening, Miss Haywood.
Hello, Archie.
Miss Haywood, allow me to greet you in the words of the African Salami tribe. Appalachian okra gumbo.
Timbuktu.
You're welcome. Miss Haywood, may I say that Mother Nature has indeed been kind to you? Nose, them lips, that figure, them, oh, what am I talking about? You've been whistled at before.
Well, Archie, it's nice to hear about my nose and my lips, but, oh, what am I talking about? You've been slapped in the face before.
Wait a minute, Miss Haywood. Don't get me wrong. Frankly, to me, a dame is a dame. I'd just soon chuck the whole affair and go back to the jungle.
The jungle?
Oh, certainly. You see, I'm only here in the States temporarily. Recovering from the bite of a tsetse fly.
A tsetse fly? Well, doesn't that give you sleeping sickness?
Sleeping? Don't you think the eyes open no wider than this? However, it's all part of me life, you know, as a big game hunter. See this mark on my arm?
Mm-hmm. What's that from?
Kicked by a cobra. By a cobra. By a cobra. One of them African savages, you know.
Archie, a cobra is a snake.
You're right. You can't trust one of them. But that's the law of the jungle. Either perish or die. By the way, did I, Trader Archie, tell you the most thrilling experience I ever had?
No, but I'm sure you're going to.
Well, if you insist. Well, sir, anyways, I was trying to put some ointment on the back of a wild tapeworm.
Archie, don't you mean a taper?
That's the male. Anyways, the female, this tapeworm, leaps on me, you see. Before I know it, she's flaunting at me with a mouthful of fangs. So quick, I grab her by the nostrils, which forces it to open her mouth. Then I feint with me left and let go with a right uppercut and knock all her teeth out. Boy, that was a close call.
And you were safe?
No. There was still danger of being gummed to death.
Archie, that is a very old joke.
This happened in 1922. Well, sir, to go on, I faces this tapeworm, and raising me free hand...
What's the other hand doing?
I forgot to tell you about the tiger. Anyways, there I am, being attacked by them man-eating Ubangies, see? Their mouths is watering. They're just about to eat me. Eat me alive, you see. When all of a sudden,
Pardon me, Archie.
Mr. Buck, did you have to come in and spoil that dinner? Miss Hayward, this is Frank Buck.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Buck? Ozzie was just telling me about all of his experiences in the jungle.
Oh, yes? Archie, why don't you go to the jungle sometime?
I've been to a jungle.
What jungle?
Oh, a certain jungle.
Which one?
The Jingle Jangle jungle. And stop trying to make a sucker out of me, Mr. Buck, or Miss Hayward here is liable to realize that one of us is a phony. Right, Susan?
Oh, quiet, Archie. Mr. Buck, you must lead an exciting life. What was your most thrilling experience?
Well, there was that wild tapir, a beast I considered fairly harmless.
Okay, now, Finnegan, you all set?
They're all set, Arch.
Now, don't forget, fall in on your hands and knees. I gotta convince this thing. Miss Hayward,
Yes, Archie?
there seems to be an opinion around here that I'm a phony. I wish to remove that doubt. It seems that Frank Buck has intimidated that I was never in Africa.
Well, were you?
Miss Hayward, the proof. See that creature there? The one with the war paint and the ring in his nose? Falling on his hands and knees there? Just brought him back from the jungles of Tondoleo. Watch this, Here, Hambo. Miss Hayward, you are now looking at a genuine pig man.
You mean pygmy?
Nope, pig man. Half man, half pig. Hambo, say hello to Miss Hayward.
Oink, oink.
Hambo, how does Miss Hayward look to you?
Oink-kay.
Okay, Pigman, tell me this. Did you ever in your life see Frank Buck in the jungle?
Oink.
You ever see me there?
Yoink.
See, Miss Hayward, was I lying to you?
Wait a minute, Archie. What is this creature?
An African pig man, Mr. Buck. Half man, half pig.
I don't believe it.
What?
He's half man.
No? You don't, huh?
Archie, why don't you quit this African nonsense? You know you were never there.
Mr. Buck, do I look to you like a liar? I said, do I look like a liar? I'll prove it to you. Pigman, tell the white goddess to come in. The veiled white goddess, no?
The white goddess?
The white goddess of the zombie tribe. I rescued her from the swamis down there in the last safari, you know? Oh, here she is now. Goddess, this is Mr. Buck and Miss Hayward.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Goddess, tell me, friends here, about yourself.
At age of 3, my parents broke law of jungle. I was left orphan.
What jungle law did your parents break, Goddess?
They poisoned Cannibal.
How?
Cannibal ate them. So I was brought up by a couple of baboons.
And the goddess ain't kidding either.
Archie, you shut your trap.
Why, Archie, she speaks like a city girl.
Well, yeah. She comes from one of the biggest cities in the jungle.
Yes, I am from Chicago.
There you are. Do you need any further proof?
Just a second, Goddess. What is the chant of your jungle?
Wait, is a chant what I think it is?
Well, it's a song.
You're asking for trouble. Goddess, let him have it. After this, I left Africa.
Melody native, hear the chant of the jungle.
No wonder that Tarzan's always screaming.
For it sings of savage shores, tropic nights, and war dawn.
I would never bring her back alive.
What do you say, Miss Hayward? Are you convinced?
Yes, Archie. I'm convinced that I finally met somebody I could really be interested in.
Well, now, Miss Hayward, Susan, that's wonderful. Shall we go out now and sort of make arrangements?
Oh, I didn't mean you, Archie.
Huh? You going out with Frank Buck?
No.
Then who?
Hambo.
Before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Taste the difference. Campbell's Tomato Juice presents George Burns with Gracie Allen and Ted Husing and Milton Watson with Jack Bernard and his famous orchestra. Here are George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Thank you.
Oh, George, isn't it wonderful to be back in New York again? I'm so thrilled that I can hardly speak. And while we were...
Gracie, we've only been away 2 weeks.
Well, I know it, but it's the same old New York.
Yes.
You know, I said to myself this morning as I was riding uptown on the M, I said to myself...
You were riding uptown on the M?
Well, sure, I like the M much better than the subway. So I said to myself...
Gracie, it's not the M, it's the L.
Oh, I know, but I don't like to say L on the radio.
Well, it's kind of nice to be back in New York again.
Oh, yes. I've never had such a welcome home in my life. I was certainly thrilled when I heard those whistles blowing.
They blew
expected...
whistles for us?
Well, sure, but what I can't understand is we got in at 10, and they didn't blow the whistles until 12 o'clock.
Gracie, those were lunch whistles.
Oh, don't be a silly boy, George. Who ever heard of eating whistles for lunch?
Yeah, they're delicious with ketchup.
Now, please.
Oh, yeah. Can't stop me tonight.
No, and my brother, you know, he got so excited that he threw a streetcar right through a plate glass window.
Your brother picked up a streetcar and threw it through a plate glass window.
Yes.
Gracie, do you know how much a streetcar weighs?
Certainly, 3 tons.
3 tons?
Yeah, up ton and down ton.
Up ton and down ton?
Yes.
But where's the other ton?
Leading the band.
Leading the band. Like talk.
Yes. Hey, wait, George.
Yes?
For 2 whole weeks while you've been away, I haven't made one single announcement about Campbell's.
That's right.
Not once have I stepped up to the microphone to tell the world the famous Campbell slogan.
Well, I'll tell them about it, Ted.
Oh, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ted Husey says if you're using Campbell's tomato juice, you're using the best Campbell's tomato juice in the world on account of you're using the same tomato juice that Husey is using.
That using is using?
George, I just got through telling him that.
Oh, you juice got through.
Ladies and
Ted,
gentlemen.
Ted, I'll take it for you.
All right.
And I won't have to sell Campbell's tomato juice from a piece of paper. I've got it in my head.
Well, George, if you can't have brains in your head, then I guess Campbell's tomato juice is the next best thing.
Thanks, Ted.
Say, Gracie, it's all I can do to control myself whenever you start talking about Campbell's tomato juice.
Well, I'm glad you do control yourself, Ted. That shows that you have the power of mind over tomato.
Mind over tomato.
Yeah.
Gracie, did something happen to you when you were a baby?
Yeah, oh, yes. I weighed 10 pounds when I was born.
Oh, then you were born,
Yeah,
huh?
oh, sure. And the next week I weighed 20 pounds.
20 pounds.
And the following week I weighed 30 pounds. Well, for a while it looked like I was going to grow up to be a Jack Renard.
A Jack Renard. Well, I wish you were a Jack Renard. Then you'd be leading this orchestra instead of bothering me.
Sure, and then Jack wouldn't be leading the orchestra and wouldn't be bothering anybody.
Well, there's something to that. You've got something there, Gracie.
You may not think I'm good, Gracie, but you should see the size of my correspondence.
See it? Well, how can you miss it? It's breaking the buttons off your vest.
Let me tell you something. Wait until you see how classy Jack Renard is going to look next week.
Yeah? I blew myself to a new suit.
You did what?
He says he blew himself to a new suit.
Oh, now that's a good idea, Jack, because it looks like you're going to blow yourself out of the old one.
Using...
Watson.
Renard.
Yes.
This is Ted Husing, ladies and gentlemen. Which kind of tomato juice drinker are you? A dabbler who shifts about and drinks a different brand each time? Or have you given Campbell's tomato juice a try? Taste Campbell's tomato juice. Taste the difference between it and all the other brands you know. For here at last you'll find the honest-to-goodness fresh tomato flavor, just like a tomato you might have picked in your garden last August. No spices or canning processes have spoiled it. It's the real thing. You'll get a brand new, refreshing thrill from your first glassful. And a real benefit to health, too. Vitamins that Campbell's have taken care to retain for you. Try Campbell's tomato juice. Drink a glass of it just for me or just for George and Gracie. And then another glass just for the joy of it. The Marx Brothers comedy, A Night at the Opera, contains the beautiful ballad entitled Alone. the magic violin of Jack Renaud. Here's George and Gracie again.
You know, George, if my brother were as rich as Rockefeller, he'd even be richer than Rockefeller, and vice versa.
Well, that's a nice beginning. If your brother were as rich as Rockefeller, he'd even be richer than Rockefeller?
Sure, he'd still be getting his $5 relief money on the side.
Well, which brother is that?
My brother Ike.
Ike?
Yeah, well, we call him Ike for short. His whole name is Hitchike.
Oh, Hitchike. That's the fool, the good-looking one.
But when he gets in a car with anybody, he goes 50-50 on expenses.
So your brother goes 50-50 on expenses?
Yeah. The motorist supplies the gas and oil, and my brother supplies the air and water.
Well, that's very considerate of your brother.
Well, I think so. And once upon a time, while my brother was...
Once upon a time?
Yeah, once upon a time.
Once
While my brother was hitchhiking, he saw a movie star in an automobile.
A movie star?
Yeah.
Well, what did your brother do?
He stuck out his thumb.
He did. And did the movie star give him a ride?
No, he autographed my brother's thumb.
Nice going. Some fun, eh, Gracie?
Oh, that's very good, George. You ought to be in punctures.
In punctures, eh?
George.
George. Yes?
What is this? Opportunity of a lifetime.
Opportunity?
Oh, Milky, don't take it. My uncle had the same opportunity, and he's doing a lifetime.
Gracie, quiet with your uncle. What is it, Milton?
Well, James Kling from Paramount is here to look me over.
James Kling?
Yeah, he's a talent scout.
Ah, that's nothing. My daddy's a Boy Scout. He can make a fire with 2 sticks. Yeah.
Well, what was that? Makes a fire with 2 sticks, huh?
Please, Gracie, don't mess this up. I may get a contract out of this if I can make an impression.
Well, what?
Here comes Mr. Kling now.
Oh, Mr. Kling, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Kling, you know Ted Husing.
How do you do?
And George Burns.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And Gracie Allen.
Why, of course.
Well, hello, Mr. Kling. Are you the Kling of Hearts or the Kling of Spades?
A Kling of Spades. Tell me, Mr. Kling, what's new? I hear you're giving Milton Watson the once-over.
Well, I happen to be in town, and it just occurred to me that Mr. Watson might have possibilities.
Milton's got possibilities. Oh, well, now maybe he ate something that didn't agree with him.
Gracie, they're talking business. Mr. Kling, did you hear Milton Watson's song tonight?
Yes, he has a grand voice.
Well, thanks.
I can't help wondering how Mr. Watson would be if he were playing opposite Loretta Young.
Well, now, look, it all depends on what they'd be playing, Mr. Kling. Now, if they were playing football, I bet Milty could be there. But he certainly can't play post office, you know what I mean, Milty?
Yeah, he knows what you mean. But stay out of it. Mr. Kling wants to find out if Milton can act.
Yes, especially in romantic parts. Mr. Watson, have you ever had any of these so-called hot lover rolls?
Hot lover rolls? Well, I have them for breakfast, and they're delicious.
Oh, Gracie, if I had a girl like you, hot lover alone. Oh, yes.
That was George Burns, ladies and gentlemen. The telephone number is Brian 97800.
Thanks, Gracie.
You see, Mr. Kling, I've never done anything very important in that line. Of course, I've taken a lot of work in dramatics.
Good. What can you do?
Well, I've got Uncle Tom's Cabin in my repertoire.
Oh, yeah? Then Jack Renard must have the Empire State Building in him.
Please.
Miss Allen, wouldn't you like to see Mr. Watson get a chance in a love scene with some beautiful girl like Loretta Young?
In a love scene with Loretta Young, I know he wouldn't even have a fighting chance.
Thanks, Gracie.
You're welcome, Milkweed.
Miss Allen, you at least admit that Mr. Watson is a good singer.
Well, as singers go, what I mean is, these low notes are so high that they make his high notes sound low.
What you mean is that you don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, you and Mr. Kling don't know what I'm talking about either, so it's 50-50.
I guess so.
Mr. Watson, will you do some short love scene?
Oh, yeah, no, then I'll help you.
You'll help me?
Yes.
I'd rather do a love scene with Jack Renard.
Why?
Why, Gracie, will you stay out of this?
Mr. Watson, right now is the time when we can get an audience reaction. Maybe there's some reading or recitation. Do something.
All right, here goes. When a man does a wrong, he goes right along, and the world soon forgives and forgets. Give a girl time.
We'll do a Mother Juice rhyme.
A Mother Juice rhyme?
Now is the time. Rhyme.
Yes, rhyme.
Milky Dumpty sat in the wall.
Yes.
Humpty Wilty
Yes.
had a great fall. All of Kling's love scenes aren't any use. They won't wean on Milky Wilty from Campbell's tomato juice. Finish.
I hope so. Using
Watson, Renard.
Jack Renard and his orchestra, and a new foxtrot, Hypnotized. Here's a straightforward proposition. Tomorrow, go to your grocer and say, I want a can of Campbell's tomato juice, please. Just that. I want a can of Campbell's tomato juice, please. Then take it home and drink it. And ask yourself if it isn't the very best tomato juice you ever tasted. Do that, and Campbell's and George and Gracie and I will stand by your verdict. There is a difference, and you can taste it quicker than I can tell you about it. It's in the lively, fresh tomato tang of Campbell's tomato juice, in the keen, natural taste of it, unspoiled by spices and undiluted. From the red Campbell tomatoes on the vine to the final sealing of the can, extra special steps have been taken to make Campbell's tomato juice a better drink. There are special health elements in it, too. Vitamins you need. Reasons for drinking Campbell's tomato juice regularly each day. Hundreds of thousands who have heard me talk about Campbell's tomato juice on these broadcasts have given it a trial. And now these loyal George and Gracie fans are loyal Campbell's tomato juice fans, too. So give it a try tomorrow, won't you? And taste the difference. And here's George and Gracie.
George, I got a letter from home thanking me for the New Year's present, and they're all worried about you.
Worried about me?
I'll read it to you. Dearest Gracie, poor mother can't spell very well. Imagine spelling Gracie's C-R-A-Z-Y.
C-R-A-Z-Y. Oh, yes, it was probably a slip of the pen.
Yeah, George. Well, anyhow, it says that Daddy and Daddy...
Never mind. Just read the part where they're concerned about me. What were they worried about?
Your injury.
Injury?
Yeah.
What kind of injury?
Well, I don't know, but here it is in the letter. It says that, P.S. Also received George's little check for New Year's, and I hope he didn't break his arm making it out.
Well... Really nice to know that somebody's worrying about me.
Hey, George. Yes,
Oh, why, Milty, Wilty, when did you get back from Hollywood? You look wonderful. You're as brown as a beret.
A beret.
Say, George, Mr. Kling didn't leave.
He didn't?
He still wants to hear me do a bit of acting.
Well, that's fine, look.
He's right in the control room.
He is?
He's going to listen to us. He wants me to do a scene from Rain. That Broadway show, remember?
Well, certainly. That's great, Milton.
Well, here are the scripts. Will you all help me?
Well, we'll be glad to.
We'll do the part where I'm converting Sadie Thompson, and I've lost my head.
Oh, you lost your head? Oh, well, that's all right, Milty. You'll never miss it.
Wait a minute, Milton. Who's going to play Sadie Thompson? Not Gracie, I hope.
Yep. She's the only girl here, so she'll have to play Sadie.
Play Sadie? Well, I never played it. But if it's like playing a piccolo, I can't play it. And if it's like playing a violin, Jack Renard can't play it either.
Well, this is going to be fine. If Gracie is going to play Sadie Thompson, then this won't be Rain. It'll be Custer's Last Pie. Look, what part do you want me to play?
Well, George, you play the old trader who runs the trading post.
Okay.
And Ted?
Yeah?
You do the sound effects. It's supposed to be raining all the time.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to, Milton. How about Jack?
Oh, I'm sorry, but there's no part for Jack.
You mean there's no part big enough for that?
Quiet.
All right, let's get started.
Okay, Gracie, look at the script. You're Sadie Thompson, and you're walking up and down your room in a dilemma.
In a dilemma? Oh, I won't like that on account of I look better in a kimono.
Gracie, you're Sadie Thompson. You've been a bad, wicked woman. A vampire, but you're reformed.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, Watson, you better handle it.
All right. Now, the Reverend Davidson, that's me.
Yes?
I've converted you, Gracie.
Yes?
You've given up men,
Yes?
and you're through with liquor.
Oh.
Why, you've even stopped playing that nerve-wracking phonograph.
Oh, was that a nerve-wracking phonograph? Now, I could have sworn it was Jack Renard's band. I could have.
Will you try to understand? Watson is Reverend Davidson.
Yes, and while I'm persuading you to be a good woman, I myself have fallen for you.
Oh, why, this is so sudden, Milty. Who'd have thunk it, George?
Watson, director Mr. Kling is waiting.
Oh, yeah, Ted. Are you ready with the sound effects?
Well, I've got the water, but I've got no place to pour it. Say, George, have you got a pan?
No, I haven't got a pan.
You haven't got a pan, George. Well, what do you call that thing between your ears?
That's a birthday cake. Yeah. That's what that is.
Well, hey, I've got it. Here it is. Rain.
Rain. Gracie, it says here Sadie Thompson hums while she's waiting for Reverend Davidson to knock on the door. Okay, Ted, knock. Go ahead, Gracie, act.
Who's that knocking at my door? Who's that knocking at my door? Who's that knocking at my door? Cry, little Sadie Thompson. Come in. Hello, Reverend Davidson. I'm acting, George?
Gracie, the script.
Hello, Sadie. Are we alone?
Well, certainly we're alone, Davy. There's nobody here but you and me and George and Ted using in the audience and Jack Renard. Aren't they silly, George?
Look, Gracie, read the line. Read the line where it says Sadie.
Yeah, Sadie. Sadie. Sadie.
Yeah, but look, what comes after Sadie?
Reverend Davidson, he's nuts about it.
Look, read right here.
Yeah, Reverend Davidson, I want to tell you won the battle. I'm going straight. Georgie, what does that mean?
Will you be quiet?
Sadie, stop. Tell me no more, Sadie. It's time you heard a confession from me.
Why, Milton, you can't say that in front of a lady. But then again, I'm Sadie Thompson, huh? Let's hear it, Davy.
Oh, Gracie, your line, your part, your script, your Sadie.
I know, and I'm pretty, too.
Look, will you read right here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you want to confess to me, Davy? Say, are you kidding me or are you drunk? George, I sound like my mother talking to my daddy.
Drunk. That's it, Sadie. I'm drunk with you. Sadie, you've gone to my head like a drug. My brain is going round and around and around.
When you watch your script, you're spoiling Watson's career. Go ahead, Milton.
Okay. It isn't the rain that's driving me mad, Sadie. It's you. Come to me, Sadie. Closer.
Gosh, I'm glad I'm out of this conglomeration.
Quiet, Jack.
Yeah, Milty's in the mood for love.
Quiet. Gracie, read this line.
Oh, yeah. Stop, Reverend Davidson. Get away from me. So that's what your face does for you, eh? Are you listening, Mr. Lubitsch?
Sadie Thompson, you can no more stop me than you can stop the rain.
Okay. Ted, he didn't tell you to stop the rain.
Will you all be quiet? Kiss me, Sadie. I'm only flesh.
Oh, baby talk. No, he's getting flash.
Getting flesh. Oh,
Mr. Kling, it's terrible, but it's not my fault.
Terrible? Why, it was simply wonderful.
Wonderful?
I've never heard a man read a line with such sincerity.
Well, congratulations, Jack. Well, that's wonderful.
Contract's yours. Put your name right down here, Mr. Jack Renard.
Renard?
The way he read that line, gosh, I'm glad that I'm out of this conglomeration. It was beautiful.
Mr. Kling, Jack Renard wasn't even in the play.
I know. That's why he gets the contract.
Oh, let me see the contract, Jack. Isn't it grand? Congratulate Jack, everybody.
What?
He's going to Hollywood to be a stand-in for a load of hay.
A load of hay? Using...
What's the Renard?
Gracie's making a popularity survey. She sings, How Do I Rate With You?
Let's cut out all the smart talk and have a heart-to-heart talk on the very timely topic of you and me. You tell me all about yourself. Come on, goodbye. I'll tell you all about myself. I've nothing to hide. I'm in the social register. I'm in the blue book, too. But, baby, what I want to know is, how do I rate with you? I'm listed with the Vanderbilt in Dun and Bradstreet, too. But, baby, only one thing matters. How do I rate with you? Trace my family tree back to 51 B.C. Say you find a king or two, but what good is a pedigree when you feel blue? My credit's good at Tiffany's and with the grocer too. So, baby, won't you tell a fella, how do I rate with you? How would I rate with you if I wore one of my little blue hats like the little one I have on tonight, Georgie?
At least it would cover your brains, if any.
Or suppose I went in for politics. Gracie Allen for senator.
In the state of coma.
Would you get your friends to vote for me, even your janitor?
Yeah, my janitor would sweep you right in.
If I should run for president, I'd get a vote or 2 or 3 or 4, but baby, only one thing matters. How do I rate with you? Do you think I'm the top, or am I a total flop? Do I thrill you when I talk, or ooh, ooh, ooh? like a war. I'm Ace's high with Jack Renard.
Hi, Gracie.
And Milty Wilty, too. Don't
call me Milty.
But, baby, what I want to know is... Yeah, what's the name of this song, Georgie?
How do I rate with you?
That's it, you rate swell.
Campbell's tomato juice, made by the makers of those fine Campbell's soups, invites you to listen in and laugh with George Burns and Gracie Allen again next Wednesday, when they will broadcast from Boston, where they are appearing all week, starting this Friday at the Metropolitan Theater. Meanwhile, say to your grocer, Campbell's tomato juice, please, and taste the difference.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
That famous year when lovely ladies get a break. In other words, it's leap year. Well, forgive me, ladies, just this once if I hand out a tip to the bachelors. And that is, look before you leap, boys. Look into the important matter of food. And if she can't make biscuits and can't make pies, just be sure she does know about Jell-O. For a shimmering mold of glowing Jell-O has saved many a meal. That's because Jell-O tastes so good, full of extra rich fruit flavor, real food flavor, as refreshing and appetizing as fresh ripe fruit. That fruit goodness is sealed right in. It's full-bodied and satisfying. But just remember, you won't find it in any other gelatin dessert. No other has Jell-O's luscious, extra-rich flavor. There is only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O tastes twice as good as ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry to announce that Mary Livingston will be unable to appear on tonight's program owing to a very sudden attack of laryngitis, which has resulted in the complete loss of her voice. But she will be with us again next Sunday night. Oh, Timmy, I didn't see Johnny leading the orchestra. Where is he?
I don't know, Don. I don't see Jack around either.
Well, this is a fine state of affairs. Wonder what could have happened to them.
I saw them get into a car about an hour ago. Hope they didn't meet with an accident. Maybe that's them.
Hello. Oh, hello, Jack. Where are you? There you are? Well, how did it happen? Well, don't worry. We'll come right over.
What's the matter, John?
Why, Jack and Johnny were arrested for speeding and knocking over a telegraph pole.
Gee, isn't that awful?
Hey, Underwood, tune in the county jail and see if you can pick up Jack Benny, please. Okay.
If I had the wings of an angel, da-dum-dum-dum-dee-da-da-dum.
Hey, you in cell number 6. Shut up.
All right. Say, what are you in for, buddy?
I'm the keeper here.
Oh, pardon me. Say, what do you get to eat here?
Bread and water.
What, no Jell-O? It's a fine jail. Hey, Johnny, where are you?
Upper 7.
Oh, you couldn't get a lower, huh?
Quiet, you mug.
All right. Who does he think he's talking to? What a jail. I feel like a quarter in Don Wilson's pocket. I'll never get out.
This way, miss. Here's the guy you want.
Look at her distance and make it snappy.
Why, it's Mary's sister. Hello, Mamie. What happened to Mary?
She's got laryngitis, Jack, and she sent me over to see if I could do something for you. What happened?
Well, we left Johnny's house driving to the studio, and we were only going 72 miles an hour.
Gee, they can't put you in jail for that.
They can't. Where do you think I am, in Bermuda? Of course, we had a slight accident. I ran into a telegraph pole.
Gee, this is a nice room you've got, Jack. Did you have to take a leak?
Yes.
Where's Johnny's room?
In the next cell. Oh, Johnny. Here's Mary's sister. You remember Mamie?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mamie.
Hello, Johnny.
What are you laughing at?
Gee, look at Johnny's haircut. It reminds me of a popular song.
Well, what do you mean?
It's round and round. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. It's round and round.
Stop clowning, will you?
Say, Mamie, can't you do something to get us out? I don't want to stay here all night.
Yeah, don't you know anybody?
Sure, Jack. I know one of the biggest politicians in town. He's a great friend of mine, and he'll get you out in no time. Where's the phone?
There's one over in the corner there with a ball and chain on it.
Okay.
Gee, I hope you can do something, Johnny.
So do I.
Hello, operator. Get me Michigan 4099. Yes.
Gee, it was nice of Mary to send her over.
I'll say.
Hello, is this you, Max? This is Mamie. Yeah. How are you, you big palooka?
The cinch, Johnny, isn't it?
Hey, Max. Where did you go after you left the Grove last time? Oh, did you? No. Yes. No.
Get to the point, Mamie, will you? For heaven's sake.
What's that? Sure. Oh, sure, I'll be glad to. See you next Friday night. Thanks, Max. Bye.
Why, Mamie, I thought you were going to fix it for me.
Oh, gee, I forgot to ask them.
Oh.
But don't worry. I've got a date with them next Friday.
Well, there he is, young fella. Now talk quick and make it snappy.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Gee, I'm sorry to see you here.
Me too. There's Johnny in the next cell.
Say, Kenny, you live here in Los Angeles. Can't you do something for us?
Sure. I know the biggest politician in town. Where's the phone?
Never mind. We just had that.
Say, Jack, I heard you were going to be here a long time, so I brought you a copy of Anthony Adverse.
Anthony Adverse? Thanks, Kenny.
You see, Jack? You think you had bad luck? Anthony Adverse.
You should have had laryngitis instead of Mary.
Well, I'm just trying to cheer you up, you little convict.
Say, Keeper, I want to see Jack Benny and Johnny Green. Well, there they are. Now make it snappy.
Oh, hello, Don. Gee, I'm glad you dropped over.
I don't see you, Jack. Where are you?
Right here in cell 6.
Well, don't forget the Jell-O. Cell 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Even in jail, I get that. Oh, Don, can't you do something for us?
Certainly, Jack. I've made arrangements with the judge so that you can broadcast from here for your next 2 options.
That's fine. Where's the microphone?
Right here.
Well, give it to me. Stand by, Kenny. Well, hello, folks. This is the J-Lo program. And Kenny Baker will now sing Little Rose of the Rancho from the motion picture Rose of the Rancho.
Sing, Kenny.
Every single phrase would sing your praise, and I would be sincere. What would I say? What could I say? I could call you a flame or a flower. I could call you a song or a star, but I know, little rose of the rancho, could call you a gift from the angels, for I feel in my heart you're divine. I could call you the only one I'll ever love. Oh, but why have I called you
Listen to the prisoners applauding. That was Little Rose of the Rancho, sung by Kenny Baker, coming to you from the grill room of the county jail. That was very nice, Kenny, but you were behind 2 bars of music.
That's better than being behind 8 bars like you are.
Oh.
Come on, visitors, your time is up.
Who, me?
No, your time is my time. Well, see you later, Jack. We'll see what we can do.
So long, Don.
Bye, Johnny. Bye. So long, fellows.
So long. Hey, Johnny, there's some awful-looking characters in this jail, aren't there?
Okay.
Look at that colored fellow over there in the opposite cell.
Yeah, I wonder what he did.
Hey, son.
You calling me?
Yeah. How long you in for?
I'm here on parole. Leavenworth is my home.
Hey, you must have done something. What are you in for?
Well, they gave me 15 years for drawing money out of a bank without a bank book.
They did?
Yeah. Then they gave me 20 years for stopping the man that tried to stop me.
No kidding.
Then they gave me 7 years for toting a razor without shaving clean.
Well, is that all?
No. Gave me 30 days more for just being no good.
Oh, say, what's your name?
Clarence News.
Clarence News? Say, wait a minute. Listen, I saw you in a picture.
Yeah. They gave me 10 more years for that.
That's too bad.
I sure is in trouble.
Well, so are we. This is the worst mess I was ever in.
Oh, Johnny, it isn't so bad.
My father and mother will be worried sick. Gee, it's a tough spot for me.
What's tough about it? Sure, we're in trouble. But listen, fellas, all of you prisoners, I can tell you a story I heard the other day that'll make you glad you're living, jail or no jail. Have you got a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen to this. It's one of the saddest stories you've ever heard. This will make you glad you're living. Listen. Once, there were 3 lobsters living up in Maine. A mother lobster, a father lobster, and a baby lobster. Eating, sleeping, and leading a healthy outdoor existence. When one day the baby lobster was caught and taken away from its parents. For 20 years had passed. They'd given up hopes of ever seeing their baby again. And one day when they were in Rhode Island visiting some relatives, the father and mother lobster were caught and thrown into the window of a seafood restaurant. When lo and behold, right in front of them they saw a great big giant lobster, the largest one in the entire window, loafing on a piece of ice. They recognized him immediately as their long-lost son, so they had a great reunion. Finally, the mother lobster said, "Son, tell me, how is it in all these 20 years you managed to keep out of hot water, that you weren't eaten?" And the son replied, "I'll tell you, Ma. I'm the big lobster that the waiter always shows the customer that the customer never gets." Now, isn't that sad, Johnny?
Yes, Jack, that's the worst story I've ever heard.
Jack.
Hey, just a minute, miss. You can't come in here whenever you please.
Who can't? I'm a taxpayer.
Mamie, did you do anything?
Did you get us a lawyer or something?
Oh, yes, I knew I had something to tell you. I got the best lawyer in town.
Now you're talking.
He's a criminal lawyer.
He is?
Yes, he gets out of here every day.
Well, all right, anybody. For heaven's sake, go and get him. Huh?
Wait a minute, Jack. Mary just baked you a nice cake and sent it over. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Say, did anybody see a bunch of keys around?
Keys? Not me, Keeper. Did you lose them?
Quiet, Jack. They're in the cake.
I got a gang of musicians who were found loitering on Hollywood Boulevard. Say, who's got my keys?
I haven't.
Well, give me that cake. That'll do.
Oh, all right, here.
Come on, you guys. Get in there. Why, Jack, that's my orchestra.
It is?
Yeah, I knew they'd get in trouble without me.
Say, wait a minute. Where's the piano for Johnny?
That's in the cake, too, Jack.
Well, what are we waiting for? Eat, John.
The idea of sawing those bars?
Oh, pardon me. I'm just killing a little time, that's all. You know, there's really nothing to do around here. If I cause any damage, I'll be glad to pay for it. Huh?
Oh, yeah? Say, where did you get that saw?
I gave it to him. I belong to a sawing circle.
If I had the wings of a flower... Pardon me, Chief. Mr. Judge Bennett talking here?
Yeah, here he is in cell number 6.
Well, hello, stranger.
Hello.
Why, you're a fugitive from a train gang, eh?
Yeah, say, I didn't know you were a lawyer.
What else? Here's my card. Justus, Sister, and Flapperman.
Yeah, which one are you?
Clarence Barrow.
Oh.
Now, babyface Benny? Now, please, explain the whole situation. What did you do?
Well, I was driving my car, and I...
You didn't do it.
Oh, yes, he did. We have 3 witnesses.
Mamie, will you please go home?
Now, give me a rough idea of what happened. I won the full details.
Well, I was driving 72 miles an hour and ran into a telegraph pole.
You were going 15 miles an hour and ran into a toothpick. Remember that.
Well, how do you know?
I got 3 witnesses coming from Chicago. Now, Mr. Bennett, the judge will ask you plenty questions. Like, for instance, where were you on the night of April 12th at 4:45?
Well, I don't remember.
That's it.
But supposing he asks me questions about the accident.
You don't remember.
Listen, I was driving 72 miles an hour and I knocked down a pole.
Don't be foolish. You wasn't driving and the pole knocked you down.
Yeah, but what if the court proves different?
Then we'll give a hideous corpus.
What's that?
$10 extra. But don't worry, I'll get you out of this. I just won my last case.
Who was it?
A fellow was parking his car in front of a hydrant, and I got him over 10 years.
Do me a favor. Will you go over there and defend Johnny Green?
Where is he?
Right there in the next cell.
Oh, you're Johnny Green, I'm presuming?
Yes?
Well, what didn't you do?
I don't remember.
Likewise. You want me to handle your case or not?
I'd sooner have an aspirin.
Well, that's out of my line. Now, Mr. Bailey, I already talked to the judge on the way over here, and he said he'd fine you boys $3 apiece and close the case.
Well, then what are you waiting for?
$3 apiece, he won't. He's got to make it 2 for 5 or nothing.
I'll pay him the $6 and get us out of here.
Let me do the worrying, please.
Sometimes I go there for 3 months and worry about a case like this. Of course, I got to get my usual retainer.
Now, what do you get?
$12. Stationery stamps and incidentals.
Well, here, all I got is $5.
All right, I'll sue you for the balance.
Well, where can I get you if I want you?
So far. I'm stopping here, too, But please, don't worry about anything. Look there, there's a piano over there, and I've done the music. Cheer up and play something. Come on, prisoner, have a sense of time. Let me do the worrying. Round and round, ho, ho, ho. Give it up, Napoleon.
That was Music Goes Round and Round with Johnny Green at piano. And now we take the microphone to the courtroom for the trial of Jack Benny and Johnny Green. Order in the court.
Good morning, Judge.
Where do I know you from?
I read your magazine.
Mamie, you're in a courtroom. Sit down here with me.
I will now call the case of Jack Benny and Johnny Green versus the telegraph pole.
That's us.
Is your attorney here, Mr. Benny?
Good morning, Your Honor. If it pleases the court, I'll sit down.
It seems that a certain Jack Benny and a certain Johnny Green were driving 72 miles an hour and ran into a defenseless telegraph pole. Is the attorney for the pole here?
He's crazy.
Then I will call the first witness, John Wilson.
That sounds familiar.
What is your occupation, Mr. Wilson? I am a salesman for Jell-O, the largest selling gelatin dessert in the world. Are you acquainted with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. What kind of a fellow is Jack Benny? Well, Judge, I don't know just how to describe him, but if you ever see two men sitting in a cafe and one of them reaches for the check, the other one is Jack Benny.
Reaching check to check, some joke.
That sounds like one of Mary's jokes.
Yes, he gave it to me.
Order in the court. Where's Johnny Green?
Oh, he went home.
I don't blame him. Well, that's all, Mr. Wilson. I will now call the defendant. Mr. Benny, take the stand.
Thank you. A funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio.
Quiet.
Oh.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
I object.
Objection overruled. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you.
I don't remember. Is that right, lawyer?
Precisely.
Were you or were you not stepping on the gas at the rate of 72 miles an hour?
I don't remember. You'll have to ask my foot.
What do you mean you don't remember?
I object.
Why do you object to that question, attorney?
That's embarrassing to my clients and unprofitable to me.
Next witness. Miss Mary Livingston, take the stand.
She's got laryngitis.
I'm taking your place. What do you want, sour puss?
You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, 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 nothing but the
You need a new
truth.
needle, Judge.
How long have you known the defendant, Jack Benning?
I object. How am I doing, Judgy?
Now tell me, young lady, what is your occupation?
I wash dishes and double for Mary Livingston.
Were you or were you not with Jack Benning at a party this afternoon?
I object.
What right have you to object?
He don't remember. Is that right, Jack?
Precisely.
Hey, wait a minute, attorney. Didn't I once send you to San Quentin for grand larceny?
You got me that time, Judge. You're talking warming here. I think I'll go home.
I object.
It wouldn't help you. Goodbye.
Now, Mr. Benning, didn't you have to leave Waukegan, Illinois in a hurry in 1912?
Now I object. Say, listen, Judge. Didn't you attend a party in Culver City last night and with a pretty wild affair?
I object.
And when you got home that night, didn't you try to open your door with a shoehorn?
I object.
Oh, you do, eh? And weren't you seen at the Trocadero last Wednesday night with a beautiful blonde?
I object. It was Mary.
Oh, yeah? Then I object.
Order. Order in the court.
How much time we got left, Judge?
Only about 3 minutes. Are there any more witnesses?
Yes, Johnny Green's orchestra.
Take the stand, boys. Order! What were you boys doing this afternoon between the hours of 4 and 5?
Tell 'em, boys.
I'll never forget the first bicycle I ever had. I was 9 years old, and boy, did I think that bike was a prize. All nice and shiny and new, and painted in great big letters on it was the legend, Ease and Speed. Well, that's one thing bicycles and Jell-O have in common. Jell-O is one of the easiest and speediest desserts you can make. For instance, for a tip-top wintertime dessert, try jellied orange dessert. Here's what you do. Cut 4 oranges into sections, combine with a cup of sugar, and let stand for about 10 minutes. Then dissolve a package of delicious fruity orange Jell-O and pour over the fresh oranges. Chill and serve in sherbet glasses. It's grand, bright and gay and sunny to look at, and delicious to eat. And you'll hardly know where the fresh fruit stops and the Jell-O starts, for Jell-O is crammed full of real fruit flavor, extra rich, twice as good. Just be sure you get the one and only genuine Jell-O.
number of the 17th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And you know, folks, Mary, with her laryngitis, has been here all the time listening to this program. How did you like it, Mary?
I can't talk.
See, now I can. See, I told you. Good night, folks.
The tune You Took My Breath Away is from the picture Coronado, and Got a Brand New Suit is from the production At Home Abroad. This program has come to you from the new NBC studios in Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hello? Yeah, this is Ratty. No, we can't come all the way over to your house to count if I'm saving gasoline. I'll tell you what you do. You walk over here and visit with us a while, and then later I'll drive you home. Goodbye now.
The Life of Riley, a half hour with radio's newest and friendliest family, and starring William Bendix as Riley. Friends, we're happy to have with us tonight as we meet the Riley family and hope that listening to their problems may help you to forget some of your own. One problem that the Riley family have solved, in common with millions of other American families, is how to best serve in the national war effort. Every week, the Rileys buy war bonds, and they're going to keep on buying war bonds and more war bonds until Johnny comes marching home. Well, the Rileys are on the move again. Or rather, they will be as soon as they can find another place to live. The apartment they've been renting in Los Angeles must be vacated by the end of the week. And while breadwinning father has been hard at work in his defense job, Mom has been out house hunting all day, unsuccessfully. It's 6 o'clock and just about time for dinner.
Oh, Junior, I wish you wouldn't do your homework on the dining room table.
Did you have homework when you were a little girl?
Of course.
I bet your teacher didn't pile it on the way mine does.
Seems like all I ever did was homework.
Were you good at arithmetic?
Oh, pretty good.
Then how much would it cost to ship a carload of soft coal 900 miles if the freight rate is 15 cents a cubic yard less 2% for cash?
Junior, your hands clean. Your father will be home any minute now.
Sure, they're clean. But what's the answer, Mom?
Now, Sonny, homework's your problem. Having dinner ready when your father comes home is my problem. You'll notice that my problem's been solved.
Well, that's because you haven't got my teacher. If one fork was out of place, she'd make you set the table 100 times. Oh, Mom, I'm sick of school. Can I quit, huh, Ma?
What? Quit school at 11 years of age?
I wish they'd draft me.
Now, hurry and get your books off the table. Your pop's coming now.
Oh, sure was hot in the plant today.
Well, this stove I've got here isn't any cooling system.
Hello, Ma. How's about little kid?
I don't mind, Riley.
There. Now you don't have to pin up Charlie Boyer's picture on the wall.
Hiya, Pop.
Hello, Junior. Go wash your hands. How can any boy's hands get so black doing homework?
I was trying to figure out how much it cost to ship a carload of soft coal.
Oh, no wonder your hands are so black. Next time, try the same lesson with soap.
All right.
Riley, what have you got in that long package?
This? Oh, this is a surprise.
Is it for me, Pop? A baseball bat, huh?
To me, baseball is a gruesome subject. The Dodgers lost today.
Well, what is it, huh, Pop?
This package contains what is probably one of the most great ideas your old man ever had, and that's saying plenty.
Well, thank goodness they haven't rationed conceit, or you'd be speechless.
I give you facts, and you call it conceit. A prophet is without profit in his own home. And it's even worse when he's renting. Junior, I'll show you what's in the package later.
Oh, you look tired, Riley. How did things go today?
Well, I had a very tough...
Well, that's fine. I had an awful day. I went from real estate agency to real estate agency. There's just no place to live in the whole state.
Now, don't you worry, Mom. We ain't going to be homeless.
What? Did you get wind of an empty flat?
We are going to live in style.
Where, Pop?
I'll tell you all about it after grub.
Dinner. Riley, the last time you had that look in your eyes was in St. Louis. We ended up living in a trailer right behind a brewery.
Well, of course, maybe the view wasn't so good, but the air was intoxicating.
Riley, what have you got up your sleeve?
I am not at liberty to divulge details until after we grub at dinner.
Well, I'm not in the mood to coax you. Dinner's ready, so wash up.
Where's Ellie?
Eloise won't be home to dinner.
She's rehearsing with that corny dramatic class.
Oh, I suppose it's going to be late again. A girl of 16 has got no right being out after dark alone.
Your daughter's not alone. She's with that nice boy who lives down the street.
Oh, that nice boy. I've talked with that boy. I'd rather she was alone. Some boy. 20 years old and smoked.
Why, Pop, I heard you say you smoked when you were 12.
Yes, but I didn't inhale. I did not smoke. Well, maybe once, but my old man gave me a good licking, and I deserved it. And that's what you'll get if I catch you smoking.
Don't worry, Pop. You won't catch me.
That's fine. Well, what's about dinner? What's holding it up?
You, Riley. At least when you're making a speech on the evil of smoking, take the cigar out of your mouth. As soon as you wash your hands, you can sit down.
My hands are clean, but I'll wash them just to set you an example, Junior. Boy, we're sure turning out planes now. We rolled off 6 today. You know, I never seen the bus so crowded like it was tonight.
What'd you say, Riley?
I said the bus was certainly crowded tonight. 2 old ladies had to stand up all the way home.
Why didn't you get up and give them your seat?
Well, there was only one seat and 2 ladies. I didn't want to create any ill feeling between them.
Junior, in spite of what your father says, you should always give your seat to a lady.
Okay, but if she's a whack, she's got to race me for it.
I'm so hungry, my stomach thinks there's a bottleneck in my throat. What's on the bill of fare, Mom? Not that it matters. I love anything you fix.
Oh, that's fine.
Except veal loaf.
Well, that's what we're having, and a salad.
But we had veal last night.
I know, but there was so much left, I thought we'd have it again tonight.
Hey, Pop, tell a guy, what's in that package?
Never mind, Junior. It'll keep, like the veal. Pass that stuff, will you?
Oh, stop growling. Working in an airplane plant's no harder than trying to feed this house. I only get so many ration points, you know.
Hey, Pop, did they transfer you to the land and gear department like you said they would?
Nope. The guys that are running that plant finally gave the bomb site division a new lease on life. They put me in it.
No kidding, Pop. Bomb site. Gosh, wait till I tell a gang.
Bomb site, isn't that lovely?
Just between us, they've got a new site that's a beaut. From 30,000 feet, they can part Mussolini's hair with a bomb. So I gave it a nickname. It's a blockhead buster. Hey, I just found some veal in this. What'd you do, run short of cereal? Hey, Junior, pass me another slab of that veal loaf, will you?
Here you are, Pop.
Thought you didn't like veal.
Well, I don't, but if I eat it all tonight, it won't be here tomorrow. Well, Mom, I can see you're just dying to know what's in that package, ain't you?
You know I am, but I'm not going to ask you.
Well, now here's what I've been thinking. Ever since we left Brooklyn, we've been moving from one place to another. I mean, a family shouldn't get kicked around like if they was a football.
Hey, Pop, each of the fellas at school has 10 tickets to sell for tomorrow's game.
Junior, I'm buying no football tickets. You can put that in your pipe and smoke it. And don't let me catch you smoking. Football tickets. Our money's going to be used for a better purpose.
Riley, will you please get to the point?
Well, in view of since we got to move out of here Saturday...
If you buy these tickets, Pop, you'll be sitting right on the 50-yard line.
That's all I need is to get whitewash on my good pants. Mom, I'm sick of paying rent. I'd rather have one room of our own than 10 that belong to a landlord. As the poet once said, breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself has said, this is my home, my native house. You know what that's from, Junior.
Yeah, Pop. It's from hunger.
Well, like I could certainly write.
Riley, what is in the package?
Plans. Plans for our new house.
Our new house?
Our home.
You want to build a new house?
Well, certainly you can't build an old one.
Gee, a new house. Can I have a ping pong table in my bedroom?
No. I got enough trouble falling asleep now without counting ping pong balls jumping over a net.
Riley, a house, it's an awfully big undertaking. How much do the plans cost?
Nothing. With the way prices have gone up, that's pretty reasonable. One of the boys in the drafting department used to be an architect. He gave them to me. Here, let me show you.
Oh, but Riley, I just remembered. The government won't allow building till the war's over.
They'll give you a priority if you're a defense worker, and you are looking at a man who falls right into that category. Now, you see, the way I figure it, we get a builder who works fast. We live in a hotel until the house is finished.
Well, it's all very exciting, but I don't know.
Well, ain't these plans neat? This fellow's built some of the finest homes in Los Angeles. He built the city hall, and it's beautiful.
City Hall? I've never seen it.
Oh. Well, he built the city jail. Your uncle has seen that.
Now, don't start picking on Uncle Baxter.
Well, I don't want that leech to know we're planning a house. Maybe he'll decide to go back east before we move in.
Why, you ought to be ashamed. You never heard me plot against your uncle.
My uncle being dead causes us very little trouble.
Hey, Pop, show me where the banister is.
Banister? Oh, well, here, see? This is the staircase leading to the second floor. And from this window, you can practically see Catalina.
Catalina? What are you thinking of building?
On that lot we own down at the beach. I guess I was a pretty smart guy to snap up that property just before the city condemned it.
Riley, you know you can't build on condemned land.
But I saw in the paper that the land's been okayed again. You know, uncondemned. It's all politics anyway. Here, look at this living room. The fireplace is over here. And it's a real fireplace.
Oh, boy, we can roast Wheaties.
Sure. I'm going to build a grill in it. Then Mr. and Mrs. Riley and their son and daughter will have a barbecue. If we can get steaks.
Well, what about Uncle Baxter?
Well, we could barbecue him, but I like steaks better.
Riley, how much will this house cost?
But the house can cost a fortune or very little if you know the right angles and get good discounts.
How much will it cost?
Huh? $6,000.
$6,000?
Hi, Uncle Baxter.
Hello, Junior. Did I hear someone say $6,000? I must be in the wrong house.
Yeah, and you've been in the wrong house for the last 2 years.
Riley, that is a fine innuendo to make about your own flesh and blood.
You're not my flesh and blood.
Did I not give you a transfusion 2 years ago that saved your life? Ingratitude is the besetting sin of mankind.
Well, maybe you did give me a pint of blood once. But last week I gave a pint to the Red Cross.
I do not see the connection.
I gave him the pint you gave me. So now you're a big man with the Red Cross, and I don't owe you nothing.
My dear nephew, I never implied that you did. But since my presence here is apparently resented by the head of the house, I shall leave. In a month or so.
Uncle Baxter, you can stay as long as you like. Of course, if it'll make you feel better, you can pay us a little for your board. When you're able to.
Well, that is my fondest intention. And I expect to make a desirable connection any day now. Well, I turned down the position of doorman today at Grauman's Chinese.
Why?
I couldn't see the screen from the sidewalk.
All you do is turn down jobs and come back here to eat and sleep.
Are you insinuating that I don't bathe?
Pop, these plans are no good. I don't see any cellar.
Oh, don't you worry, son. There'll be a cellar when the house is finished. We can't disappoint the mice.
Uh-huh. Somebody's building a house.
And somebody's not going to live in it.
Oh, please, Riley.
Oh, all right. Now, look. Right here is the dining room. 10 by 8. Very nice size, not too big.
That's right. You keep the dining room small. Makes the portions look bigger.
This door leads to the kitchen.
Now, take it easy before we go any farther.
We? What do you mean, we?
What do you figure it's going to cost us to build this house?
Us?
Pop says $6,000.
Well, if your pop says 6, it'll run 10, but I'll keep it down to 8.
Now, you listen here.
8? Why, we can't afford to send anything like that. Now, after all, Riley, we've got nothing in the bank, and we don't know if your job's secure yet.
Oh, I admit I've only been at the plant for 3 months, but I can stay there for life. Didn't they switch me to a new department today?
Well, maybe we should wait about the house till you've been on the job another few months.
Yeah, just like a woman. Well, I don't want to seem conceited, but I might be a partner in that plant one of these days.
Very amusing, Riley. Douglas Aircraft taking you in as a partner.
Is that so? Well, yesterday, Mr. Douglas passed by my bench, and I heard him say very clearly to his assistant, if that fella keeps working that way, we got to give him the business. So let's have no more talk about me losing my job. I've decided to build, and that's that.
Well, Riley is right. Absolutely right.
Do me a favor, Mr. Blood Donor. Stay off my side. Now, here's the back door, Mom, for delivery.
None of the stores deliver anymore.
Say, Riley, tell me, who's going to do the building?
Oh, yes, Riley. You want someone who's very reliable.
I got a list of several builders, and I'll decide later on. Now in the kitchen.
Operator, give me Crestview 65095.
Can't you phone some other time?
Riley, be serene. Count your blessings. Hello, Jasper. Baxter Turnbull. You very busy tonight? Or breaking in a new pipe, huh? Well, listen, I got some news for you. You're building a house for my nephew by marriage, Riley.
Uncle Baxter, who's on that phone?
Hold on, Jasper. I'm talking to Jasper Wrangle. He's the best builder in the city, my bosom friend.
No friend of yours is going to build my house.
Now, Riley, don't cut off your nose to spite me. Not that it isn't a splendid idea. This man's an expert.
I don't want to discuss it any further. It's all settled.
Fine. Hello, Jasper. It's all settled. Come over right away. I'll meet you downstairs.
While the Rileys are waiting for the arrival of Uncle Baxter's friend, Mr. Wrangle, here is a message from the Office of War Information. Next winter will be one of the most critical periods of the war for millions of civilians unless they take steps now to prepare their homes for the cold weather. Here are 3 things that can be done now to help ward off sickness and epidemics next year. 1, insulate homes. 2, place orders for coal immediately. 3, check up on all heating equipment to ensure peak efficiency. This is a campaign born of wartime necessity. Because it is vital to winning the war, the government is helping to increase the flow of fuel to shortage areas. But there can be no assurance that conditions will be any less severe than last year unless everyone cooperates during the spring and summer. Well, it's an hour since Uncle Baxter has gone downstairs to meet his friend, the builder. Meanwhile, the Rileys are huddled around the blueprints of their dream home. Eloise, the daughter, having come home, has been told the big news.
Right here is the mailbox. See?
Hey, Pop, can I have a separate mailbox just for myself?
You cannot. If Superman can't write you in care of our mailbox, let him phone. Well, what do you think of the layout, Ellie?
Oh, Daddy, I think it's just wonderful. At last I'm going to have a room all to myself. No more daybed in the dining room.
Oh, Riley, it's grand you're wanting to do all this for the children and me, but, well, one thing worries me.
Well, what's that, Dumpling?
The cost. Now, you say $6,000, but you know you're apt to get big ideas.
Oh, no, not me now. $6,000 is tops. We can borrow it from the bank. We'll pay it off like we pay our rent. Only we'll pay it regular.
Pop, we'll raise rabbits, huh, Pop?
The rabbits will take care of that.
Oh, don't interrupt, Daddy, Junior. You ought to be in bed anyway.
Look who's telling me to go to bed. Oh, what are you, grown up or something?
Now, Junior, don't be so fresh. And Eloise, don't boss him around.
Quiet. You kids can't stop scrapping. I'll tear up these plans and call the whole thing off.
We're sorry, Daddy.
They got a couple of boys down at the plant who know the building game from A to B. They figured every foot of lumber, every hunk of plaster, every nail. The house comes to exactly $5,920, which leaves us $80 for any incidentals.
Like furniture.
Yeah. Now all we need is a name for the place. Let's see now. How do you like Seaview Grotto?
Daddy, Grotto's more for a restaurant.
Oh. Well, then how's the Riley Domicile? That's very poetic.
Oh, well, here comes Uncle Baxter across the street with a man.
Is he handcuffed to the man?
No, it must be the builder. Now, don't let him talk you into spending any more than we plan on.
Talk me into it. What do I look like, a boob? Don't you answer that, Junior. I'm not getting mixed up with any of Uncle Baxter's pals. I'm going to get rid of this guy right away.
All right. But don't be rude to the man.
Not me.
Folks, it is an honor and a privilege to present my dearest crony, Jasper Wrangle.
How do you do, Mr. Wrangle?
Hello, Mr. Wrangle. Hello, Mr. Wrangle.
Goodbye, Mr. Wrangle.
I beg your pardon, sir. Did you say goodbye?
Yes. I am undesirable of taking up any more of your valuable time.
Oh, no, Mr. Riley, my time isn't valuable.
Well, then I certainly don't want any of it.
Baxter, I think I'll be going.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Jasper.
Mr. Wrangle, my husband is just trying to say he doesn't want to take advantage of you.
He won't.
Now, dear, we might as well listen to Mr. Wrangle's ideas since he's gone to the trouble of coming over.
Well, I'll listen, but with a closed mind.
Oh, fine. Now then, Mr. Riley, have a good cigar. And may I see the plans for your edifice?
Yeah, but it's not an edifice. It's just a house, that's all. If it's cozy and nice looking, we're going to be very happy in it.
Nice looking? We'll take it from your uncle. When Wrangle builds a house, nobody can touch it.
Why? Will it fall down?
Isn't that little boy up rather late?
Now, Junior, dear, go to bed. You too, Eloise.
Good night.
Good night, dear.
Okay. If you get stuck on the building, Mr. Wrangle, I've got an erector set.
My own boy was getting like that till I made him stop listening to Red Skelton. Now then, tell me more about this little dream home. I'd love to know exactly what my potential client has in mind.
Say, this isn't a bad cigar.
Yeah? And I've got several hundred boxes of them at home.
Well, say, I may let you build this house after all, Mr. Wrangle.
Well, that's very flattering, sir, but I don't see how I can squeeze your house in. I'm awfully busy these days. I came over as a favor to Baxter.
Oh, really?
That's the truth, folks. Jasper's the only good builder in town that hasn't been drafted.
I'm 4F. I got caught in a cement mixer.
And besides, Jasper builds very fast.
Oh, and that's important to us, Mr. Wrangle. We've got to move by Saturday.
Well, I can't build that fast.
Well, look, Mr. Wrangle, we live in a hotel till you finish the house. You ain't going to let us down now, Mr. Wrangle. You can't, you know.
Well, I don't know.
For my sake, Jasper.
Well, all right, I'll do it.
Oh, gee, thanks. Here, sit down here. Now, here's the plans. How do you like them?
Great. Perfect.
So it didn't take you very long to study them. You must know your business.
Exactly. I wouldn't change one detail. Now then, what did you figure on spending?
$6,000. That's absolute top.
$6,000 will be ample, I'm sure.
See, I told you, Mom. And we want the outside to be colonial.
Colonial?
Yeah, colonial.
You're going to look fine in a white wig. Now let's see the downstairs again. Uh-huh. Say, I like this closet.
Closet? That's the living room.
But this living room is only 11 by 9. I see you in the living room 22 by 18.
We must be visiting.
We'll make the living room a bit larger.
Mr. Wrangle, I don't like to intrude, but if we add any space, doesn't that raise the cost?
No, we'll cut down somewhere else.
Maybe we can lower the ceiling.
That's it. And that'll give us enough margin to put in a swimming pool.
Well, the children would love a pool, but can you do that on $6,000?
We can try, my dear lady. This is an exceptional case. You're Baxter's family, and I don't expect to make 1 cent of profit on your house.
I get it. You just like to stick your hands in a wet cement.
Touche, Mr. Riley, touche. I see the plans call for 6 rooms.
Yeah. 3 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and a dining room.
Well, we'll add a rumpus room right here.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, Wrangle is right. Riley, you work very hard all day. You deserve some relaxation. Besides, the rumpus room can be used as a guest room, if you need it.
Something tells me we're going to need it.
Baxter, mark down the rumpus room leading off the gymnasium.
Gymnasium?
And there'll be a nice view from your gym, Mr. Riley. You'll be able to see your tennis court.
My tennis court?
Oh, Riley, it sounds wonderful.
Yes, sir. When Randall builds them, it thrills him. I can see you now, Mr. R. You wake in the morning, 3 sets of tennis on your court, a cool, refreshing swim in your pool, a workout in your gym, breakfast in your magnificent garden.
And then I bum a ride to the plant.
Now, the minute you get your priority, we'll break ground. Mrs. Riley, you can well be proud of your husband. This is the smartest $13,000 he ever spent.
13,000?
Well, that is 13,000 for anyone else. But for Baxter's sake, I'll whittle it down to 12,500. Of course, you'll only have 2 rooms.
12,500? I told you I want a 6-room house for $6,000.
Sure, but you've got expensive tastes. You want swimming pools. You want tennis courts.
Who wants swimming pools and tennis courts? All I want is those plans back. I never sent for you in the first place.
No. Keep calm, Riley.
Uncle Baxter, get this guy out of here and get him to take you with him.
Now, Riley, there's no use losing your head.
Now, folks, if it's a $6,000 house you want, I can easily do that.
You'll beat it. We'll live in a street before you build a house first. I'll get a house with 6 rooms. 3 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and a dining room. And no guest room. You hear that, Uncle Baxter? No guest room.
Come along, Jasper, and forgive my vehement nephew.
Oh, Riley, you ought to be ashamed yelling like that.
How do you like that phony builder? If we listen to him, we'd be in hock all our life.
Riley, what are you doing at that window?
Hey, Randall, and another thing. This is the worst cigar I ever smoked.
Demands for passenger service on railroads and buses will reach new all-time peaks during the late spring, summer, and autumn. If people travel as usual, reserved accommodations may be sold out in advance to persons whose trips are not essential. In such cases, no accommodations are left for servicemen trying to get home on furlough, or for businessmen who have been unable to make plans in advance and are suddenly called to other cities on war matters. Reduction of unnecessary civilian travel is therefore essential if space is to be assured for members of the armed forces and war production engineers and executives. Let us do our part. Follow The Life of Riley next week at the same time. William Bendix as Riley appears by arrangement with Hal Roach Studios. The Life of Riley is written by Irvin Brecker and directed by Don Bernard. This is Carlton Cadell speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Say, Andy, this gal is coming up here from the south. You say you ain't seen her since you were 17 years old?
That's right, Amos. She coming up to New York mostly to invest the money her father done left her.
Well, I sure hope she don't take no chances with it.
Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Raymond Massey.
even as a youth, Andy must have left an indelible impression on the fair sex. A few days ago, he received a letter from a girl he knew when he was about 17 years old, in which she said she was planning a visit to New York and hoped to renew their old friendship. At the moment, Andy is in his office with Amos, and he's recalling old times.
Say, Andy, this gal Muriel Davis that's coming up here from her hometown here, when you expecting to hear?
Well, Amos, I ain't sure. She write me the exact date in a day or so.
Oh, so you won't know when she's arriving until you get another letter from her.
No.
Tell me, Andy, you remember what kind of a gal she is?
No, I don't remember her too good, Amos. Don't forget, I ain't seen her since I was 17.
Yeah.
And on top of that, in those days, I was always running around with about 30 gals at the same time.
30 gals. You must have been some guy, all right.
Oh, well, I was young then.
Yeah.
Now that I was older and settled down and got grown-up ideas, I find that 15 is plenty.
Yeah, I don't know how you get along with so few, lover.
Well, them was the good old days, though, when I was going around with Muriel. I remember I used to buy a bag of gumdrops and go over to her house, and we'd sit on the front porch.
Oh, romantic stuff, huh?
Yeah, then after a while, she'd go inside and turn off the porch light, and we'd be in the dark.
Then what?
I'd eat all the gumdrops. Oh, Amos, I tell you, them was the days.
Well, hello there, Amos. How are you,
hello,
hiya, Kingfish.
Say, Andy, I'd like to speak to you private, confidential, and under your hat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, well, another big business deal, I guess. Well, I'll be running along, fella.
Yeah, see you later, Amos.
Yeah, well, so long, folks.
So long. What's up, Kingfish?
Brother Andy, I got a big business deal I'm going to let you in on.
Yeah, well, count me in, Kingfish.
Look here, I know where I can sell a mess of furniture for $50.
I is right with you.
I know where I can buy the furniture for $25.
I is your man.
So all we got to do is to raise $25.
Count me out.
Yeah, well, we went through that deal in a hurry, didn't we? Yeah, tell you the truth, Andy, I didn't think it would work out myself. Forget about it.
Yeah, say, Kingfish, what time is it?
It's about 4 o'clock p.m.
Say, I got to get home and get some sleep. I've been up since noon.
Yeah, all right, Andy, let's go. I'll walk with you. Come on.
Yeah. You know, Kingfish, I think that the best thing...
Joe! Hey, Joe!
Oh, Andy, that fella looking at us.
Hey, Joe, wait a second, will you?
Yeah, he making a mistake. He thinks one of us is somebody named Joe, I guess.
Yeah, what you want, buddy?
Oh, pardon me. I thought you was a pal of mine, a fella named Joe.
Who, me?
Yeah, you look exactly like him.
No, my name is Andrew H. Brown. There's my office right there.
Well, my mistake. Gosh, you're a dead ringer for Joe. Sorry, boy.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, another fella look like you, huh, Andy?
Yeah.
Look like nature done made the same mistake twice, don't it?
I tell you, Joe, this fella Andrew Brown that I running on the street looks exactly like you. You can't tell the difference.
Well, I've heard of people's having doubles. I never knowed I had one, though.
He even got a low voice like yours. Anyway, after he walked down the street, it hit me that we might have an angle there. You know, use him as a fall guy to take a rap for you or something.
This is getting interesting.
So what I done was I ducked in his office. The sap left the door open. Well, I started snooping around in there when the mailman shoves a letter under the slot.
Go on.
I opened the letter, and it's from a gal down south by the name of Muriel Davis that he ain't seen since he was 17. She coming up here to New York to invest some of the money her father done left her. I tell you, Joe, this is a perfect setup.
Getting better all the time. Keep talking, Frank.
Well, on top of everything else, she kind of sweet on this guy, Brown. So here's what I figure. She ain't seen him for over 20 years, so you could pass for this fella Brown. Go up and see her at the Harlem Plaza Hotel where she says she's stopping. Get lovey-dovey with her, grab the dough, we fades out, and Brown takes the rap.
Frank, I think you got something there. There ain't no chance of Brown coming up to work.
No, I got this letter she written right here with me. He ain't never gonna see it, so he won't even know she's in town.
Well, there's one other thing, too. The police is still on our trails for that grocery store job we pulled. Maybe we better lay low for a while.
Don't be crazy. This is a cinch, Joe.
Okay, Frank, I'll do it. Muriel, this is just like old days.
You know,
Andy, this is the 4th date we had since I've been up here in Harlem. And there's still something about you that's a little different from the old Andy I knew.
What's that, honey?
Well, your looks haven't changed much. Maybe it's your voice. I don't know what it is.
Well, a person bound to change a little after 20 years.
Anyway, Andy, I can't tell you how happy I am that we is going to be married.
Yeah. Me too. By the way, that stock I was going to buy for you, did you draw the money from the bank yet?
Yes, I got the $1,500 right here in my purse. There you is, darling.
Fine. I'll take it right along with me and invest it in that stock.
Well, you ain't going already, is your sweetheart?
Yeah, it's getting late, and I got an early appointment. I'll call you tomorrow.
Well, all right. But it's going to seem like a year till I see you again, darling.
Well, it's going to seem longer than that to me.
Here's your hat, Andy.
Thanks, honey.
Goodbye, dear.
So long.
That man's always whistling.
Well, Andy, how's everything getting along with you?
Oh, boy, everything is fine. I was just sitting here in the office thinking. This is the first time since I can remember that I ain't had no worries or troubles. Wait a minute. Hello?
Is this you, Andy?
Yeah, this is Andy. Who this?
Well, your voice sounds different, Andy. I guess we must have a bad connection. This is Muriel.
Hello. Muriel who?
Muriel who?
Yeah.
Only the girl you engaged to.
Hold the phone a second, will you? Amos, you remember me getting engaged to any girl named Muriel?
Oh, no, Andy. What a man you is.
From now on, I'm going to keep a list of the gals I get engaged to.
Yeah. Say, that gal that you got the letter from was named Muriel Davis. You wasn't engaged to her, was you?
Not that I knows of. If I was, it's sure been a long engagement, 20 years. Wait a minute. Hello, is this Muriel Davis by any chance?
Why, of course, Andy. I don't understand the way you was acting.
Well, when did you get in town?
Andy, is you out of your head? Tell me, did you buy that stock with that $1,500 I gave you last night?
$1,500. You ain't give me no money. I ain't seen you in 20 years.
Andy Brown, you ain't gonna get away with this. I'm gonna have you taken care of right away.
Are you Andrew H. Brown?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I ain't done nothing, officer. Honest, I ain't.
You call making love to a girl and swindling her out of $1,500 nothing? You're under arrest.
Well, wait a minute. That gal is crazy, miss. I didn't take no $1,500 from her. Wait a minute, officer.
Save it. You'll have plenty of chance to talk at the trial. Let's go, Romeo.
Oh, come in, Kingfish.
Come in. How is you, boy?
All right. We just sitting around here in the office discussing the trial.
Yeah, that sure was a rough day in court, wasn't it?
Yeah, the way the trial's going, fellas, things look bad for Andy, don't they?
Yes, that testimony of Muriel Davis's that the prosecutor done read in court certainly make it look like Andy'd been up there to see her, all right.
Yeah, well, I can't figure the whole thing out. Andy said that he ain't seen the gal in 20 years. And the prosecutor claims that just a couple of weeks ago, he was up to see her 4 nights in a row.
Yes, there seems to be a wide discrepancy there someplace.
Yeah, he claims that Andy proposed to her and then swindled out of $1,500.
Well, I personally believe Andy. Boy, the newspaper sure making a lot out of this case, though. As you've been reading it, they calls it the whistling swindle case.
Yeah, how come they call it that?
Well, it seems that when the case first broke, this Muriel Davis mentioned something to the newspapermen about Andy always whistling, I'll get by, when he was with her.
Oh, yes, I see. Tell me, how is Andy bearing up under all this? Is he worried?
I say a word. He's just like a halibut waiting for Friday to blow over.
Yes, well, that prosecutor is certainly making it tough for Andy. And they say he ain't lost a case in 10 years.
Yeah, well, we'll know the answer to everything tomorrow's session in court, all right. The trial ought to end up by then.
Oh, yes. They'll have a verdict tomorrow sometime.
Tell me this, Kingfish. How do Andy's friends figure he's going to make out in the trial? As you talk to a lot of them?
Well, Amos, I'll tell you this much. The betting around the pool room is 10-1 that Andy ain't going to hear a wooden door slam for the next 5 years.
Is expected. The court is being called to order as the judge raps for silence.
Could we have quiet, please? In the case of the People versus Andrew H. Brown, the prosecution will please continue. Are you ready, Mr. Massey?
Yes, Your Honor. Before recalling one of the defense's witnesses to the stand, I would like to review the evidence we have so far presented. As the court knows, Miss Muriel Davis was too ill to appear. Therefore, we introduced a photograph of the defendant, Andrew Brown, which Miss Davis, on her sick bed, positively identified as the man to whom she gave the $1,500. We also presented the testimony of 3 employees of the Harlem Plaza Hotel, who swore that the defendant is the man who, on 4 successive nights, called on Miss Davis in her hotel apartment. This scoundrel Brown...
Objection. Sustained. Will the clerk strike that last sentence from the record?
The last thing we presented was the written testimony of the victimized woman in the form of a deposition. In this, she vividly described the despicable methods employed by Andrew Brown in cold-bloodedly swindling her out of the $1,500. He made a promise of marriage which he never intended to keep. And now I would like to recall the defense's so-called character witness. Will Mr. George Kingfish Stevens take the stand?
Yeah, sir. Just wait till I slip on my shoes, if you will. I didn't know you were going to call on me, dear.
Will the witness please hurry?
Doing the best I can, Judge.
Does the witness appreciate that he's in contempt of court?
Yes, appreciate it very much. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Will you please take the stand?
Yeah, sir, coming right up.
Mr. Stevens, you will recall that you previously swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's right, yeah.
Mr. Stevens, you told us earlier that in the many years you have known Andrew Brown, you've been in a great many business ventures together.
Yeah, sir. Me and Brown has done took a few flyers together, yeah.
And he has always been honest in his business dealings?
Yes, sir. He absolutely honest.
Remember, Stevens, you're under oath?
In that case, you better cross out the word absolutely there.
In other words, you mean that Andrew Brown is the type of man who could make ardent love to a woman and at the same time swindle her out of $1,500.
No, sir. When that boy is making love, his mind ain't on swindling, Mr.
Now, isn't it true that some 6 months ago you and the defendant issued and sold stock in a company called the Consolidated Universal Investment Trust?
Objection. Objection overruled. Answer the question, please.
Yeah. Well, we was in a deal, but only for a couple of days. It seemed like all of a sudden a man from the district attorney's office started buying the stock, and we closed up fast. Yeah, right then.
Tell me, how much did you sell those shares for?
Well, now, as I recall it was 50 cents a share, 2 for 89. That was the price.
I wonder if Wall Street ever thought of doing it that way.
I don't know.
Tell me, what were the assets in back of this stock?
You want to know what the assets was? I don't nobody want to object to that question right there.
Oh, then there were no assets behind that stock.
Now, wait a minute, y'all, sir. We had assets. One of them was a big apartment house on Lenox Avenue.
Remember, you're supposed to tell the truth.
Well, it was more of a small apartment house.
The whole truth?
Forget about the apartment house.
All right. What were your assets then?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't remember them offhand, but they was listed in the books.
Oh, you kept books?
Oh, yes, sir, yeah.
Are those books available?
Well, I tell you a funny thing about them books. Me and Brown was out on a fishing trip, and we had the books with us.
Remember, you're under oath?
Forget about the fishing trip.
What about the books?
What books?
I thought so.
Say, is there any chance in me taking a whack at this thing without being under oath, mister?
Gentlemen of the jury, intelligent men like you can see it's obvious. That company had no assets. And it's equally obvious that fake stock deals are not exactly unknown to Mr. Brown.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. I didn't say that. Now,
You said enough, Stevens. Come on, step down.
Oh, yeah, sir. Getting down. I get down. Right.
Gentlemen of the jury, there goes your character witness. Now, the next witness I am going to call to the stand is the defendant, Andrew Brown. I intend to prove conclusively that proposing marriage and then extracting money from his victim is a common practice with this unprincipled scoundrel. Will Mr. Brown take the stand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right this way, Brown.
Excuse me just a second. Any of you gentlemen in the jury like to try a good cigar? Just happen to have 12 with me.
The defendant will take the stand.
Look, Your Honor, the fellow that took that money was supposed to whistle that song, I'll Get By All the Time. Your Honor, I can't even whistle.
Will you please confine yourself to answering the attorney's question? Will Mr. Massey please get on with the trial?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, this letter here, will you look at it and tell me if you recognize it as your handwriting?
Yeah, I recognize it as my handwriting. Hey, wait a minute. Where'd you get this letter?
You wrote this letter not to the state's witness, Muriel Davis, but to another girl named Tootsie Madison. I will start from the beginning. Quote, Dearest, darling, sweetest Tootsie.
Wait a minute. Your Honor, could I whisper something in your ear?
Well, this is highly irregular. What is it?
What is that?
If any of Mr. Brown's lady friends are in the courtroom, will they please leave? You may proceed, counsel.
Quote, Dearest, darling, sweetest Tootsie, just a line to tell you that you is the only gal in the world for me.
You see what I mean, Your Honor?
I will continue reading. Quote, Angel darling, I admit that we hasn't knowed each other very long, but in just them 2 nights I was up at your house for supper, you done cooked your way right into my heart. Honey, that chicken casserole that you fixed was nothing short of true love with gravy on it.
Just a moment. Mr. Brown, may I whisper something in your ear?
Oh, yes, sir, Judge, yes, sir.
By any chance, if there's...
No, Your Honor. She got a job cooking for somebody already.
Oh, the state will proceed.
The letter continues, quote, And so, darling, I is asking you to be my lovely, beautiful wife and go down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off. Unquote. Gentlemen of the jury, did you hear that? Down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off.
Your Honor, if it ain't too late, I don't recognize that handwriting.
I'm afraid it is a little late for that. Proceed.
Continuing, quote, My only wish in life from now on is to love you, protect you, and take care of you financially for the rest of your days. I can hardly wait for your answer, sweetheart, so I enclose in an envelope addressed back to me. Give me your answer in the language of love. If it's yes, let me know by enclosing $3 in the envelope. If it's no, make it $1.50.
Oh, me.
Gentlemen of the jury, the purpose of reading this letter was to show you that here again the defendant made an attempt to get money out of an innocent girl on promise of marriage to her. True, the sum was much smaller, but the defendant's effort was no less reprehensible.
But wait a minute.
Gentlemen of the jury, look at him up there. An unscrupulous cad, a vulture who preys on helpless women.
Hey, just a minute, please.
The man is only a charlatan. He's a lower type of criminal and a sneak thief.
But honest, mister,
He's nothing but a low, cheap, contemptible crook.
Your Honor, is I allowed to sue the prosecutor?
You're out of order.
Yeah, I'll say I is.
All right, Brown, you may step down.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And so, gentlemen of the jury, I have proved beyond a shadow of doubt that Andrew H. Brown was the man who swindled Muriel Davis out of $1,500. I am acting not only as a servant of the state.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant, Andrew H. Brown, guilty as charged.
O'Brien, put this prisoner in cell 24. The name is Andrew Brown.
Andrew Brown.
Yes, sir.
Begorry, is me eyes deceiving me?
What's the matter, O'Brien?
Well, this morning I locked up them 2 fellas, you know, Joe and Frank. They picked them up for that grocery store job they pulled a couple of months ago. And Brown here is a dead ringer for Joe.
You can't tell them apart.
Well, put 'em away. I've got work to do.
All right. Come on, Brown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They put you in a cell right across the way from this fella Joe and his pal Frank. And when you see Joe, you think you're looking at yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Here we are. In with you. That's Joe over there. You see, I wasn't kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. Say, buddy, you do look exactly like me, don't you?
Yeah. Funny, ain't it?
And wait a minute, ain't you Frank, the fellow that was supposed to write that article about me?
Hiya, pal.
What'd they bring you here for?
Oh, they got us in here on some grocery store rap, but we'll beat it.
Yeah. So funny how much me and your pal Joe look alike, ain't it? You know, they got me in here on the raps, too. They think I done swindled some gal, but I is innocent.
Yeah?
The only way I can figure it is that it must have been some other fella that she thunk was me. I is in a mess, all right.
Well, drop it. We ain't interested.
If I could only figure out how the whole thing happened. Oh, me. Well, I guess I might as well try to get some sleep on this couch here. Get the thing off my mind. Is you got a whistle, mister? I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Listen, Bud, you don't own the joint.
Well, it's just that I'm trying to... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can whistle, mister. Yeah, go on whistling. Yeah, whistle, will you? Whistle. Whistle, you rotten bum.
As I was saying, Mr. Brown, Joe has confessed and is in jail. I'm sorry about the whole thing.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Massey. Yes, sir. Thank you. It sure was lucky that I recognized that song he was whistling.
Here's your $1,500, Miss Davis. We found it all on this fella Joe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Brown, this whole thing ought to be a lesson even for you. That business of proposing to women and getting money from them is bad medicine.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Massey. Don't worry. Ain't nobody going to have no more trouble with me about women with money. No, sir. I is a reformed man.
I hope so. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Come on, Muriel.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Massey.
Goodbye, folks.
Well, that's that, Andy. Wait a minute. I'll put this money in my bag.
Yeah, tell me, you got the whole $1,500 there?
Yes. I guess it's all here.
Say, honey.
Yes?
How about me and you going down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off?
Well, folks, we just want to thank you for being with us tonight.
Yeah, and we hope you enjoyed the show.
Say, Andy, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but on next week's program, you is going to meet 5 gals all within a couple of days.
5? Oh, boy, I can hardly wait.
You might even marry one of them.
Now you had to go and spoil everything.
Good night.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, proudly we hail, starring Zachary Scott in Above Their Comrades, a United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. And now here's our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where the great names in motion pictures star in plays written by the nation's foremost authors. This is the true story of the founding and establishment of the country's highest award to its heroes, the Congressional Medal of Honor. In the principal role, we present Mr. Zachary Scott, and Above Their Comrades is the stirring title of our play. The curtain for Act One will rise in just a moment, but first, here's Wendell Niles with an important message.
Friends, your Army and your Air Force men have a job to do. It's a job of vital importance to them, to you, and to the world. You see, their business is peace. Yes, your Army and your Air Force have as their mission preservation of world's peace and maintenance of security for America. And they're deriving satisfaction from serving their country and from making for themselves a career of self-improvement. They're helping you as well as themselves. Give them the support they deserve. And now, once again, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act One of Above Their Comrades, starring Zachary Scott as Henry Wilson. The list of America's military heroes form a scroll of honor, long and glorious, etched by the deeds of the brave, remembered in the hearts of the grateful. And atop the list are those few who, through some deed of unbelievable valor, have earned the highest decoration America awards to her defenders, the Medal of Honor. Our story tells how this highest military honor came into being. It's the story of a shoemaker, a soldier, and one of America's outstanding public servants of the past century, a man who, had he not died while serving his country as a vice president, might have been president of the United States. You see, these three, the shoemaker, the soldier, and the statesman, were all one man, and his name was Henry Wilson. Henry Wilson did not win the Medal of Honor himself, for there was no such award when he served as a soldier. But Henry Wilson, almost more than any other American, was responsible for its creation. Let's start with Henry Wilson, the shoemaker. The year is 1834, and Wilson, a determined young man, pauses in his work at the appearance in the shop of his employer, a rather pinched-faced individual named Legro.
Mr. Legro? Oh, Mr. Legro.
Yes, Wilson. Yes. What is it?
Mr. Legro, I'm once again making preparations to leave your shop.
Leave? And for what this time?
I want to go into business for myself.
For yourself? You insane? You don't know the shoemaker's trade. You've been in here only a short time. Takes years to learn this trade.
Yes, but I've been learning. I'm sure I know enough to go out on my own.
Oh, you do? Well, what about our agreement? You've contracted to work for me for at least 6 months longer. Huh? What about that?
I'll pay you. I'll pay you for my release.
Hey, where would you get any money?
I've managed to save enough to buy myself out, Mr. Legro. Here a little and there a little. I assure you I have the necessary amount.
You are an idiot and a fool. May heaven help you.
Well, it seemed that heaven did help young Mr. Henry Wilson, fool and idiot, for he had soon built up a profitable shoemaking business of his own. And as every young man in such a position is quite certain to do, Henry just happened to be walking a young lady of long acquaintance home one spring evening.
Well, here's my gate.
Unfortunately, it is. Miss Harriet.
Yes?
We have now known each other a considerable length of time.
Quite considerable.
As you know, I make shoes. I must confess that in pondering what I'm about to say, I've worn out a pair of my best shoes, pacing up and down.
Yes, Henry.
I suppose I could say it best this way. I want more than anything else in the world to be your devoted husband.
Oh, Henry, I too wondered what I would say if you should ask me. I don't know what to say, except kiss me.
Henry Wilson's personal affairs prospered. But an unselfish desire of serving others soon led quite naturally enough to a desire to serve in the legislature in his home state, Massachusetts. At a big gathering following the election, beside the platform which had been erected, a nervous man is talking to the leader of the band.
Now, have you got it, Herman?
I think so.
Well, I'll give it to you once more. Your band plays after Mr. Wilson speaks, but before the refreshments. Have you got it?
Yes. Before Mr. Wilson, after the refreshment.
No, Herman. After Mr. Wilson. After. Oh, dear, they're introducing him now.
Let's have it, Fred. It's my privilege to introduce to you your new representative, Henry Wilson.
Thank you. My good friends, it is indeed a privilege to speak to you this election night when I see before me...
It was inevitable that a man of Wilson's talent and desire for service should progress in his career to the Congress as a representative of the state of Massachusetts. And then, in 1860, as a United States Senator, we find him discussing a new responsibility with his wife, Harriet.
I'm so proud of you. To think that my husband is now the distinguished chairman of the Senate Military Affairs Committee.
And husband of the beautiful Harriet Wilson. An even greater honor.
Oh, now, Henry.
Well, a senator can be in love with his wife, can't he?
Oh, my dear. You always make me feel so important and so wonderful, even when I'm tired.
Harriet, you have been feeling stronger lately now, haven't you?
Yes, Henry. I think so.
You know, Harriet, now that I'm chairman of the Military Affairs Committee, perhaps I'll be able to do something about that favorite project of mine.
Oh, yes, your Soldier's Award.
Yeah, that's right. I'd like to call it the Congressional Medal of Honor. And once established, a precedent would be set for awarding outstanding bravery.
You've convinced me about your award, my dear, long ago.
Well, let's hope I can do the same thing with those members of Congress who are against the medal. Oh, I'll accomplish it. Just like I once bought out my apprenticeship. Here a little, there a little.
Of course you will, my dear.
In that regard, I'd like to have a dinner tomorrow night for Colonel Monet. He's a member of the French Military Commission here to survey our army and make recommendations. I want him to recommend this award.
Anyone else coming, dear?
Colonel Ephraim Ellsworth has promised to drop by for dinner.
Oh, it's always lovely to have Ephraim.
He'll be leaving right after dinner to join the president. Mr. Lincoln has invited him to a big reception at the White House.
Oh, wonderful for Ephraim and his future.
Yes, indeed. Well, now, my dear, you're sure this dinner won't be too much for you?
No, Henry. For you, nothing is too much.
Well, Senator Wilson, I must say the best cooks are not confined to France. This has been a superb dinner.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Colonel Monet. Of course, Colonel Ellsworth here is our star boarder.
I most certainly am. Too bad that Madame Wilson was unable to join us.
Well, she's not been quite herself, and I insisted that she remain in bed this evening.
Oh, it is nothing serious, of course.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's nothing.
Colonel Ellsworth, it is just a small matter, but my curiosity has been aroused.
You Frenchmen, eternally curious.
I was wondering. In France, we military men always wear our medals at social functions. Colonel, I notice you do not wear yours. Is it a custom?
We have no medals in the American Army.
No medals? But I do not understand. But surely you must have some way of rewarding the soldiers and officers who distinguish themselves.
I'm afraid we don't, Colonel Monet.
Oh, c'est impossible. No medals at all.
I agree with you, Colonel Monet. I believe that we should have some tangible way of expressing appreciation for our soldiers. Particularly, I am interested in establishing an award for outstanding valor.
Senator, you'd better come at once. Your wife has fainted.
Oh, you'll excuse me, Colonel Monet.
Of course.
Ephraim, you had better go and get the doctor.
I'll get a doctor here as fast as I can. Well, Henry?
It seems to be pneumonia. Doctor said the crisis has not been reached. I don't know, Ephraim. I feel right about this.
Henry, I know that nothing possible can harm Harriet. Nothing.
You make it sound better. Aren't you going to be late for that reception at the White House?
I'm not going, Henry. I have sent regrets to the president.
Oh, but Ephraim, it isn't every colonel in Washington who receives an invitation to an important affair at the White House.
And it isn't every colonel, Henry, who has a friend like you. I want to stay with you, Henry, until you're assured your wife is out of danger.
God bless you, Ephraim. God bless you.
doctor says you may see her now, Senator Wilson. She's going to be all right.
Oh, thank heaven. I'll be going now. All right, Ethel. Harriet and I both thank you. I know. Tell Harriet the Star Boarder's looking forward to that next dinner. Soon. Goodbye, Henry.
Oh, Henry.
My dear, don't try to talk too much.
Henry, I was sorry about the dinner. Was it all right?
It was perfect, my dear.
And your Colonel Monet?
He's on our side.
Oh, I'm glad. And what you said, here a little, there a little, maybe...
Yes, my dear. Yes, I'm sure of it now. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going first to get you out of that bed and fit as a fiddle again. Because I want you to be in that gallery when Congress convenes again and I introduce my resolution.
Quiet. Quiet in the Senate. Quiet, gentlemen, please.
Mr. President,
The chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, as chairman of the Military Affairs Committee, I would like to put on the docket the following resolution. That the Congress shall cause to be created a Medal of Honor, to be awarded to those soldiers who shall most distinguish themselves by gallantry in action.
Mr. President, the chair recognizes the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution of my esteemed colleague from Massachusetts be tabled. Such an award as he proposes smacks of monarchy. In the long and glorious history of our great nation, we have always struggled to maintain our democratic principles.
Mr. President, I am in full agreement with the senator from Illinois. It is quite true that we must maintain the principles of our free republic.
Gentlemen, there must be quiet in this chamber. Senator Wilson, I'm afraid we must postpone this discussion. I have just received word that armed forces of the Confederate States of America have attacked Fort Sumter. Gentlemen, this means war between the states.
We pause briefly from our story, Above Their Comrades, starring Zachary Scott, to bring you an important message from our government.
A career with wings is the career of the future. Many young men who are aware of this have taken a step that will give them wings. Air Force Aviation Cadet Training. When they have completed the training successfully, they will receive their pilot's wings and a commission as second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force Reserve. Outstanding graduates will receive regular commissions, while others will have the opportunity to qualify for a regular commission while they are on active duty tours. The requirements are that you are between the ages of 20 and 26 and 1/2, with 2 years of college, or the equivalent, that you are physically fit. As an aviation cadet, you will be on your way to a great career. Find out now if you can qualify. Get your application today at your nearest Air Force base or U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station. Remember, only the best can be aviation cadets.
And now, Act Two of Above Their Comrades, starring Zachary Scott as Henry Wilson. Senator Henry Wilson's efforts to have Congress create a Medal of Honor to be awarded for valorous deeds to members of the Army have temporarily been postponed. The Confederacy has attacked federal territory, and preparations are being speeded to put the country on a wartime basis. We find Wilson and his wife Harriet, completely recovered from her illness, talking to Wilson's friend, Colonel Ellsworth, at Senator Wilson's home in Washington, D.C.
It's a terrible thing, this war between the states.
Yes, think. American against American. Brother against brother.
War is never pleasant, Harriet. But this, Henry, this is going to be the hardest job of all. Leading men in armed warfare against the men who, only a few months ago, were brothers in arms.
And what about Washington? Do we have troops enough to defend the capital?
I think so. While we're virtually surrounded by Confederate territory, we can always summon enough federal and militia troops for the protection of Washington.
Well, that's reassuring.
Oh, there's not too much to worry about at this point. As a matter of fact, I'm taking my regiment over to occupy Alexandria tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't know that was planned so soon.
Will there be trouble? Surely there must be some Confederate troops in Alexandria.
Only a few. We're allowing them a few hours to leave. Then we'll disembark. We're going by boat and occupy the city.
Well, Ephraim, good luck to you.
Thank you, Henry.
Take good care now.
We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
Well, you're making this sound so ominous. Now, don't worry, Henry. If I can't take care of myself, I have some very brave men in my command who will. Why, I dare say there won't even be a shot fired tomorrow.
The men are all disembarked and in formation, Captain.
Good, Sergeant. At ease. At ease, men. As you know, we are now in Alexandria. From the docks here, we will march in and occupy the strategic points of the city. We expect no opposition, but remember, this is Confederate territory. Any questions? Company, 10, cut. Forward, up.
Oh, here comes Colonel Ellsworth, sir.
Captain, halt the men.
Oh, yes, sir, Colonel Ellsworth. Company, halt. Company, halt.
Captain, you see the Confederate flag over that inn?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll tear it down.
If you please, Captain, I prefer that privilege myself.
Oh, yes, sir.
Let me have a couple of men.
I'll give you Private Brownell. He's one of my best men. Brownell.
Yes, sir.
You and these two men go with Colonel Ellsworth.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes. You wait here with your company until we return. Hold it here. Brownell, you and your men cover me. I think I can reach the flag from the windowsill.
Yes, sir.
Here it is.
Well, Colonel, you certainly sweated that one out.
Easier than I thought. I was sure someone was inside the building.
Now, the place is deserted.
Well, we better have a look-see just to make sure.
Look out, Colonel. Get back at me.
Huh?
Oh, good work, Brownell. You got him. You all right?
I'm okay. He missed me.
How about Colonel Ellsworth?
He hit the Colonel. Colonel Ellsworth is dead. I'm Brownell, Senator Wilson. I said you wanted to see me.
Yes, won't you sit down?
Thank you, Senator.
Colonel Ellsworth was a very dear friend of mine. I want to thank you for trying to protect him at the risk of your own life.
It was all in the way of duty, sir.
No, it was more than your duty. You deliberately put yourself in the line of fire. You could have been killed yourself.
Anyone else in the outfit would have done the same, Senator. We all thought a lot of Colonel Ellsworth.
Well, Brownell, I want to express my appreciation. And there's something I want you to know. I've been trying for some time now to get a bill passed to create a Medal of Honor for outstanding bravery. And if successful, I'm going to see that you are awarded that medal. The death of my friend, Colonel Ellsworth, has made me all the more determined that men of your caliber shall receive the recognition they deserve.
Thank you, sir.
With the nation in a state of crisis, Wilson's duties as chairman of the Military Affairs Committee occupied his every moment. Then, late in 1861, Congress adjourned. Immediately upon adjournment, President Lincoln summoned Wilson to his office.
Oh, come in, Senator. Come in. There's something I want to talk over with you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
I know you feel the tragedy of the event that has befallen our nation.
Yes, Mr. President. And in a very personal way. The loss of my dear friend, Colonel Ellsworth.
I have that report. However, we must pursue our objective with firmness in the rights, as God gives us to seek the right. Wilson, you've been doing a fine work in the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I have in mind for you an assignment, a special assignment.
Is it permanent?
No, just between sessions. It will terminate when Congress convenes again.
Oh, is this mandatory, Mr. President?
No, I'll explain it and leave it up to you whether you want to accept. I'm appointing a commission to study mobilization and manpower requirements. I want you to serve on the commission.
I'd like to, Mr. Lincoln, but I feel I could be of even greater service in uniform.
Uniform?
Yes, sir. I've been offered a temporary commission as colonel in the Massachusetts State Militia. I'm going into active duty between congressional sessions.
You're going me one better, Wilson, serving in the regular forces.
I don't like to refuse your offer, Mr. President, but I
That's
do...
quite all right, Wilson. I'm sure you will be of invaluable aid to the nation in uniform.
And I'll be back when Congress reconvenes, Mr. Lincoln. And there's one project in particular I want to take up again. Creating a Medal of Honor.
No wonder they call you the soldier's friend. Good luck, Wilson. And when you return, good luck on your soldier's medal.
Members of the Senate, I move to take up Senate Joint Resolution number 82 to provide for the presentation of medals of honor to the men of the Army and the volunteer forces who have or who may distinguish themselves in battle during the present rebellion.
Mr. President,
The chair recognizes the senator from Illinois.
before the discussion goes any further, I should like to ask why we need such a decoration as Senator Wilson proposes.
For one thing, we have no Army medals.
But, Senator Wilson, is it not true that we already have a decoration known as the Order of the Purple Heart, and also one known as the Certificate of Merit?
That's true, and it's not true.
What do you mean?
The Certificate of Merit was originated during the Mexican campaign.
What's that got to do with it?
As the name implies, it is just a certificate, a scrap of paper.
It's an award.
Can a soldier wear a scrap of paper?
What about the Purple Heart? He can wear that?
The Purple Heart was originated by General Washington during the War for Independence.
Doesn't matter when it originated.
The Purple Heart is now obsolete. It was awarded only once. It no longer is a gentleman.
It can be revived.
The Purple Heart is not a military medal.
The Army does not need medals. The practice of awarding medals.
Gentlemen, quiet. There must be quiet in this chamber. Gentlemen, the discussion is getting out of hand. You are now quibbling over small matters. The clerk will read the roll, and a vote will be taken on the resolution.
California, vote aye. Connecticut, vote aye.
Illinois votes nay.
Hello, my dear. You're home late.
Yes. So there it is today.
Come here down. I've something to tell you.
Yes?
You've often said in your struggle to establish the Medal of Honor, here a little and there a little. Well, this is really very little. It just arrived this afternoon, and it's for you.
Why, it's a pen. What bearing
Don't
does a
listen,
pen...
my dear. This is the pen President Lincoln used today to sign your bill creating a Medal of Honor into law.
Harriet.
On July 12, 1862, President Lincoln signed a bill providing for the Army Medal of Honor. It was a triumph for its zealous advocate, Henry Wilson, and a triumph for all those brave soldiers who, through their valor in the field of battle, have earned the right to wear the medal. As long as America must call upon her brave men to defend their native land, there will always be those who distinguish themselves by gallantry and intrepidity above their comrades. They are the winners of the nation's highest award, the Medal of Honor. The curtain falls in the final act of Above Their Comrades. Our star, Zachary Scott, will return for a curtain call after this important message from Wendell Niles.
During the recent war, 60,000 physicians volunteered to safeguard the health of American soldiers, sailors, and airmen. Today, a small fraction of this number is asked to help regular Army and Air Force doctors keep our ever-growing Army and Air Force the healthiest in the world. There are 3 jobs for these physicians. First, preventive medicine, to maintain highest health standards possible for soldiers and airmen. Second, medical and surgical care for the sick and injured. The third, research, to improve medical knowledge, not only for the benefit of military personnel, but for the good of people everywhere. If you are a practicing physician or surgeon, you may be commissioned in the grade for which you are qualified, up to and including that of colonel. And you will have the vast resources of the U.S. Army and the U.S. Air Force medical research facilities at your service. Write to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington 25, D.C., for full details. Now back at the microphone, our star, Zachary Scott, and our producer.
Zachary, I wish I could give you a citation for your fine portrayal of Henry Wilson.
Thank you, C.P. When the Hollywood Coordinating Committee told me about your invitation to do an authentic story based on the Medal of Honor, I was very pleased.
The invitation really came direct from General Hanley.
Oh, I didn't know that. By the way, it was a good story.
Thanks to the author, W. James Bastian.
So I got interested and did some research on my own about the Medal of Honor.
Oh?
Yes, maybe your listeners would like to hear a couple of facts about it.
I'm sure they would, since this is the very highest award our government gives for conspicuous gallantry. The wearer rates our greatest respect.
And admiration.
That's right.
Now, do you have any idea how many Medals of Honor were awarded in the last war?
I could guess.
All right. But remember, there were over 13 million in service.
Well, let's say about 1,000.
No. The latest figures I could get show only 332.
In all branches?
That's right. Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. Now, do you know what that means in percentage of recipients?
You mean the number of men per 100 who received it?
Per 100? But CP, only one man received the Medal of Honor out of approximately every 40,000.
Amazing. But you know, I think everyone feels that each man who went into battle was a hero, and if needed, would have served beyond the call of duty.
I most certainly agree. Well, I've given you my facts and figures. Now, what facts can you give us about your play for next week, CP?
Next week, Zachary and ladies and gentlemen, Yvonne DiCarlo comes to our Theater of Stars in a dramatic play titled 7 Candles. This is the story of a woman's intense love for her husband, which overcomes his disordered state of amnesia to regain their former happiness and affection.
Fine. Now be listening. And please extend my thanks to the good general for the invitation. So long, CP.
I'll be glad to. Goodbye, Zachary. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you Yvonne DiCarlo in 7 Candles. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Zachary Scott appears with the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Script was by W. James Bastian, with music under the direction of Eddie Scribner. This program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Out of the funnies into your homes, and we hope your hearts too, the makers of Camel cigarettes bring you Blondie. Before we drop over to the Bumstead house to visit Chick Young's famous characters Blondie and Dagwood, a word from the makers of Camel cigarettes. Now, one of the things that makes Camel cigarettes so different is that Camel's costlier tobaccos are slower burning. Recent scientific tests confirm it. But you don't need a stopwatch to tell you that Camels are slower burning. You've got a better way of knowing. You'll find that Camels are cooler, milder. Better tasting, too, because that slow-burning feature of Camels lets the flavor and fragrant aroma come through to you. Your throat, too, will appreciate the gentleness of slow-burning Camels. And, of course, a cigarette that burns slower is going to give you more actual smoking. By burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. So for extra smoking and extra pleasure, smoke the slow-burning cigarette of costlier tobaccos, Camel. And now we're ready for our weekly date with the Bumsteads. This time we find Dagwood with his employer, J.C. Dithers, standing in the living room of a newly completed bungalow. Listen.
Well, Bumstead, is this a typical Dithers dream home, or isn't it?
Oh, sure.
Does that fireplace look like the kind where a young couple could sit gazing at flickering flames, or not?
Yes, sir. Why, that's our regular number 413.
413A, Bumstead.
Oh.
The hearth of a lifelong honeymoon, $12.85 extra.
Oh.
And what about the furniture, Bumstead?
It's okay.
You mean it breathes contentment, don't you? If it doesn't, that decorator overcharged me.
Are you going to furnish all the houses you build now, Mr. Dithers?
Not by a long shot, I'm not. I was crazy to furnish this one.
Yes, sir.
What?
I mean, why did you furnish this one?
To please Lochinvar Stipple.
Huh?
Stipple's an old bachelor with a barrel of money and a lot of romantic ideas about marriage and love in a cottage. He keeps talking about lamplit windows in an ideal home for two. So he wants to play Cupid by providing dream homes for honeymoon couples, easy terms, and no down payment. If he can just put the right people in the right houses.
Yeah?
Claims he doesn't want to make a cent.
Gosh, I wish I'd met him when I first married Blondie.
If you'd waited for him to provide a home, you'd be living on a vacant lot today, Bumstead.
Why?
Oh, because he can't seem to find a place that lives up to his ideas. I started showing him new houses, and he said they all looked too empty. And I furnished this one, and he still didn't like it. He seems to expect to find his honeymooners all moved in and holding hands in front of the fire.
Say, that's a good idea. You know what Eddie Guest said? It takes a heap of living in a house to make it home. Why don't you furnish some people, too?
Well, Bumstead, I'm glad you mentioned that. I have the same idea.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Only I'm not going to turn this new furniture over to strangers. I want someone I can hold responsible.
Oh, sure. Responsible people is what you want. Don't get anyone who would come in and start throwing parties for their friends and relatives. Get someone who would kind of move in and then relax.
Well, Bumstead, you relax easier than any man I've ever met.
Yeah,
How about you and Blondie moving in here for a while?
Oh, no, Mr. Dithers. It's a nice place, but all this new furniture and all.
Why, you two could make believe you were just starting on your honeymoon.
Well, who would we make believe Baby Dumpling was?
Huh? Oh. Well, you could leave Baby Dumpling with the Fuddles. Get a complete change.
I don't know. Blondie and I are kind of used to Baby Dumpling now, and Daisy the dog would miss it.
Oh, nonsense. Look, I'd make it worth your while, Bumstead.
No, look. Oh, I've got a better idea, Mr. Dithers. I know some real honeymooners, and nice, steady people, too. Blondie's Aunt Bessie and her husband, Mr. Sneevil.
Huh? They don't sound very romantic to me. Stipple wants romance.
Oh, you ought to see them, like kids. Blondie and I brought them together, and I bet they'd be glad to do us a favor.
But I wanted to settle the deal with Stipple this weekend. If I can do that, I can sell him a lot of homes, and besides...
I could wire...
Well, it's against my better judgment, Bumstead. Anytime I leave anything to you, something goes sour.
Yeah?
But I'll settle for Aunt Bessie and Weevil if...
Weevil?
Huh? Oh, what's the difference? I'll settle for them on one condition. You and Blondie come in here first. Let Blondie sort of warm the place up. She has a knack around the house. Then if her Aunt Bessie doesn't come, you two will have to go through with the romantic stuff for Stipple.
Well, I'll ask Blondie, and if she's game, I am.
Then it's a deal, Bumstead. Now, when I bring Stipple, be sure there's a fire in the grate and soft lamps glowing all over the place.
Okay.
Remember, he's strong on lighting windows.
Our trunk. Hold the door open. Start getting in.
But, Dagwood, we won't need a trunk, will we? Goodness, we may not even stay overnight if Aunt Bessie and Gideon get here in time. And if we did need anything extra to wear, we could run over to the house for it.
Yeah. I brought over some knickknacks.
Knickknacks?
Yes, it's stuff to scatter around. Make the place homey. You know?
Oh, Dagwood, there are too many things in this house now. I've been changing the furniture around and putting things away all afternoon. Well, just let the trunk stand in the hallway there for now.
Say, it's pretty dark in here. Why don't you light up the lamps, huh? Dithers says Mr. Stipple is strong on lots of warm lights and stuff.
Then Mr. Dithers should have thought to have had the electricity turned on.
Isn't it on?
No, Dagwood. No electricity, gas, or phone. No heat yet.
No?
Except the fireplace.
Yeah, that isn't burning up very well, is it?
No. The wood's sort of green, I think. It's smoke.
I don't think this is going to be what Dithers wants Mr. Stipple to see.
Well, we'll do the best we can. I ran over to the neighbors and phoned everybody to turn everything on, and they said they would. But they didn't say just when.
Yeah. Say, I smell kerosene.
Oh, it's this oil lantern I borrowed. It smokes, too.
It doesn't give out much light, either.
Oh, dear. I did want the place to look cozy for Mr. Stipple. You know, Dagwood, I think his idea is lovely. Furnishing little honeymoon places for people.
Well, maybe the lights will come on before he gets here, and the firewood may dry out and burn. Say, what are Aunt Bessie and Gideon do?
Any minute, I think. I got a funny wire from her. It said...
Hey, what's that?
Oh, the front door.
Yeah?
I wonder if... Oh, it's Aunt Bessie. Was that you, Blondie Bumstead? Oh, of course. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Aunt Bessie. Here, Dagwood, help her with your bag. Come right in.
Hello, Aunt Bessie.
Oh, I like to have gone right on by. What, with no lights or anything? What's the matter with the lights? They'll be turned on soon. Look out for that trunk. Here, Dagwood, put her bag by the trunk. Just for now.
Okay.
Come on in, dear.
Gosh, 5 bags. And it looks like you've left home for good, Aunt Bessie.
And so I have, too.
Huh?
Well, I say, and so I have left home. Not that I'd call that ugly big barn of a house home. It was bad enough when I lived with my family, and they used to sit around like it was a wake, wishing for Gideon Feeble to come and claim me. 13 years I waited, as you well know, Blondie. And if I'd have known what was in store for me, I'd have waited till doomsday before I'd have trusted my life to that man.
You mean Uncle Gideon?
That's who I married, ain't it? For better or worse, I took him. And how was I to know how much worse it would turn out to be? Oh, dear, you've quarreled with Mr. Feeble.
Well, I thought you had just come back from your honeymoon.
And so we had. But when a man deserts his bride, the honeymoon is over. Uncle Gideon deserted you? No, he's off on another trip. Packed up his samples of anchors and lit out. And good riddance to rubbish, too. Oh, well, maybe it's just a business trip. I don't care what it is. He won't find me waiting when he gets back. Oh, I was mighty glad to get your wire inviting me here.
Yeah, but we kind of wanted you and Uncle Gideon both.
Well, of course, but I'm not welcome. Oh, now, Aunt Bessie, Dagwood doesn't mean that at all. Well, it's just that we thought you and Uncle Gideon both being here would make this a real honeymoon time. Oh, dear. What made Uncle Gideon leave home? Well, he laid it to Horace and Sylvester. You know, Aunt Gracie's boys. Oh, yes. Where did he meet them? They dropped past the house for a little visit. And at first, I wouldn't melt in Gideon's mouth. He was that polite. The boys took to him so well, they decided to stay a spell.
You mean they moved in with you?
Well, it seemed as if it was a small house. There's 8 bedrooms in that place of Feeble's, and that I pointed out to him when he began his grumbling. But he says to me, why can't Sylvester sleep in a bedroom, then, instead of my favorite chair, he says. Oh, I see. What else did Sylvester do? Not a blessed thing. I guess that's why Feeble didn't take so kindly to him after a while. Sylvester does a lot of thinking, and he can't do it so good unless he's lying down.
What does he think about?
Oh, about what he's going to do in life. He says it's a serious thing to pick out a career. He's been thinking about it ever since he was 21, and he can't make up his mind yet. That's quite a long while, Aunt Bessie. Well, Sylvester's just turned 45.
He certainly gave it careful consideration.
Poor boy. He's all wore out from the thinking and the worrying. Oh, and that Smeagol never would let him be. God. When Smeagol went off to work mornings, he'd complain that Sylvester was a-snoring on the living room couch. And when he'd come home to lunch, he'd make him get up and come to the table. And when he'd come home at night, he'd complain that Sylvester was taking his afternoon nap in his chair. Never gives the boy a minute's peace.
Well, maybe if Sylvester had shown a little more energy.
Don't you believe it. Horace had energy and to spare. And people got mad at Horace, too. What did Horace do? Just tried to be helpful, is all. He fixed Gideon's car for him. At least he tried to.
What went wrong?
Well, seems like the gears on the car was making a noise, so Horace up and took 'em out and cut it round and put 'em back. Worked like a beaver on it. Yes. But Gideon Sneevil complained that when he was through, the car wouldn't run no way but backwards. He backed it out, and it backed around the block, and it backed back into the garage, and his language was a caution to hear. That's why he packed up and lit out on the train.
Oh, gosh, that's too bad. Well, you can stay here tonight, Aunt Bessie, anyway, and then go visit your own folks a while, huh?
Oh, and let them say to my face that after waiting for a man for 13 years, I up and made a fizzle of my marriage. I'll die before I ever go home. Well, don't worry about it tonight, Aunt Jessie. You can stay here and rest.
For a while she can, but this isn't our house, Blondie. It's Mr. Ditter's and...
Please, Dagwood, not now. Oh, let him go on. I know I ain't wanted. Here, nowhere. Now, Aunt Jessie. The whole family couldn't wait to get you off their hands. Gideon as much as turned me out the door, and now you. Didn't about my going before I even took off my hat.
Well, Aunt Bessie.
Nobody wants a lone woman. That's how it is. Now, that isn't too a bit. You come on upstairs with me and lie down. Just a burden to one and all. That's my head.
No. You're welcome with us, Aunt Bessie.
Of course you are. Come on now. Would you like a nice cup of tea? Oh, don't be no trouble for me. Oh, it won't take a minute to make.
Yeah, not after the gas gets turned on.
No gas. Oh. Come on upstairs and lie down.
Your relative. Oh, golly. I hope that isn't Ditter's. Who is that? Wait till I turn up the lantern.
Oh, huh? Where is she?
Who? Why, it's Uncle Gideon.
Where's Bessie? Now, don't tell me she ain't here, Bumstead. I found this on the doorstep.
A bird cage?
With her lovebirds in it. Of course, she left the parrot for me to feed.
I guess I forgot to bring that cage in with her bag.
What is all this stuff in the hall?
Oh, a trunk and stuff. Come on in, Mr. Sneevil.
What's the matter with the lights?
They're going to turn them on pretty soon, I think.
I don't like the looks of this, Bumstead. Now, what have you done with Bessie?
I haven't done anything with her. She just went upstairs with Blondie. She's pretty mad at you.
Well, I've come to have it out with her once and for all. A pretty kettle of fish this is. Where'll I put this anchor?
Anchor? Oh, one of your samples.
Certainly it's a sample. I brought it to prove it was a business trip I was on.
Oh, well, let's see. Oh, we'll put it here in the hall with the other stuff. That must be pretty heavy to lug around.
Not as heavy as my heart, Bumstead. There I was, a happy married man, when a snake crept into my Eden. Two snakes, Sylvester and Horace.
Dagwood, what's going on down there?
Don't say I'm here yet. I want to confront Bessie.
What good will that do?
Maybe if I take her by surprise, I can get in a word or two before she starts talking.
Well, she was crying when she went upstairs.
Oh, she always does that when she runs out of talk. She knows I can't stand it.
Dagwood, why don't you answer me? Maybe he can't speak. He's unconscious down there in the dark. Oh, I'll tell it in my bones. Something was going to happen.
She got her voice back.
Yeah. You sure you want to stay? They'll be down in a minute.
I'll just stand back here in the shadows, back of the couch.
Dagwood, Bumstead, who was that at the door? Why, what's this anchor doing here?
It's lying there.
An anchor? Oh, that means Sneevil. He followed me. Don't let him take me, Blondie. Now, Aunt Jessie, maybe he's come to make up with you. And then he's wasting time. I give him the best years of my life.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, there he is. Eavesdropping.
Now, Bessie, listen.
Lurking in the shadows.
Sure. Stop, lurk, and listen. That's my motto. Oh, now let's be sensible.
Don't come no nearer Gideon Sneevil. Stop him, Blondie. Now, Aunt Bessie, no one's going to harm you. Why not listen and hear why Mr. Sneevil's come here?
Sure, Aunt Bessie, be reasonable.
Oh, I'm unreasonable, am I? Because I won't listen to his smooth tongue. Well, let me tell you that I've been listening for years, and I believed him, too. I was just fool enough to think he meant it when he said he'd give me a good home.
I did give you a good home, but I didn't promise a home for your whole family. Especially Sylvester and Horace, those termites.
Don't make it any worse. I curse him, Gideon Sneevil. Isn't there any way of patching this up?
Yeah, if those fellas would leave.
Sylvester wouldn't get off that couch if the house is on fire. I tried it.
Yes, he frightened me out of my wits one morning, hollering fire.
Yes, and all Sylvester said was, which room? And I said the kitchen was in flames. And Sylvester said, well, when it gets close to here, call Horace and ask him to carry me out.
Oh, I won't sit here and listen to no more lies. I'll go.
out into the night again. Now, Aunt Bessie...
Oh, she won't have to go. I'll go. Hand me that anchor and those lovebirds.
Don't place so much as a finger on those birds. They're mine.
Now, Uncle Gideon, give Aunt Bessie the bird.
Dagwood, you keep out of this.
Who paid for those birds, I'd like to know?
There he goes, throwing his money in my face. Oh, where's my hat? Upstairs, Aunt Bessie. Let me be Blondie. This is what I get for marrying beneath me. I was too young to know what I was doing.
You mean you was too old to care?
Oh, it's false, Gideon Smeagol. As false as your second best teeth.
You leave my teeth out of it.
Oh, get away from me just any second.
Oh, Mr. Smeagol, wait.
No wife of mine can talk that way about my teeth. What about that transformation you went?
Oh, lock the front door, Dagwood. Don't let anybody in.
You'd better not go up there, Blondie.
I've got to, Dagwood, and keep them quiet. Goodness, that maybe Mr. Fibber at the door.
Oh, no. I hope not.
Okay.
It is. Welcome to Honeymoon Cottage.
What was all that yelling I heard?
The honeymooners.
What?
It's Aunt Bessie and Uncle Gideon. They had a little misunderstanding.
Now listen to me, Bumstead. Oh, my foot. What did I fell over?
Just an anchor.
An anchor?
Uh-huh.
Well, what's that doing in the hall? What's this trunk here for and all this luggage? Why don't you turn on some lights?
Well, they'll be on any minute now, I think.
I distinctly told you, Bumstead, that Stipple wanted warm, soft light streaming from the windows, and I find the house dark as a smuggler's cave. I told you like romance, and I find the hall full of luggage as if someone was being evicted. I said Stipple wanted to see a happy couple sitting in contentment before their own fireside, and I find the place full of your relatives, making the night hideous with their uproar.
Oh, they'll quiet down.
Where's the lamp? Now get those people out of here, Bumstead, before I turn in a riot call.
Yes, but let me explain.
You can explain that in the morning. Stipple's coming tonight. And it'll look fishy if I'm here, or try to head him off. He'll be here any minute, and if he stumbles into this shambles, it'll cure him of romance forever, and lose me a good customer and cause you a bad headache, Bumstead.
I got a little headache now.
Well, you practice getting used to that one, Bumstead, because unless you get me out of this quicker than you got me into it, you're going to be a segregate.
Hey, wait. Oh, golly.
Thousands of smokers have switched to Camel cigarettes and found extra mildness, coolness, and finer flavor in Camel's slower-burning, costlier tobaccos. But Camels also give you a generous bonus of extra smoking per pack. By burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. Smokers who live in communities where certain state cigarette taxes are in effect can save the cost of the tax, and in some instances more, through smoking Camels. If you live in a community where there are no added taxes on cigarettes, the savings are all yours. So turn to Camels. Your sense of taste, your sense of value will quickly tell you that penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy.
Blondie!
Hurry up, will you?
Yes, sir, here I am. Oh, did Mr. Withers go so soon?
He didn't go any too soon for me. He was pretty mad, Blondie. He said Mr. Stipple would just be stumbling onto something like that.
Oh, dear. Did he hear Bessie and Gideon?
Oh, how could he help it? What was that crash? Who threw what at who?
Oh, that wasn't anything. I just dropped a bottle of cologne I was bathing Aunt Bessie's forehead with.
Oh.
He has a bad headache.
You mean she is a headache?
Now, Dagwood, it's just that they're getting adjusted to marriage after living alone so many years. I feel sorry for them both right now.
Maybe I'd feel sorry for them if I had time. But Stipple will be here any minute looking for a romantic honeymoon couple sitting by the hearth. And we haven't got one.
I know. And I feel responsible because it's my Aunt Bessie. Oh, look, Dagwood.
What?
The little hall light's burning. The electricity must be on.
Oh, turn it out. If Stipple sees a lot of lighted windows, he'll be here like a shot. He's crazy about it. Hey, who's that standing in the hall?
Why, Uncle Gideon.
Oh, eavesdropping again, huh?
I'm afraid I was.
Do I understand that my disagreement with Bessie has embarrassed you young people?
I'll say.
Dagwood?
Well, it has. My whole job depends on it, maybe. See, there's a fella coming who thinks marriage is a fine thing.
A bachelor, huh?
Yes. Huh?
Well, yes, but he has a lovely idea, Uncle Gideon. He wants to provide low-cost homes for couples where they can find peace and contentment. Little houses like this, just for two.
Just for two? Mm-hmm. Good idea. My marriage might not be the wreck it is if I'd had a guest-proof home. Oh, if I could help in any way.
Well, you could, by being the example of a happy married couple. But only you need Aunt Bessie to.
Then it's hopeless, my boy.
Oh, is that so?
Oh,
and why, may I ask?
Aunt Bessie, you were listening too.
Yes, I was. And if I were speaking to Mr. Siebel, I would tell him that I was just as able to cooperate with my nephew as he is.
Did you hear that, Uncle Gideon? She said...
I heard her. You may tell Mrs. Sneeble that I, for one, would be willing to impersonate a happily married man for the period of the emergency.
Aunt Bessie, Uncle Gideon said...
I heard him. I can hide my feelings, too, while the company's here.
Oh, I think that's very nice of you both. Now, while I'm turning on the lamp, would you sit together over by the fire?
Yeah, right over here. Come on. Look, Blondie, the fire's beginning to burn.
Uh-huh. Everything's looking a little brighter, Dagwood. Now, sit down, Aunt Bessie.
Yeah. Now, you sit next to Uncle Gideon. Now, how does that look, Blondie?
Well, it would look a little more honeymoony if they wouldn't sit up quite so straight.
Mm-hmm. And there's too much space between them. Get together.
Well, if you'll be good enough to tell Mrs. Sneeble that I don't want to force my attentions on her, I'll meet her halfway.
Oh, listen, Aunt Bessie, he said...
I heard him. And you tell Mr. Siebel that he can just sit as close as he likes, and I'll just make out to myself I'm on a hayride with a stranger.
Oh, no, Aunt Bessie. Pretend you're still in love.
Don't be childish.
Listen, that's him. That's Dipple now.
It's now or never, Aunt Bessie. Oh, please help us. Give Uncle Gideon your hand.
For you, Blondie. There.
Good. Now look happy.
Yeah, look at the fire and smile or something. I've got to open this door.
Go ahead, Dagwood.
Oh, hello, Mr. Dipple. You're just in time. I mean...
You know me?
Sure, Mr. Dithers.
Oh, yes, such a kindly character, Mr. Dithers.
Is that so? I mean, sure. Come right in.
Oh, are you sure I won't be intruding into your happy circle?
Oh, no, indeed. We've heard so much about you. I feel as if you were an old friend already.
Oh, you're very kind. Now I feel welcome. Oh, but I mustn't stay. It's enough that I have seen this happy home, been allowed for just a moment to cross its magic threshold, step into a world of content.
Oh, don't run away so soon, there. Why, you haven't seen the place yet. Look, over by the fire. Honeymoon.
And they want to meet you. We all do. I'm Blondie, and this is my husband, Dagwood Bumstead. And this is Aunt Bessie and Uncle Gideon Sneeble.
Good evening.
Please, I'm sure.
How do you do?
Now, won't you sit with us by the fire?
Oh, I mustn't disturb the happy couple. They were seeing castles in Spain in the embers, I'm sure, dreaming of their future together.
Dagwood, maybe Mr. Skipper is right, and the rest of us wrong.
I beg pardon?
I mean, well, you've never had a home of your own, have you, Mr. Skipper? A real home, I mean, with a wife.
No, I never have.
But perhaps you know more about what a home means than people who do have one.
You understand so well, little lady.
Oh, Blondie's great at understanding people.
Just the same, I think it might be a good thing if Mr. Stipple told us what he thinks a home should be.
Oh, well, it seems to me that a home need not be a large place. Never any larger than just big enough to hold the people in it close together. Its walls shut out the world and its troubles. The fire on its hearth, no matter how tiny a blaze, keeps out the cold and warms the hearts around it. A real home is a place where a man and a woman face life together, face it unafraid, laughing at misunderstanding, inviting contentment, finding beauty in the simple act of living day by day. Oh, but I mustn't take up any more of your time.
I think you've given us more than you've taken.
Oh, but you all know better than I what I've been trying to say. You all have a home, while I just peer in at the lighted window and wish you happiness. Oh, Denny, it's quite late. I really must go. Ah, another wayfarer attracted by the gleam of your fire.
Bumstead! What makes it so quiet in here?
Why, Mr. Stipple was just telling us.
Stipple? Well, you got here, I see.
Most happy to say that I did. I've met the most charming people.
Huh? The Bumsteads, you mean?
Oh, and their relatives, Aunt Bessie and Uncle Gideon.
Bumstead? Where are they?
Right over there. The ones holding hands.
Those two?
Uh-huh.
By the fire?
Perhaps you're surprised to find a honeymoon couple who are not, young people. But they're all the happier to find each other later in life. It's not only for the young I want to build my little homes, Mr. Divot.
Oh, you've decided to go ahead with your idea?
Oh, yes, indeed. This house is what I've been looking for all along. Why, it's perfect. It's so snug, so peaceful.
Peaceful? Oh, yes, indeed. Maybe if we're going to talk business, we ought to go over to the office.
I was about to suggest it. Good night to you all, and I do thank you so much for a happy visit.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, Mr. Divot, before you go.
Tomorrow, Bumstead, don't you worry. I won't forget what you've done for me. I don't know how you did it.
Well, I guess everything's all right, Dagwood.
Yeah. Really sounded as pleased as he ever does. Hey, Aunt Bessie, Uncle Gideon.
They're gone, Aunt Bessie.
But don't start yelling again, Aunt Bessie, until Mr. Stipple is out of hearing.
Oh, I don't feel much like yelling. That man made me, well, kind of ashamed. Me with a fine man like Gideon and treating him the way I have.
Oh, now, Bessie, it was all my fault. Taking you into that big barn of a house and getting all excited because you had a few of your folks drop in.
Suppose you moved to a small house, a cozy little place, like this. Oh, Gideon, could we?
Could we? We have. From now on, we live here, Bessie.
Well, Dagwood, looks as though it's time we've missed it. Come on.
Huh?
The honeymooners want to be alone.
Oh.
Come, dear. We'll pick up our things in the morning. Good night, Bessie and Gideon.
No, they don't even hear you, Blondie.
No. Look at them. It would be so good to see them now.
Yeah.
Sitting in front of that fireplace.
Yeah. That's a nice fireplace. That's our regular 413A. The hearth where happy hearts will spend a lifelong honeymoon.
Blondie is played by Penny Singleton and Dagwood by Arthur Lake, whose new Columbia picture, Blondie Brings a Baby, will soon be released. So till next Monday, we leave the Bumsteads, Blondie and Dagwood. But the makers of Camel cigarettes have other radio treats for you during the week. Tomorrow night over these same stations, you can listen to the music of Bob Crosby and the best Dixieland band in the land with Johnny Mercer and Helen Ward. And if you like swing, well, you better make a date with your radio for Saturday night, when Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band with Mildred Bailey bring you another musical caravan. That's a tip for your radio pleasure. And for your smoking pleasure, let us suggest that you try Camel. You'll find more pleasure per puff, more puffs per pack. This is Bill Goodwin speaking for the makers of Camel cigarettes. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.